Chapter 62. Luo Kadi and Ma Liang exchange a glance. The last strand of disloyalty in their hearts had vanished without a trace. Nowadays, the vassal kingdoms of Great Yin Dynasty were in constant disputes, and the territories of these kingdoms were not peaceful either. But for a direct descendant of a wealthy family to travel with over 4,000 guards and hanger-ons, it was a little too exaggerated. But if there were several dozens of carriages of gold and jade jewelry accompanying him, it would make sense. The enormous convoy traveled day and night, braving the wind and rain as they headed towards G City. Wuxia looked at both men and said in an indifferent tone, "In about 20 days, we will arrive at G City. Before we arrive at G City, you will need at least half a month to circulate your energy and restore your cultivation. Today is your last chance. If you don't submit to our young master today, you will be useless in a few days." From the Lu Kingdom to G City, the capital city of Great Yin Dynasty, they had to cross through 7 vassal kingdoms, namely the Gao Ling Kingdom, Wen Kingdom, Lishan Kingdom, Gao Kingdom, Hu Kingdom, Jilek Kingdom, and the Three Song Kingdom. Among these 7 kingdoms, the Gao Ling Kingdom and the Lu Kingdom were mortal enemies. Every 3 to 5 years, a big or small war would break out between the two kingdoms. As for the other 6 kingdoms, they were either on friendly terms or hostile terms. Ignoring the attitude of both men, Wuxia told them the background of Lu Qingfeng's birth in full detail. He also told them that Lu Qingfeng had gained an absolute advantage in the struggle to inherit Yin Buji's legacy. If nothing unexpected happened, Lu Qingfeng would become the Duke of Great Yin Dynasty, the supreme member of the imperial clan, the Zhuangzhang of Great Yin Dynasty, who possessed a great amount of power. After spending half a year without moving, lying in the carriage like a living dead, Luo Kadi and Ma Liang had been tortured to the point that they would rather be dead than alive. A cultivator who possessed a spirit root and was born with a nascent embryo could break through the embryonic breath tier of Xianxia realm, form the Jin Dan, and become an Earth Walker immortal. Luo Kadi had his eyes fixed on Wuxia as well. He sneered and said, "What if we insist on not submitting to him?" Facing Lu Qingfeng, who was about to inherit all of Yin Buji's legacy, 2 Xiantian warriors seemed to be nothing. Luo Kadi and Ma Liang were shocked when they heard this. They stared at Wuxia as if they had just seen a ghost, and couldn't react for a while. The title of lady conferred by Great Yin Dynasty was 10,000 times more honorable than the title given to her by the Emperor of Lu Kingdom. ROF City? That was a small city with a population of less than 50,000 in ROF Kingdom. In Great Yin Dynasty, a top-notch madam would have at least several dozens of big cities as her fief. Wuxia came next to the 2 men and sat down cross-legged. Then he helped them up and let them lean against the soft cushion. After 7 months of traveling day and night, 7 months of painstaking cultivation, after using innate water energy to strengthen his meridians 108 times in the respiration tier of Xiantian realm, he finally broke through the meridian cultivating tier of Xiantian realm. Although his current meridians were wider and tougher than other cultivators of body strengthening tier of Xiantian realm, it didn't stop him from tempering his meridians once again in the meridian cultivating tier. Sitting with his legs crossed, Wuxia looked at the 2 men and breathed out a long sigh. Every 7 days, Wuxia would come over and ask them if they were willing to submit to Lu Qingfeng. But their answer was always the same, cursing and scolding, never showing any respect to Wuxia. Later on, as their innate energies were sealed for too long, they had no strength left in their bodies, and they were too lazy to scold him. Every time Wuxia came, they would just snort weakly and ignore Wuxia. The scroll of stealing was a cultivation technique that was completely different from the orthodox cultivation technique. Gao Ling Kingdom, Wen Kingdom, Lishan Kingdom, and all the other vassal kingdoms were left behind. Apart from being blackmailed by some officials along the way in Gao Ling Kingdom, which cost them quite a sum of money to pay for the journey, when they passed through other vassal kingdoms, they did not encounter any difficulties. The difference between a warrior and a cultivator was like the difference between bronze and gold, or the difference between a mortal and an immortal. Both men were calculating all the possible changes that could happen in the future. However, Wuxia was not interested in these calculations. He sprung up, and with just a few leaps, he had arrived at a flying coach at the back of the fleet. Wuxia gave both men an appraising glance for a long while, and finally, a smile emerged on his face. According to the clan rule of Great Yin Dynasty, once Lu Chengfeng inherited Yin Buji's legacy, she would also be conferred a title by Great Yin Dynasty. Although she was already married, it wouldn't stop her from becoming a true top-notch lady of Great Yin Dynasty. Her son was a Duke of Great Yin Dynasty, and thus, the title of lady conferred to her would not be any lower than that of a duke. Perhaps, her title would be comparable to that of a king. Wuxia said straightforwardly, "With the current overall strength of our young master, we can't guarantee his future benefits. If both of you are willing to submit to our young master, glory, splendor, wealth, and honor will be yours. If not, I'll cripple your cultivation base right now." Once Lu family replaces the Lu Kingdom's royal family, it will be inevitable that your entire clan will be wiped out. These two men were Luo Kadi and Ma Yang. Great Yin Dynasty. The Great Yin Dynasty that was established over 2,000 years ago. Its emperor was called Yin Dan, and it had a group of famous ministers, whose names were Jing Ku, Gao Jianli, and Qin Wuyang. As a warrior, without any spirit root, his cultivation base was at most embryonic breath tier of Xianxia realm. Even without entering the coach, Wuxia could sense the wild ambition that was emanating from Tai Yuewu's body. Perhaps, when Lu Chengfeng inherited everything left behind by Yin Buji, the Lu Kingdom would have to change its name to Lu Kingdom. 7 months later, when the mounts of the cavalrymen had become much thinner, and the once strong and sturdy mounts had become so skinny that they could be burned as firewood, the company finally left the Three-Song Kingdom and entered the territory of Great Yin Dynasty. From here, there was an official road, passing through 13 provinces and 378 cities. After traveling for over 33,500 miles, they would arrive at the capital city of Great Yin Dynasty, G City. If you don't submit, I'll cripple your cultivation base and let you witness how your entire clan is killed with your own eyes. Tai Yu lowered her head and squeezed into the coach. Then, she let out a joyful laugh and said, "Chengfeng, among those competitors of yours, there are only 3 of them left now. All the others have been killed. Now, they're still half a month away from the territory of Great Yin Dynasty. If nothing goes wrong, all the belongings left behind by your father will be yours now." Over 7 months ago, Tai Yu had commanded the mountain-shattering cavalry to wipe out their army. 4 Xiantian sinecures from Lu clan had besieged both of them, severely wounded them, and captured them alive. Under the request of Wuxia, both of them had their Dantian's energies sealed and were confined in the coach. They had been traveling with the company for over 7 months. After a long while, Ma Liang said with a dry voice, "Since we're going to submit to young Master Lu as our hanger-on, are we really going to meet him like this?" Fearing that Lu Chengfeng's identity would be discovered by the people from the vassal kingdoms along the way, after they left the territory of Lu Kingdom and entered the territory of Gaoling Kingdom, the company that escorted Lu Chengfeng had changed their outfits. The fine armors used by the military were replaced by the armors used by the wealthy commoners, and all the mounts and weapons were changed accordingly. Even the emblem on the 12 flying coaches had been changed to the emblem of a wealthy clan in Lu Kingdom, the clan that specialized in the ironware business, the Tao clan. A few burly men from Meng village who were sitting cross-legged in the corner of the coach smiled and nodded their heads. They rose and walked out from the coach, standing behind the coachman. Wuxia rose to his feet and glanced at the vast and boundless land around him. Slowly, a stream of water vapor sprayed out from his mouth to a distance of 30 feet. The fist-sized, innate water serpent pill rolled up into the air, obediently flying back into his storage bag from his dantian. Suddenly, a melodious cry of an eagle was heard coming from the sky. A small white eagle swooped down from the sky, transformed into a white beam, and squeezed into Tai Yuewu's coach. After a while, Tai Yuewu suddenly walked out from the coach with a loud laugh. With just one step, she came up to Lu Qingfeng's coach. After entering the coach, Wuxia took out a flint and lit up the white candle on the candlestick placed at the corner of the coach. Under the guise of going to Ji City to study, Lu Qingfeng and his company of over 4,000 men were traveling at the fastest speed towards Ji City. Wuxia stared at Luo Kadi and Ma Liang, who had an unsightly expression on their faces, mockingly, and said, "To be honest, 2 warriors do not mean much to our young master. You are not cultivators of Xianxia realm. You should know very well the difference between the value of a warrior and a cultivator." Lu Qingfeng's cold voice was heard coming from the coach. He and Tai Yuwu began to calculate how they could smoothly obtain the things left behind by Yin Buji. Although the imperial family court of Great Yin Dynasty had made a decision that the child of Yin Buji who arrived at Ji City first would inherit everything he had, who knew if there were any changes in the decision? To many people in Great Yin Dynasty, the fief of 2 provinces was a great temptation. Ma Liang fixed his gaze on Wuxia and said with a deep voice, "No matter what, we are still Xiantian grandmasters. With the speed of the convoy, they would arrive at Ji City in 20 days if they traveled day and night. If not because those wagons loaded with gold and jade jewelry had slowed down the convoy, they could have arrived at their destination a few days earlier. Our young master needs both of you to join him." Sitting on the roof of the flying vehicle, Wuxia had been holding his breath for 7 months, and his internal organs were burning with anger, while his 7 apertures were about to burst into flames. He stared blankly at the vast flatland that stretched as far as the eyes could see. This was the territory of Great Yin Dynasty, the territory of Great Yin Dynasty built by Crown Prince Dan, Jingku, Gao, Jinli, Qin Wuyang, and a few other hanger-ons. Wuxia had no idea if this Crown Prince Dan was the same person he knew, and he had no idea if Jingku, Gao, Jinli, and Qin Wuyang were the people he had read about in the history books. But the world was so vast. How could there be such a coincidence? Luo Kadi and Ma Liang, who had a messy beard, a haggard face, and a pair of bulging eyes that made them look big and bright, stared fixedly at Wuxia. Luo Kadi laughed with a hoarse voice and said, "Wuxia, are you trying to persuade us again? We will never betray the Marquis. Even if we have to die, we will never submit to Lu Qingfeng. Asking us to be his hanger-ons? Impossible." Wuxia shook his head and said, "So what? You have lost too badly, and you have no right to consider the issue of face." Tai Yuewu's laughter was filled with endless complacency. The window of the coach was blocked by a thick blanket, and one couldn't even see their own fingers in the coach. The dim light lit up, and the 2 men lying in the middle of the carriage suddenly grunted softly. Their bodies moved unnaturally a few times, and their eyes were stimulated by the light. They hurriedly blinked their eyes. Wuxia waved his hand lightly and coughed under his breath. Chapter 63. After traveling for 19 days in the territory of Great Yin Dynasty, Wuxia and his company finally arrived at Ji City. Ji City was the capital city of Great Yin Dynasty. Over the past 2,000 years, it had gone through 15 times of expansion. During each expansion, the original city wall would be strengthened, and another city wall would be built a few miles away from the original city wall, enclosing a larger area of the city. Therefore, from the outermost city wall to the innermost palace wall, Ji City had a total of 17 layers of high walls. 30 years ago, Ji City had just gone through its latest expansion. The newest layer of city wall measured 180 miles in both width and length. Amidst the thin morning mist, the tall city wall looked like a sleeping dragon, lying quietly on this boundless flatland. Each layer of the city wall was 150 feet tall and 100 feet thick. It was entirely constructed with the extremely sturdy black, glowing rock. Between the rocks, a solution of 5 metals was poured, making the city wall even more indestructible. On the surface of this black, glowing rock, which was twice as sturdy as a diamond, there were also many runes of earth element engraved on it, constantly extracting the natural energies from the underground energy veins to strengthen the city wall. From time to time, the city wall would emit a pale yellow gleam, making it look very frightening. On top of the city wall, there was an archer tower that stood 1,000 feet tall every 2 miles. The archer tower measured 100 feet in both width and length and had a total of 9 floors. A great number of MO machines and ballistae were deployed on top of them, giving them a frightening lethality. Inside the city wall, there were countless hiding holes and tunnels. One could even see with naked eyes peepholes, holes for spears, and holes for arrows. Looking at these pitch-black holes would send a chill down one's spine. As the army approached the city wall of Ji City, Wuxia could feel his heart beating faster and faster. His blood was rushing and flowing in his veins, making him feel dizzy. Instinctively, he felt that something would happen in this huge capital city, something that would have a great impact on him or even the entire Great Yan dynasty. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia pointed his finger at a wooden talisman hanging on his waist. A few simple runes on the wooden talisman flickered with a bright light, and a faintly discernible force spread out from the wooden talisman, covering the ripples of Wuxia's innate energy. From the looks of it, Wuxia was just an ordinary martial artist with 30 to 40 years of inner force cultivation. Lu Chengfeng, Luo Kadi, and Ma Liang also injected a stream of innate qi into the wooden talismans hanging on their waists, concealing the aura of their inner energy. The 4 aura-concealing talismans were personally made by Lu Chengfeng. They were also the last practical talisman that Lu Chengfeng knew besides the Earth Spirit Armor Array and the Grand White Gold Saber Array. With the help of the chief steward of the Tao clan of the Lu Kingdom, the procession entered Ji City smoothly. The soldiers of the city gate did not even check if there were any contraband items in the convoy, and just let them into the city. Ji City was the heartland of Great Yan dynasty, and several 100,000 soldiers were stationed here all year round. There were countless personal guard from various prestigious clans living in the city, and no one knew how many experts were hiding in the city. Wuxia and his company were merely 4,000 guards. For the enormous Ji City, they were like a drop of water thrown into a great lake, unable to stir up any ripples. The enemy did not take them seriously at all. They marched along the main road that was 300 feet wide, passing through 13 layers of city walls. After that, Wuxia and his company could no longer move forward. As they walked further into the city, the people who lived in the heart of the city were all the nobles of Great Yan dynasty, who came from the vassal kingdoms under Great Yan dynasty. A direct descendant of an ordinary wealthy merchant had no right to enter the heart of the city. After a period of bustle, the Lu clan of Liang had bought a large mansion in the city, which could accommodate over 5,000 people. Welcomed by the chief steward of Liang Lu clan in Ji City, the procession was stationed in the mansion. After that, Wuxia immediately ordered Zhang Hu Wei, and a few other men to arrange the guards on duty. After hastily taking a bath and changing her clothes, Tai Yu immediately sent the chief steward of Lu clan in Ji City, Lu Qiluo, to lead the way. Together with 3 carts of gold and jade jewelry, they rushed to pay a visit to the current patriarch of Great Yan dynasty, the Duke of Yinxing, Yu Xian. The Duke of Yinxing, Yu Xian, was the 392nd grandson of Emperor Yandan. He was good at scheming, loved money and women, and valued profit over righteousness. He held the great power of Great Yan dynasty's imperial family court, and was responsible for supervising the birth, aging, sickness, and death of all the princes and grandsons of Great Yan dynasty, the punishment and rewards, and the change of titles of nobility. If she wanted Lu Chengfeng to smoothly inherit Yan Buji's title of nobility, fief, and all the official positions, she would have to bribe Yuxian. Wuxia and his company entered the city early in the morning. It took them a long time to get to the city, and when everyone finally settled down, it was already past noon. When Tai Yu took a bath and changed her clothes, checked the 3 carts of gold and jade jewelry, and paid a visit to Yuxian, it was already close to evening. It was an urgent matter, and the longer she delayed, the more variables would appear. Therefore, even though Tai Yu knew it was not proper to pay a visit to a duke of Great Yan dynasty in such an abrupt manner, she couldn't care less about it. There was no news from Tai Yu ever since she left. From evening till the moon hung high up in the sky, Taiyu didn't come back, and neither did she send any guards to inform Wuxia. Gradually, not only Lu Qingfeng, even Wuxia began to feel a little anxious. Lu Qingfeng was sitting in the main hall with both hands hidden under the table. His fingers were trembling violently. On the other side, Wuxia had his hands clasped behind his back, walking slowly in the courtyard like a fish swimming in the water. His footsteps were light, but he didn't stir up any dust or make any noise. Sometimes he would raise his head and look at the sky, and sometimes he would turn his head and look at Lu Qingfeng. His brows were tightly knitted together. After waiting for another hour, Wuxia also felt something was wrong. He stomped his feet heavily and said with a deep voice, "Apart from Lu Qia, who else knows where the imperial family court is? Get someone here, bring me there, and show me the way." Lu Qingfeng jumped to his feet, shook his head, and said, "You can't do that, you can't do that. This place can't be compared with Little Meng City. There are countless formidable warriors in Ji City, and there are more than 100,000 soldiers patrolling at night. Rumor has it that there are real cultivators patrolling at night in the inner city. You can't go out there." Wu Qi stomped his feet again. Then with a deep voice, he cried out, "So, where did they go? No matter what the result is, they should at least give me a reply, right?" While both men were having a discussion, Zhang Hu suddenly came into the courtyard in a hurry. He bowed at Lu Qingfeng and said hastily, "Young master, brother Wu Qi, a few servants from the imperial family court have brought Madame Seal here. They want to invite young master to the imperial family court in secret for a discussion." Lu Qingfeng was overjoyed. He quickly pulled Wu Qi and walked out of the courtyard. Wu Qi hastily turned his head and greeted them. Luo Kadi and Ma Liang exchanged a glance, then quickly followed behind them. Outside the main hall of the first courtyard of the mansion, a few men clad in black cloaks with their faces covered were standing quietly under the eaves. Upon hearing the footsteps of Wu Qi and his men, the few men quickly turned around and handed over a thumb-sized, dark-red jade seal to Wu Qi. "Are you young Master Qingfeng? Following the order from my master, we're here to invite young master to the mansion for a secret discussion." Together with the seal, there was also a token made from gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin. The palm-sized token was fully engraved with patterns of wind and clouds. Amidst the wind and clouds, a green bird was seen flying high up in the sky. On the back of the token, a small character G was engraved in the middle of a bright sun. Lu Qingfeng took over the seal and gave it a quick examination. It was indeed the personal seal of Tai Yuewu. Meanwhile, Wu Qi took over the token. Although it did not look big, it was very heavy. He gave it a thorough examination, and sure enough, the words Great Yin Dynasty's Imperial Grandmaster, Yu Xian, were engraved on the edge of the token. Weighing the token in his hand, Wu Qi asked, "Why didn't one of the personal guards of the madam come with you?" The man answered with an indifferent tone, "Do you think anyone can walk freely in Ji City during the night? One more person, one more trouble." He sneered, then continued with an arrogant tone, "Even for you, when we enter the inner city later, you will have to hide in the coach. Don't make any noise and don't move. If you cause any trouble, don't blame us for not doing anything. Young Master Qingfeng, don't forget your current identity. You're still the eldest young master of Liang Lu clan." Lu Qingfeng snorted lightly. Then he turned to look at Wu Qi. Wu Qi narrowed his eyes and said with a low voice, "Our young master will need to bring a few personal guards with him." The man in black gave Wu Qi and the others a glance, then said with an indifferent tone, "Apart from young Master Qingfeng, it would be best if there are no more than 4 personal guards. The coach we brought here is too small, and we can't fit too many people." Wu Qi pointed at himself, Luo Kadi, and Ma Liang, then said with an indifferent tone, "Just the 3 of us will serve our young master." The few men in black nodded their heads at Chi-Chi. Without saying anything more, they pulled the cloaks that covered their faces, spun, and walked out of the mansion. In the shadow outside the mansion, a small double-wheeled coach, painted with black paint, was waiting for them. Wu Qi and company boarded the coach. A few men in black surrounded the coach, and the wheels rattled as they drove toward the inner city. Along the way, there were patrols of soldiers passing by, but when they saw a light green lantern hanging on the shaft of the coach, they pretended they didn't see the coach and let them pass. The few men in black did have a great authority, as all the city gates of G City had been locked at this moment. Without alerting anyone, they opened two small side doors on the city wall and went straight into the inner city. The streets in the inner city of G City were still the same as they were 2,000 years ago. The widest street was no more than 30 feet. Both sides of the street were occupied by the princes and nobles of Great Yin Dynasty. The walls were over 100 feet tall, which made the street look even narrower. The few men in black drove the coach to take a detour, and finally turned into a remote alley. The coach stopped abruptly. Wuxia, who had been observing the surroundings through a slit in the window, was startled. It was completely dark here, and there wasn't even a door. How could this be the imperial family court? Hastily, he asked in a low voice, "My friends, where is this place?" The few men in black laughed at Chi-Chi, then suddenly spun and leaped into the darkness. Wuxia was startled. He let out a loud cry and kicked the door of the coach. A muffled sound rang out, and the door shattered into countless debris. Wuxia sprung out from the coach. Amidst the darkness, several dozens of strong gusts approached soundlessly. In just a blink of an eye, they had arrived next to Wuxia and enveloped his entire body. More strong gusts came assaulting the coach. The harsh cold air made Lu Qingfeng and the other two men in the coach break out in cold sweat. Chapter 64. The Inner City of G City. On the east side of the Imperial Palace of Great Yin Dynasty, there was a courtyard that occupied an area of over 1,500 acres. The garden behind the courtyard had a small hill and flowing water, a dense forest, and a garden with palaces and pavilions. It looked luxurious and luxurious. However, the three-layered courtyard in front of the courtyard was simple and unadorned. All the houses were constructed with huge trees and rocks, and there were no decorations on the exterior of the houses. Patches of moss could be seen everywhere in this three-layered courtyard, which made the houses look very old and ancient and gave them a gloomy and ancient feeling. Tai Yuwu was sitting in a hall in the front courtyard, tasting a bowl of tea that looked no different from boiled water. The quality of the tea was very poor. It was coarse, dry, and came with a strong bitter taste. If not for Lu Qiao leading the way, Tai Yuwu would never believe that this was the mansion of Great Yin Dynasty's Imperial Grandmaster, Duke Yinxing, Yu Xian. She would have thought that this was the residence of some peddler. The hall was about 100 feet wide, and it was spacious and tall. However, there were not many furnishings in the hall. Apart from a piece of worn-out red carpet on the floor, bronze candlesticks placed at the four corners of the hall, and a few broken tables with their paint peeling off, there was nothing else in the hall. The floor of the hall was uneven. When Tai Yu entered the hall, she saw two mushrooms growing on top of the rotten threshold. Although there were four large bronze candlesticks in the hall, each of them was lit with only 3 white candlesticks the size of a little finger. The hall was so spacious, yet there were only so many candles, and the light was really dim. Tai Yuwu stretched out her hand, but she could barely see her own fingers. Coupled with the patches of moss in the courtyard, the broken furnishings, and the 2 mushrooms growing on the threshold, how could this still be the mansion of a duke of Great Yin Dynasty? Obviously, it was a haunted mansion that had not been inhabited by anyone for several hundred years, and had been haunted by ghosts for over 100 years. A few serving ladies were standing in the hall, looking weak and feeble, skinny like a reed, with potholes all over their bodies, and staring blankly like zombies. It made the hall look no different from a haunted mansion. The clothes worn by these few serving ladies were made from coarse linen. Not only were they not washed properly, there were many patches on their sleeves. While frowning, Taiyu gave these few serving girls a few more glances, twitched her mouth, picked up the teacup, and poured a few mouthfuls of bitter tea in her mouth. How did Yuxian Mansion manage to find these few maidservants? This world's world spirit Qi was extremely abundant, and there were a lot of beautiful girls in this world. On the contrary, it was very difficult to find a few ugly girls. Yu Xian's butler must have put in a lot of effort to find these maids who looked like moldy potatoes. Tai Yu sighed inwardly and shook her head lightly. As soon as she entered the city, she immediately took a bath and changed her clothes before rushing to Yu Xian Mansion. This kind of behavior was not in accordance with etiquette, but in a hurry, she couldn't care less. She successfully entered Yu Xian's mansion and was brought to this hall by the butler to wait for Yu Xian's audience. However, from dusk until the moon hung high in the sky, Yu Xian did not show up. Not even a single person of status came out to give her an explanation. In her sleeve, Tai Yu clenched her fists tightly. In the Lu Kingdom, who dared to neglect her like this? However, this was the Great Yin Dynasty, the suzerain of over 100 vassal kingdoms under the heaven. Furthermore, Yu Xian was the man who held the power in the imperial family court of Great Yin Dynasty, and he had the important power to supervise all the kingdoms under the heaven. Putting aside the fact that Tai Yu was left hanging here, even if he did something more outrageous, she could only endure it obediently. Tai Yu breathed out a silent sigh, picked up the teacup, and gulped down all the tea in it. A serving lady with an ugly appearance, with a thumb-sized black sarcoma growing on her chin, came up to Tai Yu with a silly smile on her face. She grabbed the teapot and poured Tai Yu a cup of tea that had turned white. The action of this serving lady was crude and reckless, causing the tea to splash out from the teapot and stain Tai Yu's skirt. Tai Yu resisted the urge to slap this serving lady to death, gave her a charming smile, nodded her head lightly at the serving lady, and said, "Thank you for your hard work, young lady." The serving lady giggled a few times at Tai Yu, then picked up the teapot and walked back to her original spot. She stood there with a blank expression like a wooden statue. Tai Yu lowered her head and rolled her eyes without anyone noticing. Looking at the water stain that was slowly spreading on her exquisite and expensive palace dress, all the muscles in her body tightened. Her fingers were clenched tightly into fists under her sleeves, and with great effort, she managed to restrain the evil intention in her heart. The front courtyard of the imperial family court was old and dilapidated, looking like a haunted house, but the back courtyard was a luxurious garden. Behind an abode constructed with golden cassia wood, there was a large pool that was excavated in the open air. The bottom of the pool was carved out using mutton fat jade, and the surface of the pool was densely inlaid with several thousands of gemstones of various colors. A tall and skinny old man was seen sprinting on top of a fair and delicate body with all his strength. The sweet moaning of the old man drifted far away with the wind, making one's heart itch. An old man with a fair face and no facial hair, tender skin, and a face that looked like a peeled egg was standing at the edge of the pool with a big smile on his face, staring at the skinny old man without blinking. After a full half an hour, the skinny old man finally let out a long sigh of satisfaction. His body trembled a few times, then he slowly straightened his back from the soft and delicate body. The old man rubbed the fair and delicate body with all his strength. Although skinny, he had a beautiful face that looked like an immortal. He asked with an indifferent tone, "Is that girl from Lu family still here?" The old man smiled and said, "Yes, she is. I've asked someone to inspect the 3 coaches she brought here just now. There are no common things like gold or silver in them, but only pearls, hawksbill turtles, energy stones, beast cores, and some other good stuff. Although the number is not much, I think its value should be at least 3 million gold coins." The skinny old man, the imperial grandmaster of Great Yin Dynasty, Duke Yin Xingong, Yu Xian, had his eyes lit up and said, "Oh, 3 million gold coins? This is just a small clan in the Lu Kingdom, but they do have some wealth." Yu Xian let out a long sigh and patted the body of the girl he was sitting on. He stood up, frowned, and said, I've miscalculated. I thought that a small clan in the Lu Kingdom, who only brought 3 coaches worth of stuff, could not be worth much. That's why I left her there. I didn't expect that there were actually 3 million gold coins. This is a heavy gift. She brought such a heavy gift to me, yet she neglected it. If this news gets out, my reputation will be ruined. The old man laughed dryly and explained in a low voice, I can't blame you, my lord. It's my fault for not doing my job well. The things in those 3 coaches are not ready-made gold or silver. As for how much those treasures are worth, I can't tell for sure, can I? That's why I asked 2 old shopkeepers who are knowledgeable in treasures to help me appraise them. It took me a long time to finish appraising the value of all the treasures in those 3 coaches. Xianxia sighed, shook his head, and said, "No, it's still not right. I've miscalculated today. I've miscalculated. If this news gets out, my reputation will be ruined. Hurry up and help me change my clothes. I need to get this done as soon as possible." More than a dozen naked and charming young girls quickly walked out and helped Xianxia quickly change his clothes. Blinking his eyes for a few times, Xianxia pulled the few strands of beard on his chin, frowned and pondered for a while, then strode to a big tree next to the abode. He picked up a pebble the size of a toddler's head from under the tree, then fiercely smashed it on his own face. A miserable howl rang out, as Xianxia had smashed his nose, causing 2 streams of blood to spray out. Xianxia sighed lightly, then signaled the serving ladies to quickly stop the nosebleed. After that, he carefully applied some makeup on his face. Looking at the puddle of blood on the ground, Xianxia breathed out a long sigh and said, "Is it easy to earn some money in these days? I'm a duke, the imperial grandmaster of Great Yin Dynasty. For the sake of 3 million gold coins, for the sake of my reputation, I have no choice but to do this." Shaking his head, Xianxia asked the old man in red robes, "How much did you sell the information about Lu Qingfeng for?" The old man hurriedly took a few steps forward, smiled, and said, "The information about Lu Qingfeng was sold for 10,000 gold coins, and the imperial family court token you made privately was sold for 50,000 gold coins. Don't worry, I've done everything well. The 60,000 gold coins have already been deposited into the inner treasury." Xianxia nodded his head satisfyingly, pulled his burlap clothes, breathed out a long sigh, and said, "That's good, that's good. Isn't it just to earn some money? Do you think it's easy for me?" Just when Tai Yuwu was about to lose her patience from waiting and was thinking about how she could take revenge on Xianxia, she heard a light cough coming from behind the screen in the hall. Xianxia, who had a bloody nose and a swollen face, and there were even streaks of blood under his nose, walked out in a sorry state with the help of 2 ugly maidservants. Before Tai Yuwu could stand up and greet him, Xianxia hastily came up to her, cupped his fist, and apologized. I'm ashamed. Today, when I entered the palace to discuss some business, I accidentally fell from my mount and hurt my face. I've just woken up. Thank you for waiting for me for so long. I'm really ashamed." Looking at Xianxia's sunken nose, Tai Yuwu was shocked. She quickly rose to her feet with a smile on her face and said, "You're being too polite, old master. Rongyang has been waiting for a long time, and the reason why Rongyang paid me a visit is because of my son, Chengfeng. In those years, Rongyang and Lord Zhuo Guizhong." When she said this, Tai Yuwu's face blushed, as if she wanted to say something, but stopped. Before Tai Yuwu could finish her words, Xianxia said impatiently, I understand. Tomorrow, I'll do it for you. Chengfeng is the blood descendant of Great Yin Dynasty, and he is my grandnephew. We are not strangers." After a few laughs, Xianxia let out a long laugh and said, "Buji doesn't have any legitimate son, but he has left many descendants outside. We all know about that. Whichever son of Buji arrives in G City first will inherit his title of nobility and fief. This is also the decision made by the imperial family court." The sanctimonious Xianxia's lustful eyes quickly ran over Tai Yuwu's voluptuous breasts. In a righteous manner, he said, "As long as it is verified that young Master Chengfeng is the blood descendant of Buji, he will be the Zhuo Guizhong of Great Yin Dynasty. All these are my responsibilities, and yet you still brought me 3 carts of gifts. You are treating me like an outsider." Before Tai Yuwu could say anything, Xianxia laughed out loud and said, "Don't do this again. I've always been an honest and upright man, and I won't take any of these ill-gotten gains. However, since Chengfeng is my grandnephew, I'll make an exception and accept these 3 carts of local products." Little Wu please keep the gifts brought by Madam into the storeroom. No matter what, they are Madam's sincerity." The old man answered hastily, then ordered his servants to drive the 3 carts into the inner courtyard. Yu Xian stared at Tai Yuewu with a smile on his face, who had a strange expression on her face. With a complacent expression, he said, "If not because of Chingfeng, I would never accept the gifts brought by Madam. Madam, please take a look at this shabby courtyard of mine, and my clothes are so simple and crude. Normally, this duke doesn't take even a single cent of ill-gotten gains." A strong wind blew across, causing the lamps in the hall to sway and extinguish. Yu Xian's coarse linen robe was blown up by the strong wind, revealing the luxurious underwear he was wearing, which was made from 1,000-year-old ice silk, and a few buttons made from top-grade gemstones on his underwear. The quiet night of Ji City was suddenly broken by a loud noise. Chapter 65. Concentrating his innate water energy into his eyes, Wuxia could clearly see what was coming at him from the darkness. It was a few dozens of triangular wind-breaking awls, each as thick as a finger and over a foot long. They were jet black and had an anti-reflective surface. These oddly shaped, wind-breaking awls were exquisitely designed, and the craftsmanship was extremely high. They were shot out with a powerful mechanism at an extremely fast speed and did not make any sound while flying. If not for the fact that he had already entered the Xiantian realm and gained a preliminary divine sense, Wuxia would not have been able to sense these things approaching him. He let out a breath and released his innate water energy from his body. A layer of flexible and dense gang energy covered his entire body. After that, Wuxia thrust out 2 palms and greeted the few wind-breaking awls that were less than 10 feet away from him. Activating the Hand of Web, an invisible whirlpool of air swept out, and a strange whistling sound of wind immediately rang out in the air. The sound of ripping cloth was heard. The 2 whirlpools that Wuxia thrust out were easily pierced through by the wind-breaking awls, and the 10 feet protective gang energy that he had released outside his body was also easily broken by the wind-breaking awls. Not only that, the wind-breaking awls went against Wuxia's gang energy, increasing its speed by 30% and shooting down like a bolt of lightning. These things could break gang energy. A blue light swirled in Wuxia's eyes, and he suddenly saw the tiny talisman engraved on the surface of the wind-breaking awls. They were called wind-breaking talismans. These talismans were originally used on magical treasures like flying swords, specifically used to break the natural gang energy at high altitudes and increase the flying speed of flying swords. Surprisingly, they also had a miraculous effect when used on a warrior's gang energy. He also saw a faintly discernible black light at the tip of these wind-breaking awls. The sharpest tip of these wind-breaking awls was actually forged with a rare material called netherwind iron. This kind of millennium dark iron was a unique metal that could only be produced after absorbing the nether energy from underground for 100 years. It was also specialized in breaking gang energy of warriors. Wuxia let out a strange cry. He did not dare to fight head-on. Holding his head with both hands, his body shrunk abruptly, turning into a meatball less than 2 feet in size. Then, he rolled and rolled on the ground, leaving a gust of wind behind him. Followed by a series of sizzling noises, tens of wind-breaking awls stuck close to Wuxia's body and pierced into the ground, leaving tens of bottomless holes on the ground. After a series of messy flips, Wuxia rushed to the side of the carriage where Lu Changfeng and the other 2 were. He kicked the carriage towards the entrance of the alleyway. An enormous amount of Xianxia burst out, pushing the heavy carriage back for over 100 feet. Nearly 100 wind-breaking awls rained down in a messy manner, creating a large area of densely packed, small holes on the ground. A loud boom rang out, and the carriage exploded. Lu Qingfeng, Luo Kadi, and Ma Liang dashed out from the shattered carriage. As experienced as Luo Kadi and Ma Liang were, when they dashed out from the carriage, they immediately stuck close to the walls on both sides. On the other hand, Lu Chengfeng leaped into the air in an awe-inspiring manner. With a trembling voice, he cried out, Who is the thief that dares to stab me in the back? Aren't you afraid of the law of great Yin dynasty? Looking at Lu Chengfeng, who was so awe-inspiring, Wu Qi was so frightened that cold sweat broke out from his body. He let out a strange cry, and his body that had shrunk into a meatball suddenly sprung up. Compared to Lu Chengfeng, his speed was 2 times faster. He grabbed onto Lu Chengfeng's ankle and forcefully threw him down to the ground. Lu Chengfeng cried out in fear as he was thrown down to the ground by Wu Qi. Helplessly, Wu Qi was sent flying up another 10 feet into the air along with the rebounding force. Suddenly, a light shout was heard coming from the top of the pitch-black wall. Attack! A muffled boom rang out, as if a small steel cannon was firing right next to Wu Qi's ears. 3 heavy crossbows, each as thick as a toddler's arm and measuring 13 feet long, were thrusting towards Wu Qi's chest with an ear-splitting whistle. These heavy crossbows were entirely forged with tungsten steel, and they were extremely heavy. It was unknown what kind of insane crossbow mechanism was used to shoot them out. Furthermore, the speed of these crossbows was 2 times faster than the wind-breaking awls. Get out of the way! Lu Chengfeng let out a wild cry. Right when he stood up from the ground, he immediately saw 3 heavy crossbow bolts shooting towards Wu Qi. He couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. As Wu Qi was hovering in midair, he couldn't exert any force, and there was no room for him to dodge. Abruptly, a cold blue gleam flashed across his eyes as both of his hands quickly drew circles in front of his face. Innate water energy surged out from his body, transforming into dozens of rapidly spinning invisible whirlpools in front of him. The air was spinning at an incredible speed, producing an ear-splitting whistling noise. The friction between the air and the air brought up a faint white air explosion. In the blink of an eye, the 3 crossbow bolts had arrived less than 3 feet in front of Wu Qi. A loud boom rang out, as the 3 heavy crossbow bolts made from tungsten steel suddenly twisted into a twisted dough twist, then were rolled and spun by the invisible whirlpools in the air. The twisted crossbow bolts brushed past Wu Qi's body and flew for nearly half a mile away. Wu Qi felt a tremendous force coming right at his face, as if both of his hands had been brutally smashed by a heavy hammer. His innate water energy trembled violently, causing the innate energy inside his body to be thrown into disorder. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Wu Qi's mouth, and with the momentum of the heavy crossbow bolts, he was sent flying backward for over 200 feet. Letting out a raging roar, Wu Qi's bravery burst out, and he suddenly let out a loud laugh. While laughing hysterically, he took out 2 9-cloud piercing crossbows from the storage bag tied around his waist. Along with a series of cracking noises, 18 pure steel crossbow bolts were shot towards the direction where the heavy crossbow bolts came from. The crossbow bolts disappeared into the darkness, and suddenly, a shrill howl came from over 1,000 feet away. The sound of the crossbow bolts piercing through human flesh and bones was ear-piercing, followed by a muffled thud. Someone must have fallen from the top of the wall and fallen to the ground. Casually, he shoved 2 cloud-piercing crossbows into his storage bag, and with a wave of his hand, another 2 crossbows appeared out of nowhere. Another 18 pure steel crossbow bolts were shot out, followed by another 18 bolts and another 18 bolts. Borrowing the force of the heavy crossbow bolts, Wu Qi was sent flying backward for over 100 feet. He had actually fired 12 waves of 24 9-cloud-piercing crossbows in a row. Over 200 crossbow bolts were shot out one after another, and from time to time, miserable cries and curses mixed with anger could be heard coming from the darkness. Lu Chengfeng let out a loud laugh and shouted, "Well done! Ha 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 ha!" These 9 cloud-piercing crossbows were seized from the Crocata's cavalry during the battle in Little Meng City. As Wu Qi saw the incredible power of these crossbows, he kept 100 of them in his storage bag with the principle of better safe than sorry. Just in time, they would come in handy tonight. The man who shot 3 bolts at Wu Qi in the darkness did not expect Wu Qi to have a storage bag, and he never expected someone would be so bored as to store so many 9 cloud-piercing crossbows in his storage bag. They were caught unprepared by Wuxia, and more than half of them were killed or wounded on the spot. A gloomy sneer was heard coming from afar. Hee, you do have some abilities, but you still have to die. Wuxia's innate energy dissipated, and he staggered and fell to the ground. Lu Qingfeng and the other two men quickly came over and met up with Wuxia. Wuxia stretched out his hand and grabbed a few 9 cloud-piercing crossbows from his storage bag, handing them over to them. In the dark, it was much more convenient to use crossbows. Once there was any movement, they just needed to shoot with the crossbow bolts. With Lu Qingfeng in the middle, Wuxia taking the lead, and Luo Kadi and Ma Liang standing on the left and right, the 4 of them were running toward the exit of the alley at their fastest speed. All 4 of them had the cultivation base of Xianxia realm. As they unleashed their innate energy, they could cover a distance of 100 feet with every leap, and they were about to rush out of the alley. However, when the sneer came out, all 4 of them felt the ground beneath their feet suddenly tremble. Not only were the walls of G City tall and sturdy, the walls on both sides of the streets in the city also had some tricks up their sleeves. For example, in the alley where Wu Qi and his companions were standing, the towering walls on both sides were built with huge rocks, and underneath the foundation of the walls were some kind of mechanism. Once the mechanism was activated, the walls would immediately tilt and collapse toward the middle of the street. If the enemies were to invade the city, no matter how many enemies there were, as long as they were walking on the street, once the mechanism was activated, the huge rocks would collapse, and even an Iron Man would be flattened by the huge rocks. It was unknown what background the culprit behind the attack on Wu Qi and his companions had, but he had actually activated the trump card of Great Yin Dynasty, which was supposed to be the last line of defense for the city. All 4 of them felt the ground beneath their feet turn soft, and their speed of flying forward slowed down abruptly. Suddenly, the towering walls on both sides of the 3-mile-long alley tilted inwardly, and the huge rocks several feet in circumference collapsed with a loud rumble. The rocks collided with each other and produced a large amount of sparks. The loud noise broke the tranquility of G City. The noise was exactly what Yu Xian and Tai Yu heard from the imperial family court. The width of the alley was less than 10 feet, and the walls on both sides were about 70 to 80 feet tall. When the walls tilted inwardly, the top of their heads was immediately sealed off. When the walls disintegrated, huge rocks several feet in circumference came crashing down in a messy manner. The alley had become a dead zone, and there was no place for them to dodge. Luo Kadi and Ma Liang stared at the huge rocks that came crashing down from above. They threw away the bows in their hands, and at the same time, thrust both their fists into the sky with all their strength. Wu Qi let out a long and sonorous cry as well. Together, both of them thrust their palms into the sky with all their strength. The several dozens of huge rocks that came crashing down from above suddenly trembled, and the speed of their falling slowed down. With this brief moment of delay, Lu Qingfeng had already taken out 3 array pillars of the Earth Spirit Armor formation. He did not have the time to form an incantation gesture and recite an incantation. Instead, he bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood onto the array pillars, using the fastest and most damaging method to activate the formation. The situation was critical. When Lu Qingfeng bit his tongue, he did not control his strength. His 2 rows of teeth clenched together, and when he sprayed out blood, he even spat out a bean-sized piece of flesh from his tongue. Ouch! Ouch! Blood gushed out like a fountain from Lu Qingfeng's tongue, and he was in so much pain that tears gushed out from his eyes. The 3 array pillars shook, and the ground around them shook. A large amount of dirt-yellow airflow came rushing over, quickly forming a dirt-yellow energy shield around the 4 of them. Very quickly, Lu Qingfeng threw out the array pillars, which sank deep into the ground and surrounded the 4 of them in a triangular formation. As the huge rocks fell down, the dirt-yellow energy shield trembled, and the rocks that came into contact with the shield suddenly broke into pieces, gradually turning into thumb-sized pebbles. Blood gushed out from Lu Qingfeng's mouth, flowing down his chin and dripping onto the clothes on his chest. He pointed his finger at the sky and cursed loudly. "Little brats, what kind of hatred do I, Lu Chengfeng, have against you? Why do you have to stab me in the back like this?" About 100 feet away, the voice that let out a cold laugh just now suddenly rang out. "What? You're not dead yet?" The voice was filled with astonishment and doubt, and Wuxia quickly located the man's position through his voice. Exerting all his strength, Wuxia pushed away the two huge rocks above his head. Then with a 9-cloud piercing crossbow in his left hand, he sprung up into the air. 9 bolts were shot towards the direction of the man. Wuxia put away the crossbow and cried out with a stern voice, "Luo Kadi, follow me and kill them." Clutching the 2 poisonous thorns he got from Meng Mountains tightly in his hands, Wuxia leaped forward and covered a distance of over 100 feet, rushing towards the direction of the man. Luo Kadi, who was infuriated by the ambush, pulled out his longsword, cursed, and charged towards the man. Chapter 66. 300 feet away, standing on top of a wall, was a handsome young man wearing a silver robe and a white cloak. Beside him stood a dozen or so men in black, all of them looking at him as if they had seen a ghost. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the collapse of the huge stone wall would not crush Wuxia and his companions. Wuxia's movements were so fast that when he pushed away the huge stone wall and came out from under it, these people were all stunned for a moment. During this time, 9 crossbow bolts whistled through the air. The silver-robed young man let out a strange cry. His body tilted, and he tumbled down from the top of the wall. Even though he had escaped quickly, one of the bolts still pierced through his shoulder, creating a hole in his body. The silver-robed young man howled in pain. When he fell to the ground, he lost his balance, and his right leg slanted to the ground. A crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. His ankle was also broken. 5 of the other dozen or so men in black were injured by the crossbow bolts. The 9-cloud piercing crossbow was extremely powerful. Within a short distance of 300 feet, those who were hit would be pierced through, leaving behind a hole the size of a child's fist. Blood spurted out. Although those who were hit were not in vital areas, they were still in so much pain that they felt powerless. The silver-robed young man's screams were still echoing in the night sky. In just 2 leaps, Wuxia had arrived in front of him, and without hesitation, the prickle in his right hand pierced towards his throat. Wuxia's eyes were as cold as ice, revealing a killing intent that made people despair. He shouted in a low voice, "If I don't die, you will die." The silver-robed young man raised his head in horror. He was about to scream, but just happened to see Wuxia's cold, emotionless eyes that did not seem human. His breath stagnated, and the scream that had reached his throat stopped abruptly. Instinctively, he pushed his hand against the ground, rolling and crawling backwards. But behind him was a wall, and after running for 2 steps, he bumped into the wall. The pitch-black prickle carried a faint fishy smell and was about to pierce into the silver-robed young man's body at lightning speed. From the corner of the street, a gentle voice of a woman suddenly rang out. "Stop!" Wuxia didn't care about the woman's screams. He stared at the silver-robed youth, and the prickle pierced deeply into his throat. The silver-robed young man stared at Wuxia in disbelief. His body twitched, and in the blink of an eye, dark blood spurted out from his 7 apertures and pores. His body quickly shrunk into a piece of black, meat the size of a child. The man in black on top of the wall let out a heart-wrenching cry of despair. "Young master!" A few black-clothed men leaped down from the top of the wall. The weapons in their hands carried a foot-long aura of energy as they hacked down viciously at Wuxia's head. With a disdainful snort, Wuxia lightly tapped the ground with his toes and quickly rushed toward the direction of the woman's voice. Like a mad tiger, Luo Kadi roared and charged towards Ji Hao. He swung his sword, and a 6-feet-long, pale-red sword beam flashed across the air. A few black-clothed men were still in midair when the sword beam slashed across their waists. Blood spurted out, and a dozen or so bloody bodies fell heavily to the ground. These black-clothed men were not dead yet, and the upper half of their bodies twitched on the ground, constantly letting out extremely mournful cries. Luo Kadi swung his sword, venting all the anger and resentment of being captured and forced by Wuxia to join Lu Qingfeng's side. He raised his bloody sword and said with a smile, "Useless chickens and stray dogs, unable to withstand even a single blow. How dare you, a bunch of lowly dogs, have any intention of touching our young master?" The night wind whistled in his ears. Wuxia stared at the corner of the street a few hundred feet away. A luxurious carriage with gold as the shaft, pure silver as the wheels, and dark green gauze was stopped at the corner of the street. A dozen strong men wearing green cloaks were standing guard around the carriage. They stared coldly at Wuxia, who was rushing towards them. The woman's voice just now came from this carriage. No matter who the woman in the carriage was, she must be in cahoots with that silver-robed youth. Ambushing in the middle of the night, knowing the silver-robed youth who was obviously the mastermind, and watching from the corner of the street, it was obvious that this woman was not Wuqi's friend. Right after he arrived at G City, he was lured out by someone and forced to engage in a fierce battle. They even had to use the city's defensive mechanisms and heavy ballistae. This made Wuqi's heart burn with anger. No matter who the enemy was, he just had to kill them. As long as Lu Qingfeng inherited Yin Buji's title and official position, who in Great Yin Dynasty would be someone he couldn't afford to offend. The blue gleam in Wuqi's eyes condensed, and a deep yet unceasing voice came out from his mouth like the roar of a great tide in the middle of the night. He lowered his body, hid 2 prickles behind his back, and strode towards the carriage. 4 green cloaks were thrown into the sky. 4 green-clothed men pulled out their swords and strode towards Wuxia. One of them roared, "How dare you? Step back, or else we'll kill you." Before his words could fade away, Wuxia exerted his strength with his feet, crushing a few of the stones on the street. Borrowing the force, he sprinted forward, and in just a blink of an eye, he had arrived next to the 4 men. He thrust both of his palms forward, and the prickles pierced through the air and arrived in front of the 4 young men. The swords were as white as snow, and the wind created by the swords was fierce and loud. 4 sword beams transformed into 4 bright ribbons and thrust forward, accurately hitting the prickles. Wuxia let out a strange laugh and infused his innate water energy into the prickles. When the swords touched the prickles, they were pushed aside by the whirlpool of airflow. The prickles gently thrust out and pierced into the bodies of the 4 young men. Although the prickles had only pierced 3 inches into their bodies, the 4 young men began to convulse violently. Their bodies quickly twisted and shrunk, and in just a blink of an eye, they had turned into pitch-black meatballs. Dirty blood flowed and stained the ground. "How dare you?" The young men near the carriage were shocked and angered at the same time. 6 green cloaks were thrown out, and 6 young men pulled out their single-edged broadswords, rushing towards Wuxia with small steps. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the 6 broadswords brought up streams of light, like shooting stars shooting down from the sky, hacking towards Wuqi's body. Wuxia, who was rushing forward, stopped abruptly. He laughed out loud and tucked the prickles under his armpits, and suddenly 2 9-cloud piercing crossbows appeared in his hands. Along with a series of cracking sounds, 18 pure steel bolts shot out. The young men in green who were rushing towards Wuxia were less than 30 feet away from Wuxia. They couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the bolts. At such a close distance, the tremendous kinetic energy attached to the bolts sent their bodies flying for 30 to 40 feet away. Tins of blood spurted out from their mouths and left a 100-feet-long trail of blood on the ground. Beside the carriage, besides the man in black who was driving the carriage, there were only 6 young men in green. Wuxia sneered and continued dashing towards the carriage. He fixed his eyes on the window of the carriage. Behind the green gauze, someone was looking at Wuxia through the thin bamboo curtain, his eyes filled with surprise and anger. Instinctively, Wuxia hated this man's gaze. Most of his divine sense was focused on this man, and the 2 prickles were faintly vibrating along with his arms. Once he got close to the carriage, The tips of the prickles would meet the man's heart. "How dare you?" The woman's soft voice rang out again. The young man in green, who was standing beside the carriage, was about to rush out, but the woman sneered and said, "Stop, you are no match for him." A dark shadow silently darted out of the carriage and floated about a foot above the ground, pouncing towards Wuxia like a ghost. As soon as the dark shadow appeared, small whirlwinds rose from the surrounding streets. Tens of bowl-thick whirlwinds, and a few feet tall, spun along with the dark shadow. A layer of hazy black mist gushed out from the ground and gradually gathered towards the dark shadow. With a flick of his finger, two prickles darted out along with an ear-piercing whistling sound and hit the dark shadow. The prickles pierced through the dark shadow's body and flew far away. The dark shadow didn't show any reaction and was still floating about a foot above the ground, pouncing towards Wuxia at a moderate speed. Wuxia was taken aback. He fixed his eyes on the dark shadow and saw a beautiful lady with a slightly green face amidst the dark mist. She was baring her teeth and grinning at him. It was a very frightening smile. The woman's eyes were faintly glowing with a blood-red light. When her eyes met Wuxia's, Wuxia felt chills running down his spine. Gusts of cold wind kept spreading out from the woman's body, rolling up whirlwinds and black mist. Accompanied by a deep laughter that seemed to resound directly in his mind, the strange woman dashed in front of Wuxia, grabbing his neck with both hands. Wuxia felt a chill coming from his back. In the middle of the night, under the dim moonlight, a translucent woman was grabbing his neck. He couldn't help but cry out, "Damn it, what are you?" Spreading his hands apart, the innate water energy gathered in his palms, and with all his strength, Wuxia thrust his palms towards the woman's claws. The woman's soft laughter came from the carriage. "Damn it, didn't you see a ghost today?" Soundlessly, his palms collided with the woman's claws. Wuxia felt a gust of cold air rushing up from his palms and couldn't help but shiver. In a blink of an eye, his fingertips turned black and his fingers went numb, losing all feeling. The woman's smile froze. The innate water energy was extremely mysterious. It was cultivated by Wuxia with the help of a thread of innate water energy found in the innate water stone. When the energy rushed into the woman's body, it immediately messed up the flow of energy in her body, and at the same time, a gust of cold air rushed through her body. A chilly wind blew in all directions, and the woman's body suddenly became much dimmer, turning from translucent to almost completely transparent. A shrill scream came from the woman's mouth. She turned around, transformed into a gust of chilly wind, and dashed towards the carriage. From within the carriage came the gentle voice of a woman. "How dare you? You even dared to injure my demonic ghost guards. Are you seeking death?" A beam of red light came from behind and hit the chilly wind. A loud boom rang out, and a ball of red flame exploded, shattering the chilly wind. Vaguely, a hazy head of a woman could be seen jumping into the carriage and disappearing. Wuxia quickly turned around. It was Luo Kadi who shot out an explosive talisman and shattered the chilly wind transformed from the demonic ghost. Reluctantly, Wuxia took a glance at the carriage. His arms were stiff and his body was shivering. He clenched his teeth and shouted in a low voice, "Retreat. Leave this place as soon as possible." Chapter 67. A bed crossbow used by the City Defense Army and several dozen special crossbow machines capable of firing the three-edged wind-piercing, bone-piercing ALS, a secret weapon made by the Maya sect, were found by the soldiers who had just arrived at the base of the wall nearby. Lying next to these weapons were several dozens of dead bodies. Some of them were severely poisoned, and their bodies had shrunk to the size of a toddler. Laughing strangely, Wuxia exerted his innate water energy with all his strength. A large sheet of misty water vapor rose from them, wrapping them up and bringing them back to the direction of the city wall. Wuxia glared at Lu Qingfeng, then said with a cold voice, "I won't leave you behind until I'm at the end of my rope. If that happens, I'll definitely leave this place at the fastest speed and avenge you. Now, we should still have a chance. Let me think. The soldiers brought by the man in black were not any better. The power of the powder concocted by Wuxia was comparable to the enhanced tear gas. Hundreds of soldiers were howling and wailing, sneezing and coughing. They were in a complete mess. Their eyes were burning with a severe pain, and tears were rolling down their faces uncontrollably. Their eyes were all red, and how could they still pursue those involved in the case? Those who live in the inner city were all the nobles and princes of great Yin dynasty. These captains were afraid that someone would intrude into these courtyards and alert the nobles. As they were on duty tonight, this was not something they could afford. Using chili powder, they took down the dogs that were tracking them, and using water vapor to block the eyes of those sky patrolling eagle guards, as well as the fact that all of them had the cultivation base of Xianxia realm, Wu Qi and his company came to the city wall without any trouble. Lu Qingfeng wiped off the rainwater from his face and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid we won't be able to leave this place." Looking at Lu Qingfeng, Wu Qi shook his head helplessly and said, "I'll try my best." Since he was going to use this trick, why did he still try so hard to escape just now? From his nose to his lungs, a ball of raging flame was burning fiercely. The man in black rolled and struggled for a while, then fainted from the impact. Mixed with the aura of innate water gang, the water vapor also carried a bit of mystery. High up in the sky, a few sky patrolling eagle guards of scouting office widened their eyes. They kept activating the innate ability of the spirit bird soul essence, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not see through the water vapor that Wu Qi had rolled up. Abruptly, the man in black let out a miserable howl. The thin yellow dog shadow behind him raised its head towards the sky and let out a few soundless howls. After twitching for a few times, it quickly shrank back into the body of the man in black. The man in black robe howled out, covering his nose with his hand and rolling on the ground. A faintly discernible barking sound came from afar. A few black-clothed men, whose bodies were wrapped in a faint yellow light and had a strangely shaped shadow of a dog floating behind them, rushed to the scene of the crime as fast as lightning. They sniffed the air carefully and sniffed the scent left behind in the surroundings. Then, they quickly led the large group of soldiers down the street. Under the eyes of these men, which were emitting a strange gleam, although it was a pitch-black night, although it was a stormy day, they could still clearly see even a grain of sand on the street. In those luxurious mansions, even the sentries and guards hiding under the bushes could not escape from their divine eyes, which could penetrate 10 feet deep into the ground. Lu Qingfeng was frightened by Wu Qi's loud shout, and his body trembled. He rolled his eyes and glared at Wu Qi. Vaguely, he saw a man in black robe coming from behind, sniffing his nose and bringing a large group of soldiers with him. Not far away from him, a couple of men with shadows of wind-breaking wolves behind their backs were seen flying at top speed. Suddenly, a few huge blue shadows shot up into the sky from a corner of G-City. They were a few vague shadows of strange birds with a wingspan of over 50 feet. Within the belly of these strange birds, a few men of scouting office, clad in black soft armors, were shooting out a 1-foot-long blue gleam from their eyes, scanning the area underneath them in a strict manner. The thin yellow dog was a famous dog in this world, the 100 miles sniffing dog, who was born with a very developed sense of smell. After fusing with the soul of the thin dog, this man in black had a very developed sense of smell, and his nose had become very sensitive and fragile. Wu Qi took out a powder mixed with dozens of spicy spices, especially 3 of the strongest wild pepper, and threw it out. The man in black bore the brunt of the powder and took a deep breath. With a strange smile on his face, Wu Qi took out a couple dozens of local spices from his storage bag, which he had collected in Little Meng City. Among them, there was a kind of chili that could make one spit fire and star anise cinnamon that could make one faint. The natural energy in this world was many times denser than the earth, and the efficacy of all kinds of spices produced here was also many times stronger. Using lethal weapons in G-City and even activating the city defense mechanism in an alleyway, no doubt this was a big case. No matter who was the mastermind behind this case, someone would have to face the consequences. Muffled sounds of footsteps were heard coming from everywhere. The boots issued to the city defense army of G-City were made from cow tendons, with steel wires coiled on the inside and steel sheets on the outside. When these boots collided with the stone pavement on the street, the loud noises produced were deafening. The shrill whistles spread far and wide, and the dozens of arrow towers and sentry posts on the city walls of G-City began to light up. It was unknown what kind of equipment was used, but from the arrow towers and sentry posts, beams of 2 feet thick yellow light that could reach a distance of a few miles were shot out. Like sharp blades, they tore apart the curtain of night and swept across the area underneath. When the barking from behind was less than 200 feet away, Wuxia sneered and casually threw the handful of powder up into the sky. The powerful, innate water energy mixed with the powder had unleashed a miraculous effect. Wherever the powder passed, all the raindrops avoided it. The storm could do nothing to the powder, and the strong wind blew the powder away along the street. Suddenly, Wuxia sprung to his feet, mustered all his innate energy, and cried out, "I'm the best friend of Sir Yin Bugue, scouting officer. We were robbed in G-City and killed for our money. Help me, help me. Yin Bugue, if you don't come out and save us, I'll fuck all 18 generations of your ancestors." A thunderclap came from the sky. Dark clouds covered the bright moon, and the storm came without warning. The strong wind blew the raindrops, lashing the streets and alleyways of G-City like countless whips. Water vapor rose up into the air, and no one could be seen 3 steps away from them. Hiding in a dark corner with the help of the water vapor, Wuxia looked at the brightly lit city gate that led to the outer layer of the city. However, if he wanted to return to Lu Qingfeng's mansion, there were still 2 layers of city walls along the way. At the moment, not only were the city walls densely guarded by soldiers, they were also embedded with a great number of warning formations. If Wuxia was alone, he would still have the confidence to escape by relying on the escaping and concealing technique he learned from Scroll of Stealing. However, if he had to bring Lu Qingfeng and the others with him, he had no confidence at all. Looking at the shadowy bluebird that was flying high above his head, the wind-breaking wolves that were flying across the buildings in the distance, and the barking that came from behind him, Wuxia breathed out a deep sigh. So this was the imperial city of Great Yin Dynasty. With such a tight defense, how could anyone survive? First, over 10,000 soldiers had completely sealed off the few streets in the vicinity. After that, all the capable men from related government offices in G-City had arrived. Not long after that, a shrill howl of a wolf was heard coming from the sky. Over 200 men of scouting officer, who were shrouded in a green glow and had the shadowy figure of a wind-breaking wolf looming behind their backs, leaped out from all directions. With the crime scene as the center, they quickly searched the surroundings. Thunderbolts were rolling and rocking above their heads. Electric arcs that looked like silver snakes kept piercing down from the dark clouds. Currently, they could still hide under the cover of the water vapor, but when more and more soldiers arrived, and when they began to comb through the entire area, they would no longer be able to hide any longer. Lu Qingfeng was lured and killed right after he arrived at G-City. No one could tell who was a friend and who was a foe. Perhaps when they were discovered, the second wave of assassins from the enemy would arrive right after. Footsteps like this could be heard coming from all directions. A large number of soldiers had taken control of the few streets in the vicinity, sealing off all the entrances and exits. The front doors of a few mansions in the vicinity were knocked on loudly. Captains who led their soldiers to the scene kept shouting and informing the people in those mansions about what happened outside, requesting the owners of those mansions to send out their personal guards and search through their own mansions, preventing any intruders. Taking advantage of the strong wind and heavy rain, Wuxia and his company were nearly caught by a beam of light. If not because Wuxia suddenly sensed danger and grabbed hold of Lu Qingfeng, who was sprinting forward, their whereabouts would have been exposed. Wuxia gnashed his teeth and said, "We have to leave even if we can't. Before you become Zhuo Wuzheng, you can't fall into their hands. Or else, you won't even know how you died." Quickly glancing around, Wuxia said with a ferocious voice. Rest assured, young master. You're the first friend Wuxia has after leaving the mountain. If you die in G City, I'll definitely avenge you. I swear I'll wipe out the entire clan of those who harmed you. He reached out his hand and crushed all the spices, especially the large handful of chili peppers. Then, he unleashed his innate water energy through his body, controlling the water vapor in the surroundings and making it spin slowly around Wuxia and his company. The innate water energy could control all the water element energy under the heaven. In an instant, the area of 10 feet around Wuxia and his company was completely emptied. With great effort, he kneaded the spices, and in just a short period of time, he had produced 7 to 8 kilograms of mixed powder. Even though the weather was extremely bad, it seemed like these men in black could still capture some insignificant aura amidst the wind and rain. Clearing his throat, Lu Chengfeng looked at Wu Qi with a slightly bleak expression and said, Wu Qi, if you have the confidence, just run back alone. I'll take the risk. Those who want to kill me can't really bribe all the city guards of G City, can they? If I don't die, that will be the best. But if I do die, just avenge me. Lu Chengfeng gazed at Wu Qi with a hidden bitterness, sighed, and said, Thank you for avenging me. But can you give me some good news? For example, can you bring me back safely? The barking from behind was getting closer and closer. The aura of Wu Qi and his company had been captured by those men in black. Wu Qi sneered and said, It seems like these beast warriors are able to borrow the soul essence of wild beasts and unleash their innate ability to the maximum. What is the weakness of a dog? Once again, he couldn't help but feel a ball of anger rising in his heart. With such a tight defense, they could still play an ambush. If not for the fact that all 4 of them were Xiantian experts who had concealed their aura of Xiantian realm using aura concealing talismans, they would have been killed by those men when they were caught unprepared. How could the public security of G City be so bad? At this moment, a heavy rain was falling from the sky, and the power of innate water energy had increased by 3 times in this heavy rain. Wu Qi's voice was louder than the rumbling of thunder, rolling and spreading over 20 miles away. Chapter 68. Immediately, a group of dozens of scouting officers who were passing by them leaped towards them. Accompanied by a faint howl of a wolf, a wild wind filled with elemental energies came blowing towards them. A man, clad in a black soft armor and carrying a sharp sword on his back, dressed in the same manner as Yen Bugue, had surrounded Wu Qi and his companions. Wu Qi's voice was a little too loud, and the commotion caused by him was a little too loud. From afar, beams of blue light were seen shooting up into the sky. Nearly 100 sky patrolling eagle guards were flying towards them at top speed, accompanied by ear-splitting bird cries. The howl of the wolf could be heard coming from both near and far. It was as if the entire G City had turned into a den of wild wolves. The howl of the wolf could be heard coming from everywhere, and one green figure after another was seen sprinting towards Wu Qi and his companions. In just the time it took to finish a pot of tea, nearly 100 sky patrolling eagle guards had gathered in the sky and were wheeling at top speed. The shadows of strange blue birds were stirring up a strong wind, causing the raindrops to shoot down like bullets. Over 300 scouting officers, who had fused with the soul of wind-breaking wolf, had arrived at the scene as well. The surrounding walls were fully occupied by the men of scouting officers. Following that, a dozen of rough lion roars came from afar. Dozens of burly men, clad in heavy armor, their bodies shrouded in blazing flames, and having the soul of a flaming lion behind their backs, each having a height of 40 to 80 feet tall, arrived with a large group of soldiers. Everyone had their eyes fixed on Wu Qi with a strange look in their eyes. Among the last group of burly men, the one with the soul of a flaming lion behind his back was an 80 feet tall, emitting a rolling heat current. When the raindrops came close to him, they would turn into water vapor and disperse. The burly man, whose body was shrouded in a thick layer of white water vapor, strode forward. Relying on the fact that he was 1.5 feet taller than Wuxia, he looked down at Wuxia from above, sizing him up for a while. Yin Bugui's best friend? Fuck his best friend from 18 generations ago? Yin Bugui is such a lucky guy. Wuxia twitched his lips and let out a dry laugh. The aura emitted from this burly man was way too frightening. It was strong, majestic, and extremely violent. This was a true embryonic breath-level expert, unlike Old Devil and Lord Flame who used evil methods to break through. He was a true expert who had built a solid foundation step by step and broke through step by step. With a hollow laugh, Wuxia cupped his hands towards the man who looked to be in his 30s and said, "May I know the general's name?" The man chuckled, slapped heavily on Wuxia's shoulder, and said, "My surname is Ji, and my surname is Yin. Yin, as in Yin Bugui. My name is Yin Jiuhui, the chief supervisor of West Wind Guard of Great Yin Dynasty Scouting Office, and I am Yin Bugui's grandfather. Didn't you just say that you wanted to fuck his 18 generations of ancestors?" The Scouting Office of Great Yin Dynasty was divided into 5 major wind guards: North, South, East, West, and Central. They were responsible for all the affairs of the vassal kingdoms in the 4 directions of Great Yin Dynasty, as well as the Great Yin Dynasty itself. The chief supervisor was the highest executive officer of a wind guard. He had the right to act first and report later. In fact, most of the time, even if he acted first without reporting, no one would investigate the details. Cold sweat broke out from Lu Qingfeng's forehead. The West Wind Guard of Scouting Office was responsible for monitoring all vassal kingdoms in the west of Great Yin Dynasty. The Lu Kingdom was one of those vassal kingdoms in the west of Great Yin Dynasty. From a certain point of view, the West Wind Guard was a sharp blade that hung above the head of many influential clans in Lu Kingdom. Although Great Yin Dynasty never meddled in the internal affairs of vassal kingdoms. But if the chief supervisor of West Wind Guard really wanted to meddle in the affairs of Lu Kingdom, who would dare to say no? Who would dare to say no? If Yin Jiuhui said he wanted to punish the Lu Kingdom, there would be many people who would jump up and smash the Lu Kingdom's head. Letting out a dry cough, Lu Changfeng took 2 steps forward, bowed to Yin Jiuhui, and said, "Chief Supervisor, I, Changfeng, offer my greetings." Yin Jiuhui let out a few laughs, waved his hand at Lu Changfeng, laughed, and said, "Don't talk nonsense. So many people have heard what this little fellow said just now. I, Yin Jiuhui, am a man with a strong foundation and reputation in G-City. Now that I'm insulted by this little fellow, how am I going to face anyone in the future?" He fiercely glared at Wuxia Yin, who acted as if nothing had happened. Then, Yin Jiuhui smacked his lips, stared at Lu Changfeng, sneered, and said, "Who are you? What's going on tonight?" A 3 miles long section of the mountain collapsing wall has collapsed. Who has such a deep blood feud with you and wants to kill you? Stretching out his hand, Yin Jiuhui grabbed towards Lu Qingfeng's neck. He let out a loud laugh and said, Why am I wasting my time talking with you little kids? I'll capture them and interrogate them. What do you think I don't know? Boys, I've captured them. Prepare your weapons and let them have a good time." Wuxia came before Lu Qingfeng, stretched out his hand, and thrust his palm towards Yin Jiuhui's wrist. With an indifferent tone, Wuxia said, "Why are you so angry, Chief Supervisor? I was forced to be rude. If I didn't shout at you, I'm afraid all of you will lose your lives." Looking at how Wuxia dared to attack him, a fiery gleam flickered in Yin Jiuhui's eyes. Suddenly, he burst out into a loud laughter. He retracted his palm and changed it into a fist, thrusting it towards Wuxia's palm. He laughed and said, "Good. Come. If you can defeat me, I'll take care of everything that happened tonight for you." As the fist and the palm collided, Wuxia felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. The tremendous force made him lose his balance. With a muffled groan, he was forced to take a few steps back. The scorching hot fist force blasted into the meridians of Wuxia's arm. However, it just so happened that it was neutralized by the cold aura that invaded his meridians from the demonic ghost. Water and fire were mutually restraining each other. The cold aura and hot aura quickly neutralized each other. The internal energy in Wuxi's meridians fluctuated. His arm, which was a little stiff a moment ago, immediately returned to normal. However, Yin Jiuhui's body shook. When his fist landed on the center of Wuxi's palm, even though he managed to repel Wuxi, his body was twisted by the peculiar whirlpool-like energy in the center of Wuxi's palm. As a result, 80% of the fist force missed its target. His body trembled. The fist force that he had blasted into the air pulled his body backward, staggering for a dozen steps. After that, he punched the wall on the side of the road, creating a big hole. "Good fist force," Wuxi cried out. "Good fist force." Yin Jiuhui retracted his fist with astonishment. He fiercely gazed at Wuxi from top to bottom and said, "At such a young age, you have already reached the realm of Xianxia." That young man just now called himself Chengfeng? Could he be Lu Chengfeng? "Little fellow, don't tell me you are his hanger-on, Wuxi." Lu Chengfeng was overjoyed. He quickly answered, "Chief Supervisor, have you heard the name Changfeng?" "Pooh!" Yin Jiuhui spat on the ground, slapped on his forehead forcefully, and cried out, "That bastard Yin Bugui had mentioned you before. Hee, what are you doing in G City instead of waiting for the reward in the Lu Kingdom?" A light howl of a wolf was heard. Bringing together a few men, Yin Bugui came rushing towards them from a far distance. A green shadow flashed past as Yin Bugui leaped and landed on the street. He gave Wuxi a look and said happily, "So it is you. Wuxi, your mouth is really hard to enjoy." Shaking his head, Yin Bugui turned to Yin Jiuhui and reported, "Chief Supervisor, Lu Chengfeng might be the descendant of Duke Yanluo. The reason he came here this time should be because he was going to the imperial family court to confirm his bloodline so that he could enter the family register and inherit the title of Duke Yanlu and the position of West Supervisor." Yin Bugui smiled at Lu Chengfeng, then said with a deep voice, "I've just received the news that the imperial family court, Duke Yuxian, is coming here with Mistress Riyang." Upon hearing Yin Bugui's words, Yin Jiuhui's expression turned extremely strange. He gave Lu Chengfeng a glance from head to toe for a while, then suddenly turned to look at Wuxi and sneered. 18 generations of ancestors? 18 generations of ancestors. Yin Jiuhui sneered for no reason, then cried out with a deep voice, "Why did you only know about this news now? Someone has mobilized the military bed crossbows in G City, and even used the wind-breaking bone-piercing awl, which is specially used to target Xiantian warriors. Why didn't the Imperial Family Court report about this? They even used the mountain-crushing wall just to kill Lu. Young Master Lu, who is so bold to do that?" Yin Bugui bowed at Yin Jiuhui, smiled bitterly, and said, "The bed crossbows were mobilized from the 4th Battalion of Yellow City Defense Army. Who is the one behind this? The thread has been cut off. The treasurer who was in charge of the ordnance of the 4th Battalion had just died in the bed of his concubine. And the news about Mistress Riyang paying a secret visit to Duke Yuxian has been blocked by someone. I just received this news just now." The faces of Wuxi, Lu Chengfeng, and Yin Jiuhui changed instantly. Wuxi gave Lu Chengfeng a look, while Lu Chengfeng shook his head with a gloomy face. On the other side, Yin Jiuhui sneered and said, "Very well. Someone even dares to tamper with the information in the Imperial Family Court. Who is it?" Yin Bugui coughed lightly, then spat out a name. "Qin Xingshui." Yin Jiuhui's face turned even uglier. He stamped his feet, sneered, and said, "He is really unscrupulous. Does he really think that no one can control him?" Before his words could fade away, someone had already answered with a shrill voice, "Yin Jiuhui, don't tell me that the unscrupulous man you mentioned is me." A series of rapid footsteps was heard. A middle-aged man, who had a face like a donkey and was only 2/3 the width of a normal person, and looked as skinny as a cleaver, was swaggering towards them. Amidst the raging storm, this man was clad in a very loose white robe. The robe was fluttering in the wind, as if it could bring his skinny and scrawny body up into the sky. This man was Qin Shui, the chief supervisor of the Central Wind Guard of Great Yin Dynasty's scouting office. He was in charge of all the scouting office in all the territories directly under the jurisdiction of Great Yin Dynasty. At the same time, he had a certain degree of supervision over the East, South, West, and North Wind Guards of scouting office. Qin Shui's white robe was flapping noisily due to the strong wind. Arrogantly, he pointed his finger at Lu Chengfeng, sneered, and said, "This man is suspected of murdering the hostage of Xian Kingdom, Taba Qingya. Somebody bring him and all his accomplices back and interrogate them. Find out how they got their hands on the bed crossbows and bone-breaking all from the army. We have to find out who is the one who colluded with him, giving him the courage to commit a crime in Ji City." Lu Chengfeng stared at Qin Shui with great surprise. With a stern voice, he said, "Your Excellency, it was me who was ambushed and killed." Qin Shui rolled his eyes, shook his head, and sneered, "What a joke. Do you think I'm blind? Obviously, it was you who colluded with the scum of the army, setting up an ambush to assassinate the hostage of Xian Kingdom. Somebody capture this fellow and all his accomplices." Wuxia knitted his brows into a tight frown. This Qin Shui was here for Lu Chengfeng. On the other side, Lu Chengfeng had his eyes fixed on Qin Shui. He had no idea why this man was targeting him. Yan Jiuhui's eyes went wide. Then he cried out with a deep voice, "Qin Shui, things are not like what you said." He stretched out his hand and stopped the large group of men behind Qin Shui. Qin Shui tilted his head up and stared at the dark clouds and lightning bolts in the sky. With an indifferent voice, he said, "Yan Jiuhui, don't you forget that this is Ji City, and I'm the chief supervisor of Central Wind Guard of Scouting Office. Whatever is happening here is not under your jurisdiction, so you can't interfere with it." Slapping Yan Jiuhui's arm away with his palm, Qin Shui cried out sternly, "Somebody, take him away and throw him into the prison of Scouting Office." A group of beast warriors immediately leaped forward like wolves and tigers. Chapter 69. Lu Chengfeng just let two beast warriors of Scouting Office grab his hands. Among the beast warriors brought here by Qin Shui, more than half of them had the soul of a flying bear with a single horn and a pair of wings behind their back, and a strange-looking wild boar, which had 4 tusks protruding from its mouth and was covered in needle-like hair, treading on flaming clouds. The strength of these flying bear beast warriors was incredible. As soon as Lu Chengfeng's arms were grabbed by them, he felt his entire body go numb and could no longer move. The same went for Luo Kadi and Ma Yang. In front of the 2 chief supervisors of Scouting Office, they had no courage to resist. Just like Lu Chengfeng, they had a deep reverence for everything in Great Yin Dynasty. Therefore, when Qin Shui ordered his men to capture them, how could they dare to resist? Only Wuxia took a step back casually. The tip of his foot brushed across the puddles on the ground, stirring up a stream of water vapor and avoiding the clutches of 2 beast warriors. He stared at Qin Shui with a faint smile on his face. He had prepared himself to kill Qin Shui with all his might, and if he failed, he would immediately activate the escape art of innate water element and flee. Never place your safety in the hands of others. This was the biggest advice Wu Wang and Lu Xiaobai had given to Wuqi. Lu Chengfeng, Luo Kadi, and Ma Liang did not dare to resist, but Wuqi dared. Not only did he dare to resist, he even dared to try and kill Qin Shui with all his might before he fled. Seeing Wuqi take a step back and avoid the clutches of his own subordinates, Qin Shui bellowed furiously, "How dare you?" Wuqi just smiled faintly, narrowing his eyes as he stared at Qin Shui. He had his back against a wall, carefully keeping a certain distance from the men of Scouting Office. A large sheet of water vapor was hovering and twirling around him, making his body look hazy and blurry. The onlookers suddenly had an illusion that Wuqi could vanish from the water vapor at any time. A deep, muffled roar of a boar rang out. Behind Qin Shui, A beast warrior with a beast soul of a red wild boar on his back suddenly lowered his head, turned his body into a violent storm, and slammed toward Wuxia with a deep, muffled whistle. The man lowered his head and slammed at an incredible speed, forcibly breaking through the rainstorm and creating a white curtain of water. His body was covered by a rolling energy, knocking away countless raindrops and shooting in all directions like bullets. Wuxia grinned and took a step to the side. Then, he reached out his hand and grabbed the man's neck, pressing his entire body against the wall behind him. With a loud bang, the ground shook and the crisp sound of dozens of bones breaking could be heard. This person's entire body sank into the thick wall. Blood slowly seeped out from the broken wall, and soon, the puddles on the ground were dyed red. He knew Wuxia was a bold man, but he never thought that Wuxia would be so bold as to kill Xianxia's subordinate right in front of him. He knew that Wuxia was a brave man, but never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Wuxia would be so bold as to kill his subordinate right in front of Xianxia. He was a man of scouting office, and a man who served right beside the chief supervisor of Central Wingard. Luo Kadi and Ma Liang were struck dumb. Was there really someone who was not afraid of death? Was there really someone who dared to provoke scouting office in the imperial city of Great Yin Dynasty? This was no longer a question of whether he had the guts or not. He was simply a simpleton. Even when the monarch of the Lu Kingdom came to Ji City, he still had to bow and say good things about him. As for Wuxia, he was just a hanger-on of Lu Chengfeng. Although he was the so-called chief hanger-on, wasn't he still a hanger-on? Meanwhile, Yin Zhuhui and Yin Bugui took a deep breath at the same time, then exhaled comfortably. Yin Bugui gave Wuxia a deep look and secretly gave him a thumbs up. On the other side, Yin Zhuhui was clapping his hands openly, laughing out loud, and saying, "Good, good lad. You have guts, you do have guts. For so many years, it has been a long time since a young man dared to act like you. Xianxia, this little boy, I want him." Xianxia was so angry that his body was trembling. He glared at Yin Zhuhui furiously and cried out in a hoarse voice, "How presumptuous! How dare you? How dare you kill a man of scouting office? You, where are you from? Where do you live? Somebody, find out who his 9 clan members are, search his house, wipe out his entire clan, and wipe out his sect." Xianxia was so angry that his hair was standing straight up. He clenched his fists tightly, and a cold gleam was shooting out from his eyes. Suddenly, a dark green mist sprayed out from his back. Amidst the mist that was rolling and rolling like water, a 3-headed giant serpent with a bronze body and countless green, red, and blue spots slowly raised its head up. 18 large eyes were fixed on the 3 heads of the serpent, staring straight at Wuxia. Taking a glance at the 3-headed giant serpent behind Xianxia, Wuxia sneered and said, "So, is a lower-tier spirit beast, the dark nether python. Chief Supervisor Qin, you are being unreasonable. This subordinate of yours committed suicide by ramming his head into a wall. What does that have to do with me?" Committed suicide by ramming his head into a wall? Xianxia was so angry that his eyeballs nearly popped out from his eye sockets. Yin Zhuhui suddenly burst into a loud laughter. He laughed so hard that his body rocked back and forth and nearly fell to the ground. Patting his belly, he burst out laughing and said, "That's right, I can testify for you. Even if I have to face the chief general, I'll still say the same thing. This damned kid committed suicide by ramming his head into a wall. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Upon hearing Yin Zhuhui's joke, Xianxia let out a strange cry. He spun his body, and the white robe he wore began to sway like a whirlwind, while countless raindrops began to spin around his body at a high speed. The dark nether python behind his back opened its mouth wide and thrust forward. Xianxia's body froze in midair, then shot towards Wuxia at lightning speed. The index finger of his right hand was like the tongue of a poisonous python, thrusting straight towards the center of Wuxia's brows. Amidst a sizzling noise, a 3-foot-long finger beam darted out from Xianxia's fingertip, bringing along a cold breeze as it shot straight towards Wuqi. Wuqi's face turned cold. The inexhaustible energy in his arms surged like tidewater, producing a strong and violent sound of waves slapping against the shore. The energy whirlpool in the center of his palm was spinning at an incredible speed. The endless water element energies in the heavy rain kept fusing into Wuqi's palms, gathering in the center of his palms. He had accumulated the strongest force in his current stage, waiting to kill Qin Shui, then escape with the help of the water element. He had prepared to take out the innate water serpent pill from the storage bag. Once Qin Shui was killed, he would take out the pill and use the enormous energy contained within to cast the escape art. With his current cultivation, he could at most run 3 to 5 miles away with the escape art. However, with the help of the innate water serpent pill, he could at least run 500 miles away in one breath. Staring fixedly at the approaching finger of Qin Shui, Wuqi slightly raised both of his palms, getting ready to kill him with all his strength. The jade-breaking palm, a secret skill learned in Scroll of Stealing, was ready to be unleashed. The innate water energy was rolling and rocking in a few specific meridians in his palms, stacking and strengthening, gradually forming into an explosive force. Right at this moment, a coach suddenly came speeding towards them. A vigorous and forceful voice was heard. "Marquis Di Qing Ho, please wait." Qin Shui's body suddenly turned stiff. With a leap, he leaped hundreds of feet up into the sky. His white robe was blown by the wind, bringing him back like a sail. A group of guards clad in sackcloth, their clothes full of patches, escorted a shabby coach. All the paint on the coach had peeled off, and there were a few large holes on the roof of the coach, through which the wind and rain poured into the coach. Among the 4 wheels of the coach, 3 of them had their spokes peeled off. Every time the coach moved, the wheels would produce a creaking noise, as if they were going to fall apart at any time. As for the animal that pulled the coach, Wuqi had no idea whether he should call a horse or something else. In short, the animal was so skinny that he could see 2 rows of ribs and was foaming at the mouth. It staggered a few steps towards Wuqi, but because of its lack of strength, its legs gave way, and it nearly knelt down on the ground. Naturally, the man who came here with such a splendid coach was none other than the current Duke of Yanxing, the Grand Master of Great Yin Dynasty's imperial family court, Duke Yuxian. Gasping for breath, Yuxian came out from the coach, waved his hand, and said, "Who is Lu Chengfeng? Come here." Wuqi pointed his finger at Lu Chengfeng, whose shoulders were being grabbed by 2 beast warriors, smiled, and said, "Your Excellency, this is my young master." Yuxian gave him a glance, snorted coldly, and said, "Qin Shui, let him go, and stop talking nonsense." Qin Shui's expression changed. He bowed respectfully at Yuxian and slightly shook his head. Both beast warriors quickly let go of Lu Chengfeng's hand. Smilingly, Wuqi dispersed the jade-breaking palm energy that he had gathered in his palm, then accompanied Lu Chengfeng and came next to Yuxian's coach. Through the broken window of the coach, Wuqi could see Tai Yu, sitting in the coach with a gloomy face, staring blankly at the rainwater that was pouring down from the hole of the coach roof. The rainwater was dripping, drenching Tai Yu's expensive and luxurious palace dress. The complicated hairbun that she had tied up with great effort was now messed up by the wind and rain. Lu Chengfeng looked at Tai Yu in shock, asked with a low voice, "Mother, this is..." With a feeble voice, Tai Yu introduced Yu Xian's identity. Lu Chengfeng quickly bowed and greeted Yu Xian. Wuqi narrowed his eyes and gave Yu Xian an appraising glance. Before coming here, he had learned from Lu Qiao, the chief supervisor of Lu clan of Liang in Ji City, that Yu Xian was greedy and lustful. His greed and hypocrisy were well known in Ji City. He threw a glance at Yu Xian's ragged and coarse cloth, then quickly glanced at the corner of his underwear, made from the silk of 1,000 years old ice silkworm that was accidentally revealed. Without saying anything, Wuqi pulled Lu Chengfeng and took a few steps aside, whispering something to him. Upon hearing Wuqi's words, Lu Chengfeng was startled, Then he nodded his head heavily. When Yuxian saw Wuxia retreating with Lu Chengfeng, he put on a straight face and knitted his brows unhappily. But soon, Wuxia came up to Yuxian again, lowered his voice, and said, "Duke Yuxian, can you let my young master take over everything left behind by Duke Yanlu as soon as possible and smoothly as I can by offering a province of Great Yin Dynasty to you?" Yuxian was taken aback. It was as if he suddenly saw countless golden gleams blinking and blinking in front of him. It was the golden gleam emitted by the convergence of numerous golden mountains. He cried out in shock, "The land of a county? Give it to me? I'm an honest man, and I've never been greedy for any ill-gotten gains." Yuxian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, lowered his voice again, and said, "But the land of a county? Your young master has it? Is your young master willing to give it to you?" You should have told me earlier. If you had told me there was a land, a county, I would have done everything beautifully when you came to the city. As long as I can confirm that your young master is the son of Duke Yanlu, everything left behind by Duke Yanlu will naturally be inherited by him. With a deep voice, Wuxia said, "Of course, the land of a county. I suppose Duke Yuxian should know that Chief General once offered a reward for a land of county." Whispering to Yuxian, he explained how he and Lu Chengfeng assisted Yin Bugui in accomplishing the mission. Then Wuxia told Yuxian everything that happened. Once again, he promised Yuxian that as long as Lu Chengfeng inherited everything that belonged to Yin Bugui, he would give a land of a county that was offered by Chief General Jing Ku to Yuxian. Of course, Yuxian had to make sure that the reward for a land of a county would be given to Lu Chengfeng. Yuxian licked his lips with great difficulty, then said with a dry voice, "I'm an honest man, but it would be disrespectful to refuse a land of a county, and I have no choice but to accept it." Taking a deep breath, Yuxian pointed his finger at Xianxia and suddenly broke out into curses. "Xianxia, have you gone mad, or what? Do you think you can offend the young master of Duke Yanlu? How many bribes have you accepted from others that made you have the audacity to make things difficult for Chengfeng? Don't you know that once his identity is confirmed, he will be a core member of Imperial Clan of Great Yin Dynasty? You have taken bribes and bent the law. I can't tolerate any sand in my eyes, and I will definitely report you to the Chief General." Slapping hard on Lu Chengfeng's shoulder, Yuxian cried out sternly, "Let's go. Summon all the Imperial Elders of Imperial Family Court and confirm Chengfeng's identity with a drop of blood." The strong wind blew and the heavy rain fell. Everyone on the scene was struck dumb. Summoning all the Imperial Elders of Imperial Family Court in the middle of the night, what was wrong with Yuxian? Chapter 70. Thunder rumbled, lightning bolts danced wildly, and heavy rain poured down. The drainage system of G City was excellent. Despite the heavy rain, there was not a single puddle on the street. A large group of people was marching on the street, consisting of soldiers from City Defense Army, Scouting Office, and the men from Imperial Family Court brought here by Yuxian. Walking along the main road in the center of G City, the group quickly came to the entrance of Great Yin Dynasty's Imperial Palace. With Yuxian calling for the entrance, the heavy palace gate of Great Yin Dynasty, standing 120 feet tall and 6 feet thick, slowly opened up, revealing a pitch-black tunnel behind it. The walls on both sides of the tunnel were 220 feet tall, and the width of the tunnel was only 24 feet. Walking in the tunnel and looking at the dark sky filled with flashing lightning and rumbling thunder, it gave one an extremely oppressive and uneasy feeling of killing and heaviness. Every 300 feet, there was a bridge built on both sides of the tunnel. Not only was it convenient for the soldiers on both sides of the wall, it was also a very powerful defensive measure. As long as a team of archers was deployed on the bridge, and together with the soldiers on both sides of the wall, they would be able to attack the enemies in the tunnel from all angles without any blind spots. The clattering of hooves could be heard, and the oppressive atmosphere was getting stronger and stronger. After walking along the tunnel for 7 miles and passing through a thick and heavy alloy door, the tunnel suddenly opened up, revealing a group of magnificent palaces. On top of the thick and heavy pyramid-shaped stone platform, layers upon layers of palaces, mainly dark green in color, were stacked on top of each other. From the bottom to the top, the palaces had a total of 9 floors. The tallest palace was over 1,000 feet above the ground. The dark clouds were almost sticking to the roofs of the few palaces, and the lightning bolts were shooting down through the dark glazed tiles on the palaces. It was as if the few palaces were built in the sky, looming amidst the dark clouds and lightning bolts, giving them a very mysterious appearance. From what Wuxia could see, the width of this group of palaces was about 5 miles from east to west. 9 floors of palaces, over 1,000 feet tall from the bottom to the top, and there were at least 20 to 30,000 pavilions and pavilions. Although the style of the palaces was a little monotonous, as they were basically printed from the same mold, with 3, 6, and 9 rooms and tall eaves, the atmosphere was still indescribable with words. After entering the Xianxia realm, a martial artist's spiritual sense would be 100 times sharper than an ordinary martial artist's. Moreover, Wuxia had fused with a lot of soul particles, which had strengthened his soul by several times. His soul, since could basically be compared to a real Taoist master of embryonic breath tier. Countless sharp, murderous auras were faintly discernible in the layers of palaces ahead. Wuxia could clearly sense that there were at least tens of thousands of elite experts hiding in this vast expanse of palaces. More than 1,000 of them were at the peak of the Hotian realm, and more than 100 of them were at the Xiantian realm. There were also some subtle and unfathomable auras hidden among them. Wuxia didn't dare to guess what realm they were at. A water-dipper-thick bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds and struck on a golden statue standing on the square in front of the palace. In front of the main hall of Great Yin Dynasty's imperial palace, there was a huge square measuring about 5 miles in both width and length. On this square, there were 8 rows and 8 rows of 64 metal statues, each more than 100 feet tall. All the statues looked exactly the same. They were all mighty warriors, clad in heavy armor and holding long swords in their hands. The bolt of lightning struck on one of the golden statues. The violent electric current surged through the statue, and immediately a blinding blue light burst out from the statue. A tremendous electric current was surging and rocking within the statue, stimulating it and causing thousands of palm-sized runes to emerge on its surface. The translucent blue runes were wheeling and wheeling on the surface of the statue, while a powerful aura that could make one feel suffocated was vaguely spreading out in all directions. What a powerful defensive formation! Wuxia gasped and gave these metal statues a cautious look. Led by Yuxian, the company took a detour around the palaces in front of them and went straight to the back garden of Great Yin Dynasty's imperial palace through a main road at the side. Here, Wuxia saw the true core of Great Yin Dynasty. It was a small grassland with a circumference of a few acres, and a few old pine trees were growing in a disorderly manner. Right in the middle of the grassland was a thatched cottage, which was built using wood and covered with straw. It measured over 100 feet in both width and length. With this thatched cottage as the center, there were 8 smaller cottages arranged in the shape of 9 palaces. The cottage in the middle was as simple as it could be, but the 8 smaller cottages on the outside were much better. Although they were built in the same simple style, at least they were made of bricks, earth, and wood, and the roof was covered with glazed tiles. At least, they didn't have to worry about being blown away by a strong wind. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. With the bright light, Wuxia saw a plaque hanging on top of the cottage in the middle, with 3 characters written on it: Yin Fei Tian. Wuxia had no idea who wrote these 3 characters, but the strokes were swift and fierce, as if there was a real rare bird rubbing its fists and palms on the ground, getting ready to soar into the sky with the help of the wind. Bolts of lightning flashed across the sky, and the pale green characters of Yin Fei Tian kept flashing before everyone's eyes. Wuxia and those who had a strong cultivation base could still stand straight, But for those who had a weaker cultivation base, when they stared at the three characters for a long time, their bodies began to tremble, and they couldn't even stand straight. Some of them even fell to the ground in a sorry state. Yu Xian was holding a shabby umbrella that was full of holes, standing in front of the cottage and staring blankly at the three characters on the plaque. Over 2,000 years ago, the founding ancestor of Great Yin Dynasty, together with many of his disciples and people, built this meeting hall using only a piece of wood and a handful of grass. 2,000 years later, Great Yin Dynasty has a population of hundreds of millions of people, countless cities, and a boundless territory. But this place is still the true heart of Great Yin Dynasty. Yu Xian used a slightly fanatical and worshipful tone to slowly tell the story to Wuxia, to Lu Chengfeng, and even to Tai Yuwu. Not only him, even Yin Zhuhui, Yin Bugui, and a few other men, when they saw this crude cottage, had their bodies straightened up, and their faces were filled with an indescribable holiness and solemnity. Over 2,000 years ago, the emperor of Yin, Yin Dan, brought together several dozens of hanger-ons and several tens of thousands of people, and built the first crude cottage in this place. Using this place as the starting point, they worked hard to build the current Great Yin Dynasty, using only a piece of wood and a handful of grass. As one of his people, as his direct descendant, Yu Xian had temporarily forgotten about all the gold, silver, and jewelry in this place, which was like a sacred place of religion. This was the meeting hall where Yin Dan and his men used to sit 2,000 years ago, and it was also the location of the imperial family court, which was used by Great Yin Dynasty to handle all the affairs related to the imperial clan and vassal kingdoms. Suddenly, Qin Xingshui broke the atmosphere that was like a religious ceremony. Duke Yu Xian, please continue with your work. Qin Shui will escort you to this place, and I won't be involved in anything else. The hostage of Xian Kingdom, Taba Qingye, has been killed. I hope Duke Yu Xian can give Qin Shui an explanation later. Yu Xian snorted coldly, gave Qin Shui a glance, and waved his hand non-committally. Qin Shui gave Lu Chengfeng and Wu Qi a deep look, snorted coldly as well, and left with a large group of subordinates behind him. Tonight's incident wasn't completely solved yet. At least, he still needed to personally handle the scene of the assassination. On the other side, Yin Zhuhui let out a loud laugh and said, G City is not under the jurisdiction of West Wingard. TSK, this has nothing to do with us. We're just here to watch the fun. Lu Chengfeng, before your identity is confirmed, I'll let Lao Tzu call you a little brat a few more times. Ha ha ha. Yin Zhuhui was laughing complacently, but Yin Bugui had a strange expression on his face. He kept giving Lu Chengfeng a glance from top to bottom, then suddenly breathed out a sigh. Wu Qi nodded his head and smiled at Yin Bugui. On the other hand, Yin Bugui returned a smile back to Wu Qi listlessly. Once again, he used that strange gaze to look at Lu Chengfeng. Led by Yu Xian, the men changed into the clean and soft straw sandals prepared by Wu Qi, walked into the thatched cottage, and sat down on the mats that were also woven with fine grass, according to their status. Not long after that, a series of footsteps was heard coming from outside the thatched cottage. One after another, old men who had the same age and appearance as Yu Xian arrived. Silently, they changed into the straw sandals, walked into the cottage, and sat down on the mats on both sides of Yu Xian. In the imperial family court of Great Yin Dynasty, there was only one imperial patriarch, and he was Duke Yin Xing, Yu Xian. Apart from them, there were also 48 imperial elders, all of whom were members of imperial clan of Great Yin Dynasty, who had the same status as Yu Xian. There were also a few of them who came from wealthy clans such as Jing clan, Gao clan, Tian clan, Le clan, and Qin clan. They formed the imperial family court, and basically, they had the final say in all the affairs related to imperial clan of Great Yin Dynasty and all vassal kingdoms. After briefly introducing Lu Chengfeng's identity, Yu Xian immediately urged the men to follow the law of Yin Dynasty and go through the procedure of blood inheritance. The Duke of Yin Lu, Yin Buji, had left behind a rich inheritance, a fortune that could make anyone jealous. As for these things left behind by Yin Buji, if the imperial family court didn't handle it properly, it might bring them a great trouble. Therefore, the imperial family court simply came up with a rule that stated, as long as it was a son of Yin Buji, regardless of his background, the first one who arrived at Ji City would be his successor. All the imperial elders present on the scene were the people who had passed this rule. Therefore, although they were puzzled as to why Yu Xian would summon them to the imperial family court in the middle of the night, since it was the son of Yin Buji who came to them, it was inevitable for them to work overtime. If they didn't carry out the blood inheritance on Lu Qingfeng now, what if another illegitimate son of Yin Buji came to them? Wouldn't that bring them another great trouble? No one raised any objection. According to the previously agreed procedure, under the supervision of all the imperial elders, Yu Xian and his men opened up a secret door under the imperial family court. From a secret chamber that was filled with countless restrictive spells, they took out a test tube made of transparent white crystal. Inside the test tube, there was half a tube of medicine concocted using the blood and flesh essence of Yin Buji. Under the strict supervision of 48 imperial elders, Yu Xian, the Grand Master of Imperial Clan, and Yin Jihui, Yin Bugui, and a few other scouting officers, Lu Qingfeng took out his arm, carefully made a cut on his wrist with a knife, and dripped 3 drops of his blood essence into the test tube. In an instant, the pale red liquid in the test tube turned into a dark green color, and then emitted a blinding golden glow. Yu Xian sprung up from his seat abruptly, clapped his hands, and said, "It's done. This province, the title of Duke Yinlu, and the position of Zhuo Guizhong have been taken by someone." A few other experienced imperial elders also clapped their hands and laughed. He is the son of Lady Ruyang. It won't be a problem for him to be taught since he was young. He is also the son of an aristocratic family, and he can inherit the title of Duke Yinlu. These imperial elders had made it very clear that Lu Qingfeng was the son of an aristocratic family. Therefore, they had no objection to him inheriting everything from Yin Buji. If the first illegitimate son of Yin Buji who came to Ji City was born in a commoner family, there might be some unforeseen events. But then again, how could the illegitimate son of Yin Buji and an ordinary girl know the news of Yin Buji's death? The blood had a pale green color and was emitting a strong golden glow. It proved that Lu Qingfeng was indeed the son of Yin Buji. Yin Jiuhui's face fell instantly. He hesitated for a while, then finally came up and bowed at Lu Qingfeng, whose face was filled with wild joy. "I, Yin Jiuhui, the 12th generation of Imperial Clan of Great Yin Dynasty, offer greetings to the Master of Imperial Clan, Duke Yinlu." Yin Jiuhui raised his head up and gave Wu Qi a strange smile. His lips moved, and he said a word without making a sound. The 18th generation ancestor. Chapter 71. It was said that the Emperor of Great Yin Dynasty, Yin Dan, had 100 sons and 1,000 grandchildren. The 100 sons of Emperor Yin were the clan leaders of 100 imperial clans of Great Yin Dynasty. Although Yin Buji was an unruly man, he was the lineal grandson of Yin Dan's 9th son and also the lineal great-grandson of Yin Dan. He was the clan leader of the 9th clan of Great Yin Dynasty. Yin Jiuhui's ancestor was the son of a concubine of Yin Dan's 9th son. Therefore, the clan leader of the 9th clan of Great Yin Dynasty, Duke Yinlu, was the one who managed the clan leader. After confirming the identity of Lu Qingfeng, naturally, he would take over the title of Duke Yinlu, and the official position of Zhuo Guizhong and the position of the clan leader of the 9th clan would naturally belong to Lu Qingfeng as well. In terms of seniority, Lu Qingfeng was the real ancestor of Yin Jiuhui and Yin Bugui. Yin Jiuhui was already over 100 years old, and he still didn't have the face to exchange pleasantries with Lu Qingfeng. After Yu Xian confirmed the identity of Lu Qingfeng, he began to handle all kinds of files and official documents for Lu Qingfeng, handing over all kinds of seals and medallions. Then, Yin Jiuhui left with a long face. Yin Bugui was the real grandson of Lu Chengfeng. Yin Jiuhui could run away, but Yin Jiuhui had to stay here and serve him obediently. Not only today, Yin Jiuhui also told Yin Bugui that Lu Chengfeng didn't have any men he could use in Ji City. Therefore, he asked Yin Bugui to bring some men and serve Lu Chengfeng at his beck and call. After a busy night, they finally finished all the handing over procedures. With a shake of his body, Lu Chengfeng had become a member of Great Yin Dynasty's imperial clan, the Duke of Great Yin Dynasty, Duke Yin Lu. Led by Yu Xian with great hospitality, all the hanger-ons brought by Lu Chengfeng moved into Duke Yin Li's mansion, which was left behind by Yin Buji. It was a luxurious mansion that was ranked in the top 30 in Ji City, occupying an area of 1,000 acres. By the time Lu Chengfeng had sorted out the few most pressing issues and gathered all the supervisors in Duke Yin Li's mansion, it was already noon. Last night's storm was like a nightmare, leaving no trace behind. Now that the sun was high in the sky, the hundreds of stewards standing in the courtyard of the Duke's mansion were sweating profusely. Draped in a gauze robe, Lu Chengfeng sat under the eaves, coldly looking at these stewards who wore respectful expressions. When the sun was so hot that the stewards almost fainted, Lu Chengfeng casually said, "Forget it. Just focus on your work in the future." Everything was done according to the old rules. I'm not an unreasonable master. As long as you're diligent and respectful, I won't pick a few unlucky bastards to kill for others to see. Wuxia leaned against a pillar, looking at these stewards with a smile on his face. It was reasonable for Lu Chengfeng to allow them to suffer under the scorching sun. When a new master came to power, if he didn't give these people a little bit of suffering, there might be more messy things that would happen. By giving them a warning, it would make it easier for Lu Chengfeng to take over the huge inheritance left behind by Yin Buji in the future. Putting aside how much power Zhuge Guizhong had, just the two fiefs under Yin Buji's name, how much was the annual output of them? How many properties in these two fiefs belonged to Lu Chengfeng? How many people were needed to manage all these? Just by looking at the fact that there were over 400 stewards in the Duke's mansion, one could easily imagine how huge the property was. Tai Yuwu, together with a few personal serving ladies and the ferocious-looking Xianxia, came walking towards Wuxia with a big smile on her face. "Chengfeng, my son, this is your first time in Ji City, so you're not familiar with everything. I don't have any suitable candidates to handle all the affairs in the Duke's mansion, but I do have quite a number of smart and capable men here who can help you share some of the burden." Tai Yuwu smiled, her eyes narrowed into two lines. Now that Lu Chengfeng had become the Duke of Great Yin, how much benefit could this bring to her mother's family? Wuxia smiled, staring at Lu Chengfeng, waiting to see how he was going to answer this question. If he allowed those stewards brought by Tai Yuwu to meddle in the affairs of Duke Yin Li's mansion, perhaps after a period of time, Lu Chengfeng would have nothing to do with it. On the contrary, although Lu Chengfeng wasn't familiar with these stewards of Duke Yin Li's mansion, they were, after all, the servants of Yin Buji's family. They were more reliable and trustworthy. Lu Chengfeng stared at Tai Yuwu with a gloomy expression. After a long while, he breathed out a long sigh. "Mother, you don't have to worry about these trivial affairs. Yin Fu, prepare something worth 3 million gold coins for Madame and send her out of the mansion. As for those men brought by Madame, give them some gold and silver coins. No matter what, they have come to Ji City. We can't let them come back empty-handed." Among all the stewards in the courtyard, the white-bearded old man who stood at the front of the group of 4 old men hastily took a step forward and answered with the utmost respect. Tai Yuwu's face immediately turned dark green. She glared at Lu Chengfeng with a venomous look and cried out with a stern voice, "Chengfeng, you!" Lu Chengfeng looked at Tai Yuwu with an indifferent expression and said with a soft voice, "No matter what, you're my mother. Therefore, I'll ensure the prosperity of Marquis Yuanyang's family. If Marquis Yuanyang wants to do something, just send someone to contact me at any time." "But Lu family has nothing to do with me." Tai Yu rolled her eyes. Suddenly, A smile that was as beautiful as a spring flower emerged on her dark face. "You little boy, why are you scaring your mother like this? Nothing to do with Lu family? Now I understand. Why don't I divorce Lu Wenruo when I return home?" Tai Yu had a bright smile on her face, but she was discreetly observing Lu Qingfeng's expression with extreme caution. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Qingfeng said with an indifferent tone, "I'll let Mother handle this personally. How can I interfere in Mother's matter?" Tai Yu remained silent for a while. Then she asked carefully, "So, Mother, you'll leave Lu family when you return home? Mother, you'll come visit Chengfeng more often in the future?" Lu Chengfeng nodded his head slowly, smiled, and said, "After all, Mother is my birth mother. If I'm free, of course I'll visit you more often. But if it's not necessary, those people from Lu family of Liang should not show themselves in front of me." He paused for a brief moment. Then Lu Chengfeng continued in a carefree manner, "It's not a bad thing if grandfather and a few uncles want to come to G City." The smile on Tai Yuwu's face grew thicker, and she answered with a clear voice. After pondering for a while, Lu Chengfeng waved his hand and asked all the stewards to leave the courtyard. After all the stewards had left, Lu Chengfeng said with a serious tone, "Once I've gained a firm foothold in G City, I'll ask a few uncles to send some men to G City. Tai family thrives on the army, so I'll try to get a batch of armors and weapons specially made in G City and send them back." Tai Yu smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed into two fine lines. She sat next to Lu Chengfeng in a warm and affectionate manner, stroking Lu Qingfeng's head. In all his life, ever since Lu Qingfeng was born, Tai Yu had never treated him so intimately. Although Lu Qingfeng had grown into an adult, his eyes still turned slightly red when he saw Tai Yuwu's action. On the other side, Wu Qi twitched his mouth. If Lu Qingfeng's words were to spread out, perhaps the monarch of Lu Kingdom would be the first one to come to G City and argue with him. Tai family controlled nearly half of the military strength of Lu Kingdom, and yet Lu Chengfeng still wanted to send the armors and weapons specially made by Great Yin Dynasty to Tai family. What was the meaning of this? Obviously, Lu Chengfeng was telling Tai Yuwu that if his grandfather and a few uncles wanted to rebel, they could just slaughter the entire family of the monarch of Lu Kingdom. After all, there was still a huge grudge between Lu Qingfeng, Princess Yingchuan, and Lord Puyang. It was better to settle this score as soon as possible. Breathing out a long sigh, Lu Chengfeng gave his last order, "Mother, I think you better go back quickly. Break off the relationship with Lu family as soon as possible. As for Mother's reward, I'll ask Duke Yuxian to announce it to everyone after you settle the matter there." Just like what was mentioned before, after Lu Chengfeng inherited the title of Duke Yanlu as his birth mother, Tai Yu would also receive a new title, becoming one of the most influential ladies in Great Yin Dynasty. But, without a doubt, when Tai Yu was still the matriarch of Lu family, Lu Chengfeng would never allow her to receive a new title, the rights and benefits that came with it. Wuxia found it funny. Although Lu and Ruo had diligently sent the mountain-shattering cavalry to escort Lu Chengfeng all the way, Lu Chengfeng did not appreciate his kindness at all. When Tai Yuewu insisted on cutting off all relations with Lu family of Liang was destined to decline. In those years, Lu family had pushed Lu Chengfeng too far, and now, it was no wonder that Lu Chengfeng had to repay them in such a way. After chatting with Tai Yuewu for a long time, Tai Yuewu finally left the Duke Mansion contentedly. Lu Chengfeng would use all his strength to retaliate against Lu family of Liang, but he would never be able to cut off all relations with his mother and his mother's clan. On the contrary, he had to use all his strength to cultivate the power of his mother's clan. If not, he would be a rootless tree in G City, and without any help, how could he have a stable foothold? After sending off Tai Yuewu, Lu Chengfeng turned to look at Wu Qi helplessly. "You've heard what Mother said just now. I don't have anyone in my hands now. Although those stewards are the servants of Duke Yanlu, I still need someone to keep an eye on them. Wu Qi, tell me, what should I do?" Looking at Wu Qi, Lu Qingfeng's eyes were filled with fatigue and helplessness. He only had a few hanger-ons around him, and those hanger-ons who came from Little Meng City were experts in murder and arson. If he asked them to help him manage the government affairs and finances, in less than 3 months, Lu Chengfeng would be completely ruined. Wuxia stared at Lu Chengfeng, raised up a finger, and said, "Young master has promised me. I do want to join an immortal sect." Lu Chengfeng stared at Wuxia and said in a deep voice, "Help me with all your strength for half a year. Let me have a stable foothold in Ji City. Then I'll recommend you to join an immortal sect in Great Yin." After listening to what he said, Lu Chengfeng quickly said, "Even if you join an immortal sect, you will still be the chief hanger-on of the Duke Mansion. You can't just throw your hands away like this." Regarding Wu Qi's ability, Lu Chengfeng had always been relying on him. He was really afraid that Wu Qi would just devote himself to cultivating immortality and ignore him, his old master. After getting the promise from Lu Chengfeng, Wu Qi also promised that he would always give him advice and wouldn't devote himself to cultivating immortality. Both of them had a frank discussion about this problem, and, at last, Wu Qi gave Lu Chengfeng a suggestion. Lu Chengfeng's foundation was too shallow, and he didn't have anyone he could trust and use. However, he still had many good friends in the Lu Kingdom. These good friends of Lu Chengfeng had given Lu Chengfeng a great help when he was plotting against Yin. They were the sons of concubines or illegitimate sons from some influential clans in the Lu Kingdom. Although they had received the education that the sons of influential clans should have, and possessed a certain level of ability, their status in their clans was as awkward as Lu Chengfeng's. These men were the best helpers for Lu Chengfeng at the moment. Summon them to Ji City and ask them to help young master with all kinds of affairs. They do have the ability to do so. Young master promised them that after 3 to 5 years, when young master has trained some capable men, you'll help them seize the power of their clans. With a faint smile on his face, Wu Qi gave Lu Chengfeng his final suggestion. With this, young master will be able to solve your urgent problem. Those young masters will also have some connections in Ji City, and after they have gone through all kinds of training, they will be of great use. When they return to the Lu Kingdom, young master will help them seize the power of their clans. With that, young master will have a strong support in all the vassal kingdoms. Upon hearing Wu Qi's suggestion, Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but let out a wild cheer and nearly jumped up from his seat. Chapter 72. After sending off Tai Yuwu, who was burning with impatience and wanted to return to the Lu Kingdom, Wu Qi and his company had just returned from the outskirts of Ji City. They immediately saw a large group of scouting office's men gathering outside Duke Yin Li's mansion, moving a large pile of clothes, quilts, and other miscellaneous items from a few coaches. The chief steward of the Duke's mansion, Yin Fu, stood blankly in front of the door, watching these men of scouting office moving things in and out. He didn't show any intention of stopping them. Not only Yin Fu, all the other servants of the Duke's mansion were staying far away from them, not daring to come close to these men of scouting office. Lu Chengfeng knitted his brows into a tight frown. He walked out from the coach and asked with a loud voice, "Yin Fu, what is going on here?" Before Yin Fu arrived, Yin Bugui had already come out from nowhere. He bowed respectfully at Lu Chengfeng and said, "Clan leader, it's my grandfather who asked me to stay by your side temporarily and listen to your orders. That's why I've brought 300 of my subordinates to stay here temporarily." Wu Qi was taken aback. Yin Bugui staying by Lu Chengfeng's side temporarily and listen to his orders? This was what Yin Jiuhui had told him 2 nights ago. But judging from the current situation, there was something wrong with the situation. Why did he need to bring 300 men here to move? He turned his head and looked at those servants standing before the entrance of the Duke's mansion. Suddenly, Wu Qi realized what was wrong since yesterday. "Lord Yin, do you know why there are only these stewards and servants in our young master's mansion? Where are those guards?" Lu Chengfeng was suddenly enlightened. Duke Yin Li's mansion was the mansion of a duke. With Yin Buji's title and official position, it was not a big deal for him to keep a few thousand hanger-ons and have over 10,000 personal guards at his mansion. But now, in this Duke Yin Li's mansion, besides all the stewards and servants, not a single hanger-on and personal guard of Yin Buji was seen. This was just too ridiculous. Although the monkeys would scatter when the tree falls, Duke Yin Li's mansion had yet to fall, and there was still Lu Chengfeng, the heir to the Duke's mansion. Even if those hanger-ons had gone to other places, those personal guards, especially the personal guards raised by Duke Yin Li's mansion for generations, should still stay in the mansion. Yin Fu. Lu Chengfeng roared at the steward, who was trying to approach them but dared not. Yin Bugui turned around and looked at Yin Fu. He lowered his voice and sighed. Sovereign, please don't blame Yin Fu. These stewards and housekeepers are the servants of the Duke's mansion. To put it bluntly, Duke Buji's so-called drowning in the river is just a rumor to the public. In fact, Duke Buji was thrown into the river by someone, and his heart was pierced by a sharp sword. Even his soul was destroyed by someone using a magical item. Lu Qingfeng's expression changed instantly, and Wuxia instinctively felt his hair standing up. It seemed like he had once again been dragged into a huge trouble. All of a sudden, Yin Qi Yin Buji. To Yin. Obviously, Yin Buji was assassinated, and all kinds of clues showed that someone in Duke Yin Li's mansion was colluding with the assassin. This incident had even alerted Emperor Yin Dan, who had been in secluded cultivation all year round. He had personally issued an imperial decree, ordering scouting office and other special agents of Great Yin Dynasty to investigate this incident. Therefore, all the hanger-ons and personal guards of Duke Yin Li's mansion had been thrown into prison for investigation. As a result, the spacious Duke's mansion did not have any defensive force. Because of this, Yin Juhui found a random excuse to let Yin Bugui stay by Lu Qingfeng's side and listen to his commands. Firstly, he asked Yin Bugui to use the force of scouting office to protect Lu Chengfeng, and secondly, he asked Lu Chengfeng to be the bait. It is not uncommon for members of Great Yin Imperial Clan to be killed in an accident, and there are at least dozens of cases every year. After all, the total number of members of Great Yin Imperial Clan is over 1 million, and any accident could happen. But for a direct descendant of His Majesty to be assassinated, and it was someone who was close to Duke Buji and a Duke of Great Yin Dynasty, this is something that has never happened before. Yin Bugui stared at Lu Chengfeng, who had his face turned dark with rage. With a bitter smile on his face, he said, "Therefore, we have to get to the bottom of this case." Lu Chengfeng had a gloomy face and didn't say anything. No matter who it was, when anyone knew that they had stepped into a huge whirlpool, they would not be in a good mood. On the other side, Wuxia breathed out a long sigh helplessly. He crooked his finger at Xianxia, calling him over, and said, "In the future, no matter where young master goes, I want everyone to stand guard. Get all the men of Meng village to wear heavy armors and protect young master day and night." Zhao Qinzui's face turned solemn. He answered hastily, then hastily entered the mansion and summoned Meng Xiaobai and the others. Now, that Lu Qingfeng was a duke of Great Yin Dynasty. All the glory and wealth of the people were placed on Lu Qingfeng's shoulders. Therefore, Zhao Qinzui had no choice but to be extra careful. Luo Kadi and Ma Liang came over hastily as well. Without saying anything, they stood on both sides of Lu Chengfeng. Their eyes were gleaming brightly as they glanced around vigilantly. Yin Bugui shook his head and said, "During the day, no one dares to stir up any trouble in Ji City. During the night, as long as sect leader deploys the formation, and with the scouting office keeping a close watch on this place, nothing will go wrong. For the time being, sect leader, just don't leave Ji City too often." Lu Chengfeng knitted his brows and pondered for a while, but in the end, he nodded his head helplessly. In Ji City, there were only a few people he was familiar with, and he had yet to get in touch with those influential nobles of Great Yin Dynasty. Everything had just begun. The current Lu Chengfeng could only passively accept these storms, and he had no power to fight back. Wuxia turned his head and gave the surroundings a glance. Suddenly, he recalled those city guard who had expanded Little Meng City. He pondered for a brief moment, then waved his hand at Zhang Hu and Hu Wei, giving them some orders. Sending soldiers from Little Meng City to Ji City was a helpless choice. At least, the soldiers from Little Meng City wouldn't have any conflict with the soldiers from Ji City. After busying himself for a while, Yanfu had arranged a place for the men of scouting office that was close to the small building where Lu Chengfeng lived. Before he could sit down and catch his breath, Yanfu came running into the room with a trembling body. Carefully, he handed over a visiting card, which was made from golden threads and embroidered with faint bamboo leaf patterns using silver threads and emanating an air of wealth and honor, to Lu Chengfeng. Master, Prince Ci, Yan Hua has come to pay a visit. Yanfu's face was filled with shock. Yan Bugui, who was sitting aside and drinking tea, sprung up immediately and cried out, "What? Prince Ci has come to pay a visit? Sect leader, I have to see him." Prince Ci, Yan Hua, was one of the 8 princes who governed the state affairs of Great Yin Dynasty. The emperor of Great Yin Dynasty, Yin Dan, was in a secluded cultivation all year round. Chief General Jing Ku and all the other important ministers of Great Yin Dynasty didn't show themselves easily. They were all in a secluded cultivation, trying their best to make a breakthrough in their current realm, seeking for a stronger power and a longer life. The first generation of their descendants, the generation of Yin Dan's sons and daughters, had also been living in seclusion. They were either cultivating or doing other things, and none of them were involved in the state affairs. Yin Dan's grandsons, the generation of Yuxian, only had 3 to 5 of them who were passionate about seeking power and enjoying life. They were in charge of the imperial family court, a noble and prestigious department. Although they held a high position, they didn't have much power and were only used as a supervisor. The ones who were really in charge of the real power of Great Yin Dynasty were the 8 great-grandsons of Yin Dan. They were given the title of prince and were known as the 8 princes of Great Yin Dynasty. Prince Ren, Prince Yi, Prince Li, Prince Xian, Prince Zhong, Prince Xiao, Prince Min, and Prince Ci. These 8 princes formed the real core of Great Yin Dynasty's imperial court. Prince Ci, Yan Hua, was the youngest among them. Although he was Yin Dan's great-grandson, he was only in his 50s, still in the prime of his life. Yin Buji and Yin Hua were cousins. When Lu Chengfeng saw Yin Hua, he had to obediently call him uncle. In terms of the title of nobility, the title of the 8 princes was even higher than Yuxian, who controlled the imperial family court. Even though Lu Chengfeng had inherited the title of Duke Yin Lu and the official position of Zhuo Zhen, when facing Prince Ci, no matter it was his seniority, title, or actual power, he had no choice but to bow his head and obey his orders. "Please, please come in." Lu Chengfeng rose to his feet, brought his men, and walked out of the main entrance. The main entrance of Duke Yin Li's mansion was opened. Wuxia followed behind Lu Chengfeng and strode into the main entrance. He immediately saw a group of elite armored soldiers standing in front of the entrance, escorting a strange beast. It had a pale yellow body, looked like a horse, but had scales all over its body, a pair of spiral-shaped horns growing out of its head, and a pair of golden gleams shooting out from its eyes. This was a rare beast, the 1,000 miles golden eyes cloud. Once it lost its temper, it could run 30,000 miles in one day and one night, and it could run at an incredible speed in a short distance. It was one of the best mounts under the heaven. The pair of horns on its head were extremely hard and sharp, comparable to a precious blade that could slice through iron like mud. Riding on the back of the golden eyes cloud, Yin Hua looked like a man in his 30s. His face was fair and beardless, and his cheeks were slightly longer. He was emanating a faint air of dignity that could make one feel suffocated. When he opened his eyes and looked at someone, his gaze was sharp, as if he could see through their internal organs. Judging from the faintly discernible aura emanating from him, he was an expert of Xiantian realm, at least in the breath condensation tier of Xiantian realm. Upon seeing Yin Hua, Lu Chengfeng hastily bowed and said, "I didn't know Prince Ci was coming. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Yin Hua leaped off the mount, supported Lu Qingfeng with one hand and said, "You don't have to be so courteous. I have a very close relationship with Buji. I heard that you've inherited his title of nobility and official position. That's why I came here to have a look." Yin Halaw helped Lu Qingfeng up, gave Lu Qingfeng a glance, nodded his head and praised. "You look like a talented man. Good. You're a descendant of Yin clan. Your cultivation base is stronger than your father. If he had the cultivation base you have today, he wouldn't have passed away so suddenly." As a son, Lu Qingfeng found it inappropriate to answer Yin Halaw's words. Instead, he put on a sad expression and respectfully invited Yin Halaw into Duke Yin Li's mansion. The few hundred armored guards brought by Yin Halaw followed him into the mansion, surrounding the front and back of the main hall. Upon seeing this scene, Wuxia couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was this Yin Halaw afraid of death or something? His armored guards had entered the main hall just like that, not giving any face to Lu Qingfeng at all. He was a senior, one of the 8 princes who governed the imperial court. How could he not give face to his master? Shaking his head, Wuxia followed them into the main hall. Yin Bugue was bowing to Yin Halaw. Yin Halaw gave Yin Bugue a sideways glance, snorted lightly, and signaled him to stand up. Yin Bugue was just the son of a concubine, and his seniority was far lower than Yin Halaw's. By snorting lightly, Yin Halaw had already given Yin Bugue a great face. Yin Bugue rose to his feet obediently and stood aside, narrowing his eyes and staring at those armored guards standing outside the main hall. Yin Halaw and Lu Qingfeng sat down as the guest and the host. When the serving maids served them tea, Yin Halaw began to talk. "Qingfeng, congratulations on inheriting the title of nobility from my brother Buji. The reason I came here today is to discuss something with you." Not allowing Lu Qingfeng to open his mouth, Yin Halaw continued in an indifferent tone. "In your fief, there are 7 iron mountains and 5 iron smelting workshops. I'll use 5 fish farms, 3 pearl farms, and 4 jade mines in the EC in exchange for these iron mountains and iron smelting workshops. You can handle the handover documents tomorrow. Using natural fish farms, pearl farms, and 4 jade mines that produce luxury goods in exchange for 7 iron mountains and 5 iron smelting workshops." Before Lu Qingfeng could say anything, Wuxia had already interrupted with a smile. "May I ask, Prince Ci, why are you doing this?" Yin Halaw raised his head and glared at Wuxia, sneered and said, "Who are you? How dare you interrupt? Someone drag him out and give him 300 strokes of the rod." Immediately, a group of armored guards rushed in like wolves and tigers. Chapter 73. These armored soldiers brought by Yin Halaw were all elites selected from among thousands. Among the dozens of men who leaped toward Wuxia, each of them had a cultivation base of peak stage Hotian realm. 2 of them even had energy ripples emanating from their bodies. Obviously, they were just one step away from breaking through the realm of Xianxia. It seemed they were experts in some kind of combo combat technique. A dozen of them leaped toward Wuxia from all directions, grabbing his neck, shoulders, elbows, wrists, ribs, knees, and all the major vital points of his body were under the clutches of their huge hands. Wuxia was caught unprepared. The fact that Yin Halaw openly captured someone in Lu Qingfeng's mansion was beyond everyone's expectation. To put it simply, he didn't take Wuxia seriously. To put it simply, he was disregarding Lu Qingfeng's identity. To put it simply, he was provoking all the members of the 9th clan of Great Yin Imperial Clan with the surname Yin. No one expected that Yin Halaw would give such an order. Therefore, Wuxia was pinned down by these armored soldiers. Dozens of burly men shouted at the same time, exerting force with their arms, trying to push Wuxia to the ground. Behind him, 4 armored soldiers were seen running towards him, each carrying a black stick as thick as a small bowl. Once Wuxia was pinned to the ground, they would immediately give him a good lesson. Although these 4 black sticks looked ordinary, they were actually made from 10,000 years old mountain vines. The vines were picked from the depth of the mountain, chopped down, soaked in tung oil for 3 years, then exposed to the sun, soaked again, and exposed to the sun again. After a total of 18 years, the original bucket-thick vine was shrunk to the size of a small bowl. Only then could the stick be considered a success. Although it was made from mountain vines, its weight was comparable to steel. When the stick smashed down, it carried a soft yet strong force, and could even smash a large rock into pieces. For ordinary people, they couldn't even withstand 3 strikes, let alone 300. Obviously, Yin Huluo wanted to beat Wuxia to death by giving him 300 strikes. Wuxia was also at a disadvantage. He didn't expect that Yin Huluo wouldn't put Lu Qingfeng, his master, in his eyes. Dozens of peak Hotian armored soldiers exerted their strength together. Wuxia staggered under the pressure, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. As soon as he fell to the ground, other than the 4 soldiers who had grabbed onto his shoulders and ribs, the other soldiers had let go of him. The 4 armored soldiers behind him raised their heavy black lacquered clubs, exhaled, and then smashed them down on Wuqi's buttocks and legs. The 4 of them used all their strength. The black lacquered staff pierced through the air, emitting a muffled whistling sound as it landed heavily on Wuqi's buttocks. The huge impact caused Wuqi's body to tremble, and a huge force passed through his body and directly hit the ground. The 4 dark cyan old mountain stone tiles under Wuqi's body were crushed on the spot. Wuqi felt a sharp pain piercing into his heart. The clothes on his buttocks were smashed to pieces, and a thick bloody mark suddenly appeared on his flesh. Although he had raised his internal energy to protect his body in time, this strike had nearly shattered all the internal energy in his body. The first armored soldier who swung the black lacquered staff took 2 steps back, while the other 3 followed a steady rhythm, swinging their clubs one after another. These 4 armored soldiers were experts in beating people's buttocks. Once they started, the black lacquered staff would fall down like a windmill without any delay. Hearing another wind-breaking sound, Wuqi was greatly alarmed. The strike just now had nearly shattered his defensive energy, and his skin and flesh had suffered a serious injury. If he were hit a few more times, he would lose his life right here and now. Throwing his head back and letting out a shrill cry, Wuqi's eyes suddenly turned red. The enormous innate water energy hidden in the water meridians in both of his arms was activated, rushing straight into his 8 special meridians and 12 standard meridians like the water of the Yellow River breaking through a dam. A visible cloud of misty water vapor sprayed out from Wuqi's body. The 4 armored soldiers who were holding his body let out a muffled snort, as if their index fingers were hit by a bomb at close range. An irresistible force came through their fingers, causing their flesh and blood to fly in all directions, and their pale white bones to break one after another. Letting out a furious roar, Wuqi's short hair stood up one by one. He gathered the power of the jade-breaking palm with his left hand, and secretly cast the star-picking palm with his right hand. His body twisted and leaped up like a crazy, poisonous python. Along with a muffled sound of water waves, Wuqi thrust out his left hand, hitting one of the 4 armored soldiers who were holding him in the chest. The extremely condensed and soft palm force smashed into their bodies, exploding in the deepest part of their bodies. Only those who had witnessed the current situation of these 4 armored soldiers knew what it meant by flesh and blood flying in all directions. Only those who witnessed the current situation of these 4 armored soldiers knew what it meant by flesh and blood flying in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, their bodies exploded and shattered into pieces. Countless amounts of blood and meat paste squeezed out from the gaps between their armors, shooting out over 100 feet away along with ear-piercing hissing noises. The hall where Lu Qingfeng was entertaining guests had suddenly turned into a sheet of blood red. Before the 3 wooden poles could fall down, Wuqi spun around like a whirlwind, slapping heavily on the chests of the 4 armored soldiers with the jade-breaking palm, while silently striking out his right hand with the star-picking palm, lightly pressing on the vital parts of their dantian. The blood and chi essence of these 4 armored soldiers rushed into Wuqi's body. His buttocks, which were swollen and bruised after being hit by a wooden pole just now, were replenished by this blood and chi essence, healing the wounds at an incredible speed. The blood and chi in Wuqi's body surged and surged, filling his entire body with strength. He let out a long and sonorous cry, glaring at Yin Hua with a pair of blood-red eyes. "Since you want to kill me, I'll kill you." Wuqi cried out fiercely, raising both palms and slashing down towards Yin Hua's head. Bang, bang, bang. For muffled booms rang out. The bodies of the 4 armored soldiers holding the black wooden poles trembled as the frightening jade-breaking force exploded in their bodies. Just like the previous 4 armored soldiers, their bodies exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood, spraying out from the gaps between their armors. A rain of blood poured down from the hall, drenching everyone in the hall. The sky was filled with blood and flesh. With his eyes bloodshot, Wuqi looked like a devil that had just come from the hell of blood, screaming and leaping towards Yin Hua. Poor Yin Hua. As one of the 8 princes of Great Yin Dynasty, he was extremely wealthy and honorable. As a man who had lived a comfortable life, he had never seen a brutal man like Wuqi, who had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although he had the cultivation of breath condensation tier of Xianxia realm, at this moment, Yin Hua was like a delicate teenage girl who was facing 70 to 80 lectures alone. His body was shivering, and he kept retreating backward crazily. While fleeing in a panic, he cried out with a stern voice, somebody, kill this maniac. Kill him now." The few armored soldiers who had captured Wuqi just now were standing right in the hall, and they were the closest to Wuqi. Witnessing how Wuqi had used an unimaginable method to kill 8 of their companions, and even dash towards their master, Prince Ci, Yin Hua, the few armored soldiers were scared out of their wits. Almost instinctively, they huddled together and dashed towards Wuqi. As they were scared out of their wits, they didn't use any techniques or strategies and just slammed into Wuqi with brute force. They didn't seek to kill Wuqi. They just wanted to stall Wuqi for a short moment, so that Yin Hua could have the chance to escape, and so that the real experts around Yin Hua could come to his rescue. They stretched out their arms, circulating their innate energies in their bodies over and over again, exerting their strongest force and leaping towards Wuqi while howling. Right after Wuqi sprung up 10 feet into the air, and when he was less than 20 feet away, these desperate armored soldiers suddenly dashed towards him, huddled together, and wrapped their arms around Wuqi. "Go to hell." The red gleam in Wuqi's eyes grew stronger, and a strong blood-red gleam almost burst out from his eye sockets. He took out the innate water serpent pill and placed it in his mouth. An enormous amount of water elemental energies kept rushing into his body from the pill, replenishing his innate energies that had been greatly depleted. The biggest feature of Scroll of Stealing was that it allowed one to consume innate energies without any scruples and replenish innate energies at the same time, without any scruples. This was exactly in line with the characteristics of robbers and thieves. Since they had stolen something, naturally, they would be extravagant and wasteful. Which robber or thief would be so frugal? How could they have the intention of spending money for every grain of rice? Except for Scroll of Stealing, which was a heaven-defying cultivation technique. If any other cultivator dared to do this, their body would have long exploded from the enormous amount of energy contained in the innate water serpent pill. This was the limitation of the cultivation technique. Except for Wuqi, no one in this world dared to do this. At this moment, Wuqi's body had turned into a bridge. The enormous amount of energy from the innate water serpent pill kept bursting out from his body, giving him nearly all the power of the 3,800 years old innate water serpent in an instant. Waves of water that could be seen with naked eyes emerged around Wuqi, slapping onto the few armored soldiers with a loud boom. Right when these armored soldiers hugged Wuqi, the water waves, which were pure and without any impurities, rushed into their bodies. Their bodies were instantly shattered, as every single cell in their body was exploded by the swelling body fluid. The water waves that were coiling around Wuqi's body suddenly turned blood red. All the blood and qi essence in the bodies of these 8 armored soldiers were sucked out by him. If it were Wuqi, he could only steal 1% of the blood and qi essence in these armored soldiers. However, with the help of the innate water serpent pill, the great hand of web and little star picking palm, and the frightening cultivation of the innate water serpent, he could easily suck out all the blood and qi essence in these armored soldiers, including all their Picotian innate energies. Blood waves were rolling and rolling around him. With a stern voice, Wu Qi cried out, "Yen Haloa die." Pointing his left hand at Yin Haloa from a distance, Wu Qi suddenly shot out countless blood-red threads from his palm. An ear-piercing whistling noise rang out as the blood waves around Wu Qi were rocking and rolling, transforming into a huge blood-red whirlpool. The surrounding air was driven by this blood-red whirlpool, turning into tens of tornadoes, each as thick as the mouth of a bull. Yin Haloa's fleeing body came to a halt abruptly, as the invisible force of the great hand of web had already enveloped him. He could not control his body and was being dragged toward Wu Qi. What scared Yin Halo even more was that the energy and qi essence in his body were about to fly away, as if they were about to rush out from his pores and join the blood waves around Wu Qi. Seeing that Yin Halo was about to be killed by Wu Qi, 2 vague figures suddenly teleported in front of Yin Halo. "How dare you be so rude to Prince Ci? Die now!" 2 vague figures shouted out at the same time. They waved their hands and unleashed 2 7 to 8 feet long sword beams, thrusting whistling towards Wu Qi along with a cold breeze. One of the 2 sword beams was yellow, while the other was gray. The quality of these 2 sword beams was not very high. Obviously, they were just ordinary flying swords. However, the cultivation of these 2 men was not weak at all. They had the cultivation of embryonic breath tier of Xianxia realm. Compared to Old Devil and Lord Flame, who relied on evil techniques to increase their cultivation level, these 2 were embryonic breath level Xianxia realm cultivators who had trained themselves to reach their current level. When their sword beams were unleashed, the blood-red whirlpool unleashed from Wu Qi's palm was immediately shattered into pieces. Laughing hideously, Wu Qi narrowed his eyes and cried out harshly, "Let's see who's going to die." Raising his left arm, Wu Qi gathered all his innate water energy on it and took the initiative to thrust his left arm towards the 2 sword beams. The sword beams streaked across, and in an instant blood sprayed out from Wu Qi's left arm. Chapter 74. The shrill sword cry shook everyone's ears and brought them a sharp pain. The dark green glazed tiles on the roof were pierced by the shrill sword cry, breaking into hundreds of pieces on the spot. On Wu Qi's left arm that was raised high up in the air, 2 short swords, each about 4 inches long, were deeply embedded in his flesh. They were twisting and struggling, but no matter how hard they tried, they just could not break free from the restraint of Wu Qi's body. Although he only had the cultivation of Meridian cultivating tier, the scroll of stealing that Wu Qi was cultivating was too powerful. Stealing the blood and qi essence of others to strengthen his own body. Stealing the cultivation base of others to improve his own cultivation base. Stealing the soul fragments of others to strengthen his own soul. Everything was so unimaginably queer. Therefore, although his cultivation base was at the Meridian cultivating tier, his overall strength could not be measured in this way. After being nourished by the blood and qi essence of so many people, his body was now a few times stronger than an ordinary Meridian cultivating tier warrior. The toughness of his muscles and bones was almost comparable to a physique cultivating tier warrior. The density of his innate energy was not any weaker than a breath condensing tier warrior. With such a strong body and powerful innate energy gathered together, Wu Qi injected all his innate water energy into his left arm. Immediately, His left arm looked like it was forged from diamond. Although the flying swords of the two embryonic breath tier cultivators were very sharp, when they were clamped by Wuxi's flesh, they could only let out shrill cries and could not break free from the restraint of Wuxi's arm no matter how hard they struggled. The two embryonic breath tier cultivators stared blankly at the two flying swords embedded in Wuxi's arm, completely dumbfounded. Although their flying swords were not a high grade, they were still sharp weapons of mid-grade magical item. Wherever the sword beam passed through, even an ordinary iron armor would be sliced in half. How could a man with flesh and blood restrain flying swords? This was a sensational story. Could it be that he was a human immortal who had attained mastery in Jindan? Both cultivators looked at each other in shock. Chi-Chi breathed out a mouthful of innate energy, performed a sword incantation gesture, and cried out, "Go!" The two flying swords vibrated violently together, constantly emitting sharp sword cries. Blood burst out from the wound on Wuxi's arm, which was pierced by the flying swords, and dripped onto the ground, which was now badly mutilated. With a hideous smile on his face, Wuxi leaped towards the two cultivators. The innate water energy was spinning rapidly in the meridians of his left arm, producing deep and muffled sounds of water ripples. Two invisible whirlpools formed on his left arm, and at the core of the whirlpools were two flying swords embedded in his arms. A huge suction force firmly trapped the two flying swords. No matter how fast they struggled, they could not escape from Wuxi's grasp. Not only that, as the saying goes, dripping water can wear away a stone, Wuxi's innate water energy kept eroding and wearing away at the flying sword, wiping away the spiritual mark left behind by the two cultivators and the thread of innate energy that controlled the flying sword. The strength of Wuxi's soul was far stronger than the two embryonic breath level cultivators. Although it was 1 against 2, it still made the two cultivators feel more and more uncomfortable in controlling the flying swords. Obviously, these two cultivators were orthodox Qi practitioners. They had put all their energy into polishing their innate energy, refining their flying swords, and practicing magic and talismans. Orthodox Qi practitioners like them only focused on cultivation. Although they had a solid foundation and a superb cultivation base, they lacked the ability to adapt to situations. Seeing that the flying swords had no effect, the two cultivators breathed out mouthfuls of innate energy and kept urging the flying swords to detach from Wuxi's body so that the sword beam could cut off Wuxi's head. They had forgotten that the distance between them and Wuxi was only a few feet. Even a warrior at the peak of the Hotian realm could cross this distance in just 1 step. With a hideous grin on his face, Wuxi extracted a large amount of natural energy from the innate water serpent pill, instantly turning it into rolling natural energy and spreading it into his meridians. The blood and Qi essence of the 7 or 8 armored warriors were absorbed into his body, condensing into 2 explosive balls of jade, shattering palm energy on his right palm and right knee. Like a tiger, he pounced in front of the two cultivators and pressed his palm on the chest of the man on the left. Then he lifted his right knee and thrust it into the lower part of the cultivator's kidney with all his strength. The natural energy extracted from the innate water serpent pill and the blood and Qi essence of the 7 or 8 armored warriors were divided into 2 equal parts. After that, Chi-Chi blasted them into the bodies of the two cultivators. Suddenly, the bodies of the two cultivators swelled up. After entering the embryonic breath level, all the spirit, Qi, and spirit of a cultivator would be contained inside his body. His appearance would be as old as it could be, and as shriveled and ugly as it could be. However, after being forcefully blasted by the natural energy and blood and Qi essence of Wuxi, the shriveled skin of the two cultivators suddenly turned white and shiny, swelling up like a silkworm that had eaten too much. Damn it! 2 miserable howls rang out. Countless finger-sized cracks appeared on the surface of the bodies of the 2 embryonic breath-level cultivators of Xianxia realm. The jade shattering energy kept exploding inside their bodies, and all the people inside and outside the hall could hear the deep, muffled explosions coming out from their bodies. Streams of blood kept bursting out from their 7 apertures, and their breaths were weakening at an incredible rate. Dying. Wuxi's eyes went wide as he gave a loud roar at both men. The storage bag moved, and 2 poisonous prickles from Meng Mountains were grabbed in Wuxi's hand. Then he ruthlessly stabbed them between the eyebrows of the 2 cultivators. Another huge wave of energy from the innate water serpent pill penetrated into the brains of the 2 cultivators through the prickles, shattering their spiritual ocean and soul into countless pieces under the impact of the energy. The great hand of Web was unleashed through the poisonous prickles, and a tremendous suction force was sent out from the prickles. Both cultivators had spent over 100 years of arduous cultivation to reach the embryonic breath level of Xianxia realm, and their powerful and condensed souls were comparable to the combination of 100 souls of ordinary people. When such a huge soul was shattered into pieces, it was extracted by the mystic technique of scroll of stealing, turning into pure soul particles and injecting into Wu Qi's spiritual ocean. In Wu Qi's spiritual ocean, the water ripples of 1,000 miles in circumference began to spin crazily. The soul particles were washed over and over again by the water ripples, and the traces of aura from the 2 cultivators were completely washed away. The pure soul energy transformed into a 7-colored ray and squeezed out from the water ripples, turning into a sheet of 7-colored mist that hovered slowly in Wu Qi's spiritual ocean. At the moment, Wu Qi did not have the ability to digest and absorb the 2 enormous soul energies. He could only temporarily store them in his spiritual ocean and slowly absorb and fuse them in the future. The soul was the most important foundation for a cultivator. The stronger the soul was, the stronger the divine will and divine sense would be, and it would not be easy for the cultivator to be invaded by the external evils during the cultivation, and it would not be easy for the cultivator to make mistakes during the cultivation. As long as he could absorb all the soul energies from these 2 cultivators, it would be much easier for Wu Qi to break through to the Jindan realm in the future. Although it seemed like a long time ago, in fact, everything happened in just a few seconds. 2 cultivators of embryonic breath level of Xiantian realm were brutally killed. A huge amount of dark blood burst out from their bodies, and in just a blink of an eye, they had turned into 2 pitch-black meatballs the size of a child. After that, the jade-breaking force exploded, and the 2 pitch-black meatballs exploded. Countless poisonous blood and flesh splattered in all directions, scaring all the people in and out of the hall into a flurry. Laughing hideously, Wu Qi pulled out the 2 middle-grade magical flying sword from his left arm and shoved them into the storage bag. The innate water energy was flowing back and forth in his arm, constantly nourishing the wounds and healing the blood vessels and nerves quickly. However, not only did these 2 flying swords injure Wu Qi's muscles and nerves, they had also pierced through the bones of his left arm, damaging the bone marrow inside. This was a very serious injury to Wu Qi's foundation of cultivation. If it were any other cultivator who had their bone marrow damaged, they would have to consume all kinds of spirit medicines and spend a few months to carefully nurse their body back to health. But for Wu Qi, although the injury was serious, as long as he could steal the blood and chi essence of a few people to fill his body, he would be able to recover in 3 to 5 days. There was still a little bit of blood and chi essence left in his body. Without hesitation, Wu Qi gathered them near the wounds. Wave after wave of scorching hot streams rushed to the wounds on the bones, and at a speed that Wu Qi could sense, the bones and marrow began to heal and regenerate. Initially, Yin Helua thought that his 2 personal guards would be able to kill Wu Qi with ease. When he saw 2 sword beams piercing through the air, a cold and complacent smile emerged on his face as he struggled to his feet. Before he could regain his balance, Wu Qi had wounded himself in the most violent and barbaric way, then killed the 2 strongest embryonic breath realm cultivators who served Yin Helua. Yin Halaw was about to throw his head back and laugh out loud complacently, but his body suddenly trembled. His laughter was suddenly stuck in his throat and turned into a strange clucking sound that sounded like a hen that had just laid eggs. He stared at Wuxia while shivering, as he couldn't figure out why Wuxia, who had just reached Meridian cultivating tier of Xianxia realm, was able to kill the two strongest personal guards of him. You use somebody. Yin Halaw pointed his finger at Wuxia, but in the end, he could only let out a long and shrill cry. Outside the hall, the armored guards brought by Yin Halaw had already rushed into the hall. However, as the bodies of two cultivators exploded, sending countless dark poisonous blood and flesh flying in all directions, they had no choice but to scatter in all directions. At this moment, Yin Halaw let out a wild cry, and all of them pulled out their swords, charging towards Wuxia like a tidal wave. Clang! A sword cry rang out, as a soft sword came swaying towards Yin Halaw. Like a poisonous snake, it coiled 3 rounds around Yin Halaw's neck. The quality of the soft sword was very good, as it was a sharp weapon meticulously crafted by an expert craftsman. The razor-sharp edge of the sword was pressed against Yin Halaw's neck, and a bone-piercing cold air nearly froze his body, silencing his shrill and unpleasant cry. Lu Qingfeng held the hilt of the sword steadily, his fingers not moving at all. He stuck close to Yin Halaw's back, then shouted with a cold and merciless voice, "Princess, not only is Wuxia my chief hanger-on, he is also my sworn brother. I'm sorry, but if you want to kill him, I'll kill you instead." Yin Halaw cried out as if he had just seen a ghost. "Duke Yinlo, have you gone mad? Do you know the consequences of killing me?" With a ferocious voice, Lu Qingfeng said, "So what if I kill you? At the worst, I'll just wander around the world. As long as I still have my sworn brothers and friends, where can I make a name for myself? You came to my house and forcefully demanded my Iron Mountain smelting factory. That is no different from humiliating me. You also killed my sworn brother, my chief hanger-on. You didn't give me any face, so what if I kill you?" Holding the sword with his right hand, Lu Qingfeng reached out his left hand and lightly patted on Yin Halaw's cheek. Lu Qingfeng, who had always been gentle and elegant, and had the air of a young master from an influential clan, was now like a wild wolf that was forced into a desperate situation, bringing with him a ferocious and murderous aura, which was exactly the same as Wuxia's. "Yin Halaw, can you tell me, is your neck made of flesh and blood? Can this soft sword chop off your big head?" Wuxia coughed out a mouthful of blood, then gave Lu Qingfeng a thumbs up with a strange laugh, and said, "Aren't you forcing me to never leave you behind for the rest of my life? You are indeed a good brother." None of the armored soldiers who rushed into the hall dared to move. While laughing wildly, Wuxia came before Yin Halaw, swung his hand, and gave him a tight slap on the face. The slap nearly knocked Yin Halaw's teeth out. Yin Halaw's neck tilted to one side, and the edge of the sword tightened its grip. A large piece of the white skin on his neck was cut open, and blood immediately flowed out from the wound. Yin Halaw and Yin Bugue cried out at the same time, "Stop! We can discuss this." Chapter 75. Lu Qingfeng smiled, a very bright smile. He gave Wuxia a look filled with deep emotions, then pushed the tip of the sword slightly into Yin Halaw's flesh. A stream of blood slowly slid down from Yin Halaw's skin, and his face, which had just recovered a little bit, turned unsightly again. He just wanted to give Lu Qingfeng a show of strength by beating his hanger-on to death, so that Lu Qingfeng would listen to him obediently. Wasn't it normal for him, Prince Ci, to beat a few men to death? Why would Wuxia have such an intense reaction? Why would Lu Qingfeng attack him, one of the 8 princes who supervised the state affairs, just for a mere hanger-on? Prince Ci laughed and said, "Surrender to the barbarians? They will never trust you." Wuxia looked at Yin Halaw with a smile on his face. Suddenly, he thrust the dagger in his hand into Yin Halaw's thigh. With a smile on his face, Wuxia nodded at Yin Halaw, Then he forcefully poked a few times on Yin Hulua's body with his finger, cutting off all the meridians in his body and sealing off all the innate energy in his body. The heaven-shadowing finger of this meridian-breaking restrictive spell came from Scroll of Stealing and was a profound and magical technique. Not only could it be used on human beings, it could also be used on demon beasts, spirit beasts, or even legendary immortal beasts and divine beasts. Wuxia sat down on the low couch opposite Yin Hulua, crossed his legs, and narrowed his eyes as he sized up Yin Hulua, whose face had turned deathly pale. Yin Bugui had temporarily taken on the role of a servant. He picked up a copper kettle placed on top of a small stove in a corner of the inner hall, brewed a pot of tea, and poured a cup of hot tea for each of the people present. Before Yin Hulua could say anything, Wuxia sprung up and sat right next to Yin Hulua in a friendly manner. Hugging Yin Hulua's shoulder, he said smilingly, "Why don't we do this? You can use the most vicious oath of your soul to swear a blood oath. As long as you have the slightest thought or action towards our young master, or anyone close to our young master, you will die without a burial place. After you die, you will be divided and eaten by millions of animals. Your soul will never be able to reincarnate, and your line of descendants will be cut off. Even the members of your clan will die a horrible death. What do you think?" Just as they left the mansion, Yin Hulua gritted his teeth and ordered, "Execute concubine Oriole and beat her brother to death." Yin Fu, who was frightened by the tragic turn of events, but still maintained the bearing and demeanor of a butler of the Duke's mansion, walked in and led the soldiers out of the hall as if they were ducks being chased away. Now that Yin Hulua was under someone's control, no matter how unwilling these armored soldiers were, they had no choice but to follow Yin Fu out of the hall. After that, Yin nimbly leaped over and closed the door. Wuxia smiled and said, "You don't have the intention to become enemies with our young master, but you have ordered me to be beaten to death." He casually clapped his hands, wiping away the blood staining his hands. Then he took out an outer robe from his storage bag and put it on, covering the torn back part of his shirt and trousers. With a relaxed and joyful smile on his face, the blood gleam in Wuqi's eyes was quickly retracted. Indifferently, he waved his hand at those armored soldiers, who had their bodies tensed up and their nerves were on the verge of breaking. Yin Hulua stared at Wuxia as if he had just seen a ghost, while Lu Chengfeng and Yin Bugui had their faces turned extremely strange. Did they really have to make such a scene? With Yin Hulua's status and identity, not to mention exchanging the few iron mountains with the fishery, pearl quarry, and jade mine. Even if he asked for them for free, how many people in Great Yin Dynasty would dare to not give him face? Even if it was that stingy Yuxian, if he, Yin Hulua, want to get a few mineral veins from him, Yuxian would at most ask for an equivalent exchange. The inner hall was a small compartment with luxurious furnishings. Everything was exquisite and luxurious. 2 incense burners, shaped like the heaven-swallowing toad, were emitting a faint purple aroma. The rich fragrance of lilies filled the air, washing away the smell of blood that came from the front hall. Lu Changfeng pressed Yin Hulua down on a low couch and sat down. Then he himself sat right next to Yin Hulua. "If you don't swear, I will assume that your Highness, Prince Ci, will seek revenge from us in the future. If that is the case, no wonder you can't walk out of Duke Yin Li's mansion today." Lu Chengfeng was just a duke who had just arrived in Ji City, without any foundation or power. He was just a duke with an undeserved reputation. Yin Hulua had given him a great honor by personally exchanging his properties with him. How did things turn out like this? With a complicated look in his eyes, Yin Hulua gazed at Wuxia and nearly cursed out loud. Holding the dagger, Wuxia forcefully twisted and turned a few rounds in Yin Hulua's thigh muscles, causing him to scream out in pain. Wuxia hated the fact that his cultivation base was not strong enough. If he had the cultivation of Jindan realm, he would be able to seize Yin Hulua's nascent divinity and swear an oath with his nascent divinity. This would be the safest way. But now, he could only be careful and take precautions and hope that Yin Hulua's oath would have a binding effect on him. 15 minutes later, Yin Halaw, who had changed his clothes, left Duke Yin Li's mansion with an extremely unsightly face. Wuxia sneered and said, "I've told them, we'll use your head to pave the way. Will they believe the head of one of the 8 princes of Great Yin Dynasty? Or we could just bring you alive and seek refuge with the barbarians. With your testimony, they should believe us, right?" Yin Halaw gazed at Yin Bugui, then said with a bitter voice, "This time, it was my new concubine who begged me. Her elder brother had his eyes on the 7 iron mountains and 5 iron smelting workshops in Duke Yin Li's fief. That's why he begged me, using the few fish farms, pearl farms, and jade mines to exchange for them. But I never expected that I would suffer such a great hardship." Holding the teacup with both hands and fiddling with the lid, Wuxia gazed at Yin Halaw from the corner of his eyes, sneered and said, "Tell me, Your Highness Prince Yi, why did you come to our young master's mansion? It seems like you're here to bully us. If we're talking about the title of nobility, you're prince. If we're talking about the seniority, you're senior. If we're talking about the power, you're one of the 8 princes of Great Yin Dynasty. Is it really necessary for you to make such a scene just for a few Iron Mountains?" Wuxia gave Yin Bugui a look. Without saying a word, Yin Bugui spun and left the inner hall. Not long after that, he could clearly sense the ripples of wood element energies coming from the outside, along with the faint howls of wind-breaking wolves. After a while, Yin Bugui returned to the inner hall. He had already sent his subordinates to inform the scouting office about what happened here. Lu Chengfeng squeezed out a smile, slowly sheathed the flexible sword, grabbed Yin Halaw, and walked into the inner hall. The flexible sword that was coiled around Yin Halaw's neck a moment ago had been kept back into his sleeve by Lu Chengfeng. His right hand was pressed tightly against Yin Halaw's ribs, and the tip of the sword had pierced through Yin Halaw's clothes, nearly piercing through his skin. As long as there was a slight change, Lu Chengfeng would just have to unleash his innate energy, and the flexible sword would pierce straight into Yin Halaw's heart from the ribs. Hee. Suddenly, Wuqi's joyful laughter rang out in the hall, which was filled with a tense atmosphere. Yin Halaw couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and said, "I shouldn't have come here. Why did I have to do this? I've lost so many of my trusted soldiers, and even 2 sinecures that I've recruited with great difficulty. Really, why did I have to come here?" From the bag, Wuxia took out a small sharp dagger, placed the teacup on the low couch, and began trimming his nails in an unhurried manner. "I, Wuxia, am not a talented man. Although I am the chief hanger-on of our young master, we are like brothers. You're trying to kill me in front of our young master. This is not giving our young master any face. Since you're not giving our young master any face, why should I give you any?" Yin Halaw let out a bitter laugh, sighed, and said, "Why did you have to do this? I don't have the intention to become enemies with Duke Yin Li." Left with no other choice, Yin Halaw could only repeat what Wuxia said, word by word, swearing the extremely vicious oath. There were cultivators in this world, and the theory of ghosts and deities was prevalent. After swearing such a vicious oath, Yin Halaw wouldn't dare to attack Wuxia and Lu Chengfeng again. Standing at the entrance of Duke Yin Li's mansion, Wuxia was sneering as he listened to Yin Halaw's order. In an indifferent tone, Wuxia asked, "What is the background of the new concubine of Prince Ci?" The elder brother of the new concubine of Yin Halaw had his eyes set on the properties in Lu Chengfeng's fief. A large stream of blood was oozing out from his neck, and the clothes on his upper body were stained with blood. Trembling, Yin Halaw picked up the teacup, and regardless of how hot the tea was, he tilted his head back and drank the entire cup in one gulp. He breathed out a long sigh of relief. The scalding hot tea seemed to have brought a little bit of heat to him, and the flush on his face gradually returned to his cheeks. Wuxia clapped his hands, gave Yin Bugui a smile, and slowly walked into the hall. Yin Bugui breathed out a long sigh, frowned, and looked at the mess of blood and flesh on the floor, then shook his head helplessly. He stomped his feet, rolled his eyes a few times, and hastily followed Yin Bugui into the inner hall. Yin Halaw was flustered and exasperated. If not because the edge of the sword was pressing against his ribs, he would have leaped up and cursed out loud. Prince C's expression changed instantly. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. He finally knew that Wuxia was a fugitive, a real fugitive. It was not strange for him to do anything. If Wuxia really brought Yin Halaw's head to the barbarians, those barbarians would definitely welcome them with great joy. Even if they did not go to the barbarians, Great Yin Dynasty had a vast territory, and there were so many vassal kingdoms. After Wuxia and his men killed Yin Halaw, as long as they escaped from Ji City, they would be able to find shelter anywhere. Wuxia sighed, shook his head, and said, "If we killed Prince Ci, one of the 8 princes, we just need to bring his head and escape to the territory controlled by those barbarians. I think we will be able to live a good life there. The women of the barbarians are very beautiful, and the way they eat and drink is not any worse than the women of Great Yin Dynasty. When we are bored, we could just bring a few barbarians out of the forest and kill some people, seize some territories, and live a carefree life." Wuxia looked at Yin Halaw, who was covered with bloodstains. He pondered for a long while, then breathed out a long sigh and said, "You are, after all, a prince of Great Yin Dynasty. We don't dare to kill you, but we don't dare to let you go just like that. It is too troublesome for one of the 8 princes to find trouble with our young master. What are you doing? What are you doing? Our young master is a relative of Prince Ci, and Prince Ci is also our young master's elder. What is the purpose of you, a group of outsiders, being an eyesore when an elder is chatting with a junior? Yin Fu, Yin Fu. Give each of them a gold ingot and send them out to enjoy good wine and meat." Yin Bugue snorted coldly, cupped his fist, and bowed to Yin Halaw, then said with a deep voice, "Who is Prince Ci here to negotiate with Duke Yin Lo?" Yin Halaw was struck dumb. His face twitched, then he said with a cold voice, "She is the daughter of Prince Fulling of Xian Kingdom." "He, Xian Kingdom? Didn't the hostage of Xian Kingdom die tragically 2 nights ago because of Duke Yin Lo? So, I'm being used as a weapon by someone? How dare they?" Wuxia and Yin Bugue exchanged a glance. Both of them twitched their lips at the same time, revealing a cold, thoughtful smile. Chapter 76. After Prince Ci, Yin Halaw, was sent away, the following half a month of peace and tranquility, and nothing else happened. Under the guidance of Yin Fu and Yin Bugue, Lu Chengfeng began to visit the important figures in Ji City in an orderly manner. The clan leaders of various imperial clans, the heads of a few influential clans, the prime ministers and 9 ministers, and many high ministers and ministers. During the half a month of time, Lu Chengfeng barely managed to straighten out all these relationships and became familiar with all the influential figures in Ji City. However, Lu Chengfeng still had a long way to go before he could truly enter the core circle of nobles of Great Yin Dynasty, possess the relationship and power network that a duke should have, and truly grasp the power and authority of Wuxia. It would take a long time for him to succeed. Fortunately, the influential members of the 9th clan of Great Yin Dynasty, whose clan master was Duke Yin Li's bloodline, had taken the initiative to join them. Led by Yin Zhuhe, the members of the 9th clan of Great Yin Dynasty, there were military officers, ministers of the imperial court, and some high-ranking members of scouting office. With their bloodline as the bond, several dozens of influential figures had taken the initiative to gather around Lu Chengfeng. Finally, he had a force that he could use. For the past half a month, Wuxia had been so busy that he kept slapping his buttocks with his heels. Together with Yin Zhuhe and the other capable men, he focused on checking the accounts of Duke Yin Lo, as well as the money and goods stored in the treasury. With that, he had roughly sorted out the general affairs of the 9th clan. Through this check, Wuxia and Lu Chengfeng learned that the 2 fiefs of Duke Yin Lo were not only the hereditary fiefs of Lu Chengfeng, but also the public assets of many branch clans of the 9th clan. 60% of the annual output of the fiefs would be distributed by Lu Chengfeng to the influential members of the 9th clan. Some members of the imperial clan who had no official position in the imperial court were living off this money. Meanwhile, the 40% of the income left behind by Lu Qingfeng would not be solely enjoyed by him. If one of the members of the Ninth Sect encountered a calamity, or had a headache or fever, and needed a lot of money to help, Lu Qingfeng, as the new sect lord, would have to pull some money out of his own pocket to help the members of the Ninth Sect solve their problems. Since the establishment of Great Yin Dynasty over 2,000 years ago, Lu Qingfeng was the only direct descendant of the Ninth Clan, while there were over 8,000 members of the Yin clan who were born by concubines. The total number of personal guards, servants, and serving ladies of these clan members was over 400,000. Among these 8,000 members of the Yin clan, there were only a few hundred elite members like Yin Jiuhui and Bugui, and Yin Bugui and Yin clan members. After spending half a month to Yin clan, Jiuhui, Yin and Bugui, Yin Wu and Yin Zhuangde, and Yin and Bun, Yin and Yin, and is. Initially, both of them thought they had picked up a great bargain, but now they realized that they had actually found themselves a great trouble. Holding a cup of tea in his hand, Lu Qingfeng sat on the stairs in the main hall of the Duke Mansion with his legs crossed. While sipping the tea, he said with a sigh, "I thought after inheriting the throne, I would be able to enjoy a life of luxury and happiness. Little did I know, there's so many troubles waiting for me." Wuxia sat next to him, also crossing his legs and sighing. "That's right, the hostage of Xian Kingdom, the son of the monarch of a kingdom, was killed by us. Prince Ci, Yin Hulua, was covered in blood by us. The chief supervisor of Central Wind Guard, Xianxia, seems to be hostile to us. There are over 8,000 members of the Ninth Clan, and we have to handle countless affairs, including life, death, sickness, and old age. Why bother?" Shaking his head, Lu Qingfeng said with a deep voice, "Never mind. Since we are already here, let's just take things as they come. We still need to send some capable men to keep an eye on Little Meng City, as the annual production there is not a small amount. I've already communicated with my mother, and from now on, the Three Mountains province, where Little Meng City is located, will be my private territory." Wuxia frowned and said with a soft voice, "Put it aside for now. Little Meng City won't be in any trouble for the time being. When young master has more men, we'll send some of our trusted men there. We need to mobilize the soldiers from there as soon as possible, or else young master won't have enough guards. Young master's father was assassinated, and we still haven't found out the exact reason. Young master's safety can't be neglected." While chatting with each other, they gradually sorted out the recent events and made a rough plan for their future development. Everything seemed to be going smoothly for now. As long as those friends of Lu Qingfeng who came from the influential clans of Lu Kingdom came to Ji City, he would have a batch of men he could use as his subordinates, and the current troubles would be solved. As he had no men he could use, Lu Qingfeng had to write the visiting cards himself when he went out to visit those nobles from the imperial court. This was just too unreasonable. While they were having a heated conversation, Yin Fu, with his head lowered, dashed into the room with a clear palm print on his face. He bowed respectfully to Lu Qingfeng, then said with a bitter voice, "Master, someone is visiting from outside the mansion. He looks menacing, and it doesn't look easy to deal with him. Please be careful, master." Casually throwing the teacup to Lao He, who was standing right next to him, Lu Qingfeng rose to his feet angrily and shouted, "Who is this rude guy? Since he has come to visit, why did he slap you?" Yin Fu was a servant of Duke Yin Li's mansion, and he had been serving as the chief steward of Duke Yin Li's mansion for nearly 100 years. When Lu Qingfeng first came to Ji City, he was still a little worried about Yin Fu and the other old stewards. However, after a period of observation, especially after Yin Jiuhui used the power of scouting office to cooperate with the investigation, he found out that the loyalty of Yin Fu and the other stewards of Duke Yin Li's mansion was absolutely impeccable. For these loyal and reliable old men in the mansion, Lu Qingfeng had been relying more and more on them. But now, Yin Fu was slapped by someone. This was not a slap to Yin Fu, but a slap to Lu Qingfeng's face. Yin Fu let out a bitter laugh, lowered his voice, and said, "Master, you have to be careful. The visitor is very arrogant, as if she is here to cause trouble. The people following her are all Imperial Guards of the Scouting Office. Apart from the East, South, West, and Central Wind Guards, there was another independent department in Scouting Office, the Palace Guards. All the people in this Palace Guards were elites selected from 10,000, and they were responsible for protecting the important members of the Imperial clan. Normally, the Palace Guards would only appear around the members of the lineal clan of Great Yin Dynasty. The so-called lineal clan of Great Yin Dynasty was the lineal clan of Emperor Yin Dan's eldest son, the Crown Prince of Great Yin Dynasty. The Palace Guard were responsible for protecting the Crown Prince of Yin Dan, the Crown Prince's son, the Crown Prince's eldest son, as well as the lineal clan of the Crown Prince. According to the rule of Great Yin Dynasty, the Palace Guards were responsible for protecting the lineal clan of the future Crown Prince of Great Yin Dynasty. Upon learning that the man who slapped Yin Fu was followed by the Palace Guards, Lu Qingfeng's face turned a little unsightly. Yet, Wu Qi sneered and said, "Someone from the lineal clan? So what? Yin Fu. Did he tell you his name and background?" Yin Fu bowed his head and said carefully, "Mr. Wu Qi, that man is a very fierce man. He slapped me and a few of my children the moment he saw me. He said he wanted Master to welcome him personally, but he didn't tell us his name and background. However, no one has the guts to impersonate the Palace Guards serving her." Wu Qi and Lu Qingfeng exchanged a glance. Lu Qingfeng snorted coldly and asked Xiaohe to gather a group of guards. Together with Yin Bugue, who had rushed here after hearing the news, they quickly walked towards the entrance of the Duke Mansion. They went around a few pavilions and walked past the big courtyard behind the mansion. When they came to the screen wall behind the main entrance, they heard a soft and tender voice of a lady coming from outside the door. "Your Duke Yinlu is too arrogant. It has been so long, and he still hasn't come out to welcome the guest. Are you looking down on me?" A crystal-clear sound of slapping was heard, as if someone was slapped again. Lu Qingfeng's expression changed again. He quickened his pace and dashed out of the mansion with just a few steps. Outside the entrance of Duke Yin Li's mansion, nearly 100 palace guards, clad in dark green soft armors, were escorting a luxurious four-wheeled coach. 12 gatekeepers of Duke Yin Li's mansion were kneeling down at the bottom of the stairs in front of the entrance, and were being slapped by 2 teenage girls who looked like serving ladies. The dozens of guards standing before the entrance of the Duke Mansion wanted to step forward and stop them, but they were stopped by those palace guards. Both sides were at daggers drawn, and a fight could break out at any time. "Stand back," Lu Qingfeng shouted out lightly. The dozens of palace guards quickly took a few steps back. However, those palace guards were insatiable. With a faint smile on their faces, they strode forward and chased after these palace guards, all the way up the stairs in front of the Duke Mansion. Wu Qi snorted coldly and stamped his feet forcefully. Meng Xiaobai, who was following closely behind Lu Qingfeng, let out a loud shout. Together with a few guards from Meng Village, they lifted up their iron spears and dashed forward. The iron spear, which had the diameter of a small bowl, was thrust forward, bringing up a swooshing sound of wind and forcing the dozens of palace guards who had just stepped onto the stairs back down. 2 serving ladies, who had their eyes narrowed into a thin line and were slapping the gatekeepers, cried out in shock. They hastily ran to the side of the coach, looked at the direction of the coach, and murmured something under their breath. "Yo, it's so difficult to meet Duke Yinlu." The soft and delicate voice of a lady came out from the coach. Wu Qi knitted his brows. The voice of the lady sounded very familiar. It sounded exactly the same as the voice of the lady who released the demon ghost and clashed with Wu Qi on the night when Lu Qingfeng was attacked half a month ago. Lu Qingfeng snorted and strode down the stairs. He pulled up those gatekeepers, whose faces were badly beaten, and shouted coldly, "Yin Fu, give each of them 10 ingots of silver as a reward, and let them have a good rest for 1 month." Yin Fu answered. He glared fiercely at the coach, then hastily ordered those gatekeepers to retreat into the mansion. The gatekeepers of Duke Yin Li's mansion were the sons of servants in the mansion, and they had been serving as servants for generations. Yin Fu had always treated these people as his own children. Today, they were slapped by someone for no apparent reason, and it made him feel both heartache and anger. 10 ingots of silver? Duke Yin Li's mansion is indeed rich. The lady in the coach sneered and said, "If that's the case, I won't be courteous with you. Duke Yin Lu can reward a few lowly gatekeepers with 10 ingots of silver. Many of my personal guard have been killed by your hanger-on, and my personal demon ghost guard have been severely wounded as well. Duke Yin Lu, you have to compensate me with 5 million gold coins." 5 million gold coins? Lu Qingfeng and Wu Qi were taken aback. The total annual expenditure of hundreds of thousands of city guards in G City, including armaments, armors, and other military supplies, was less than 1 million gold coins. Asking for 5 million gold coins as compensation? That was not the way to demand an exorbitant price. Wu Qi sneered and said, "Who are you? Please come out and talk to me." The lady sneered and said, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come out and talk to me, then come out and talk to me. I'm here to denounce you. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll make sure you won't be able to move a single step in G City." Suddenly, the door on one side of the coach opened up, and a slim figure walked out slowly. Chapter 77. Autumn water, as divine jade as bones, just like a fairy walking on ripples entering the mortal world. The lady who walked out from the coach was the most beautiful lady Wu Qi had ever seen since he arrived in this world. Even the barbarian girl who had merged with the innate water serpent in the depths of Meng Mountains was not as beautiful as this young lady. She was so beautiful that it could shake one's soul. If there was a source of calamity in this world, then it should be this young lady. Wu Qi was not surprised that he used the word tragic to describe her. If not for the fact that she was born in a prestigious family and was protected by the palace guards, Wu Qi had no doubt that with her beauty that could topple a state, she and the people around her would only end up with a miserable fate that could only be described as tragic. The young lady was not tall. She was about 1.75 meters tall, which could only be considered as an average height in this world. However, her posture was perfect to the point of being impeccable. She was graceful, and every move she made seemed to affect the surrounding environment. There was a gentle glow emitting from her body. When she walked out from the coach, the surrounding air was lit up. A gentle breeze blew past, and a refreshing fragrance came wafting into Wu Qi's face. Wu Qi could smell it clearly. It was not the fragrance of incense, nor was it the fragrance found in other sachets, but the natural fragrance of this young lady. Even though he was 20 to 30 feet away from Wu Qi, he could still smell the natural fragrance that felt like the condensation of the essence of 100 flowers. Wu Qi's heart skipped a beat, and all he could do was to scream in his mind. This was a girl who was truly a monster. The young lady had a head of long black hair, which was coiled into 3 buns, decorated with a few exquisite flower ornaments. Amidst her luxurious appearance, there was a hint of playfulness that could only be found in young girls. She had a pretty face that was exquisite and impeccable, and her rosy lips were twitching disdainfully. Amidst her nobility, there was a hint of naughtiness, a hint of unruliness, and a hint of barbarism. A luxurious palace dress of dark green had wrapped around the slender and beautiful body of the young lady, making her curvaceous body look even more enchanting. The style of palace dress in Great Yin Dynasty was conservative and traditional. Normally, even the neck of a lady would be tightly wrapped, and this young lady's palace dress was obviously specially made. Not only was her slender and fair neck completely exposed, even her chest was in the style of a Tang Dynasty noble lady's dress, revealing a large area of white, tender, and flawless flesh. She was of noble birth, pampered, mischievous, unruly, and rebellious. Wu Qi saw through this girl's nature with a single glance. Yin Bugue and all the other scouting officers knelt down in front of the young lady. "Your subjects greet Princess Xianxia." Yin Bugui, who was kneeling on the ground, raised his head slightly, his hands grabbing onto Lu Chengfeng and Wu Qi's clothes, pulling hard, signaling them to kneel down and pay their respects. Princess Xianxia, the youngest daughter of Emperor Yin Dan's eldest son, Yin Shijuan. 18 years ago, Yin Shijuan, who was in a secluded cultivation, made a breakthrough, and his Jin Dan attained a mastery stage, stepping into the realm of peak stage human immortal. Overjoyed, Yin Shijuan held a banquet to celebrate, and when he was drunk, he forced himself on a barbarian beauty who was presented to him by a vassal kingdom. As a human immortal of mastery realm, Jin Dan had a stable meridian. Its energy would not leak easily. But that night, Yin Shijuan was too excited, and he was drunk. As a result, he accidentally gave birth to the barbarian beauty, and she became pregnant. After 3 years of pregnancy, the barbarian beauty gave birth to a baby, who was the current Princess Xianxia. Meanwhile, the barbarian beauty had consumed too much of her energy during the 3 years of pregnancy, and after giving birth to Xianxia, her blood essence dried up and she died. A barbarian beauty who was presented to the crown prince of Great Yin Dynasty by a vassal kingdom was a peerless beauty that could only be seen once in a million people. Princess Xianxia had inherited her mother's peerless beauty, and she was even more beautiful than her mother. Ever since she was young, she was given the title of the #1 beauty in Great Yin Dynasty. On top of that, Yin Shijuan lost his energy in Jin Dan's mastery realm, and that was the reason why he had Princess Xianxia. Jin Dan was a human immortal of mastery realm, and even a tiny bit of energy was no trivial matter. Princess Xianxia was born with this tiny bit of energy essence, and when she was born, her meridians were all cleared, and she had the cultivation base of respiration tier of Xiantian realm. She was a rare genius in cultivation, and her bone structure was unparalleled. With such beauty, such innate talent, and the fact that she was the direct granddaughter of Emperor Yin Dan. When Princess Xianxia was born, she was granted 100 cities as her fief by Yin Dan himself. After that, every year on her birthday, she would be granted more fief. Half a year ago, when Princess Xianxia was on her 15th birthday, she had accumulated 3 fief provinces, and they were the 3 richest and most densely populated provinces in Great Yin Dynasty. Not to mention the others, the elite army of these 3 provinces alone had a total of 150 battalions and a total of 75,000 soldiers. On top of that, these 3 provinces were located right next to Ji City, and the elite army of these 3 provinces were all cavalries. With just an order from Princess Xianxia, 75,000 elite cavalries could arrive at Ji City at any time. 3 years ago, there was once an ignorant son of an aristocratic family from a vassal kingdom who blocked the way of Princess Xianxia on the street. As a result, Princess Xianxia deployed 30,000 soldiers and marched into Ji City, massacring all the properties of that aristocratic family in Ji City. More than 3,000 people were killed on the street. After that, the punishment that Princess Xianxia received was nothing more than being grounded for 3 days, and Yin Dan personally fined her half a month's worth of taxes from her fief. After that, Princess Xianxia had become the devil incarnate that no one dared to offend in Ji City. Even the 8 princes who were responsible for managing the state affairs of Great Yin Dynasty didn't dare to offend her. Even the title of Princess Xianxia was given to her by Yin Dan after she took a fancy to Xianxia Palace, the place where Yin Dan used to have his secluded cultivation. After that, she forcefully snatched Xianxia Palace, which occupied an area of a few hundred miles, from Yin Dan's hands. Great Yin Dynasty had been founded for over 2,000 years, and Yin Dan had been living in seclusion in Xianxia Palace for over 1,700 years. Every single grass and every single tree in that place was personally planted and taken care of by Yin Dan. However, it only took Princess Xianxia 3 days to make Yin Dan own Xianxia. From this, one could tell how important she was in Yin Dan's heart, and how much he loved her. Who dared to offend such a person? Who dared to offend her? Using the simplest words, Yin Bugui told Lu Chengfeng and Wu Qi, fearing that they would be disrespectful to Princess Zhang Lu and bring trouble to themselves. After learning about Princess Zhang Li's background and her towering arrogance in Ji City, Lu Chengfeng felt his head spinning and couldn't react for a long time. How did he offend such a disaster that he couldn't afford to offend? Princess Zhang Lu was the most beloved granddaughter of Yandan, and she was his direct descendant. On the other hand, Lu Chengfeng was just a descendant of the 9th clan of Yin clan, which was founded by the 9th son of Yandan's concubine. Although he had shed a drop of his blood and returned to the clan, his background was, after all, an illegitimate son. No matter it was in terms of intimacy or seniority, there was a huge gap between him and Princess Zhang Lu, and there was no way they could be compared. Following the pulling force of Yin Bugui, Lu Chengfeng knelt down on the ground, bowed feebly, and said, Duke Yin Lu Zhang of Great Yin Dynasty offers greetings to Princess. Princess Zhang Lu held her head high, snorted coldly, and said, Yin Buji can be considered as a good man. He wandered around the world and brought me many interesting and novel things from different kingdoms. Therefore, I still remember his kindness. But you're not a good man. On the first day you came to the city, you killed my good friend, Taba Xianxia, right in front of me, and killed so many of my personal guards. I'll make you pay for this. With her head held high, supported by 2 serving ladies, she slowly walked up the stairs of Duke Yan Li's mansion. With a cold voice, Princess Zhang Lu said, If I didn't show up, you could barely appease my anger with 5 million gold coins. But since you've asked me to come out from the coach, do you think you can send away those lowly beggars with just 5 million gold coins? Escorted by a large group of imperial guards, Princess Zhang Lu came straight to the main hall of Duke Yan Li's mansion, where the guests were received. Without being greeted by anyone, she sat down on the main seat in the middle. She gave Lu Chengfeng a glance, whose face had turned pale. Then Princess Zhang Lu said with a gentle voice, I'm not an unreasonable person. You've killed Taba Xianxia and many of my personal guards. Pay me 50 million gold coins, and I'll let this matter go. 50 million gold coins? Lu Chengfeng's face suddenly turned pale, while Yin Fu's face darkened. His eyes rolled up, and he fainted on the ground. 50 million gold coins. This was the total annual tax revenue of the few strongest vassal kingdoms of Great Yin Dynasty. If Lu Chengfeng were to pay 50 million gold coins now, he would have to immediately sell off all the properties in his fief of 2 provinces, such as Iron Mountains, gold mines, copper mines, and all the other mines. He would also have to sell off all the shops and their employees. He would also have to sell off all the farmlands, forests, pastures, mansions, and everything else. Perhaps he would be able to gather such a huge sum of money. Yin Bugui was struck dumb. He stared blankly at Princess Zhang Lu, then asked an extremely stupid question. Your Highness, do you know how much 50 million gold coins are worth? Indifferently, Princess Zhang Lu gazed at Yin Bugui, smiled, and said, Indeed, I don't know how much 50 million gold coins are worth, but I'm sure it's worth 30 slaps. Slap yourself 30 times, and I'll forgive your offense. Yin Bugui swallowed a mouthful of saliva, raised his trembling hand, and was about to slap himself. A cold gleam flashed across Wu Qi's eyes. He recalled Yin Bugui's resolute and decisive killing in the woods of Meng Mountains, and recalled how he dashed into the midst of millions of barbarians, bathed in blood and slaughtering them. How could such a brave man slap himself just because of a sentence from a 15-year-old girl? An evil flame rushed up from his heart to his head. Suddenly, Wu Qi let out a laugh. Princess Zhang Lu gazed at Wu Qi coldly, nodded her head, and said, You're the one who killed my personal guards and wounded my demon ghost. Your name is Wu Qi, isn't it? Just now at the entrance of the mansion, you didn't kneel down and greet me. Now, kneel down and give me 300 kowtows, and I won't ask my men to slap you. Wu Qi narrowed his eyes and smiled brilliantly. His smile was filled with a dangerous aura. Almost instinctively, a dozen of palace guards stepped forward and stood between Wuxia and Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia looked at Wuxia curiously and asked, "What are you laughing at? Don't tell me you want to kill me?" Wuxia took a deep breath. Suddenly, his tone became extremely gentle and sweet, filled with a flirtatious, pinkish charm. This tone was the same one that came out from Lu Xiaobai's mouth when she was chased by dozens of beautiful girls in the red light district of Holland. "Your Highness, who is as beautiful as the stars in the sky, can you please listen to the heartfelt words of a lowly human being?" Obviously, Princess Xianxia was startled. She blinked her eyes quickly and asked blankly, "What did you just say?" Wuxia smiled gently, like a spring breeze brushing through a field of dogtail flowers. He was extremely gentle, and filled with tenderness and sweetness as he said, "Actually, what I want to say is, your beauty should not exist in this world. But you are here. This is the gift from the heaven to all the humans in this world. Every frown and smile of yours, every move you make, even your soft voice, they are all so charming." The gentle words of love were like a trickle of water, slowly dripping into the tender heart of Princess Xianxia. The heaven had taken pity on Princess Xianxia, now that she was 15 years old. Who in Great Yin Dynasty dared to talk to her like this? Wuxia repeated all the 11,000 classic lines of love he learned from Lu Xiaobai's soul fragment, and Princess Xianxia was addicted to them. She had fallen. Chapter 78. In the back garden of Duke Yin Li's mansion, all kinds of flowers were blooming in full bloom. The previous Duke Yin Lu, Yin Buji, was a man who paid great attention to the atmosphere of life. In his back garden, apart from the fresh flowers that never wilted, the exotic fruit trees that bore fruit all year round, there were also countless strange and rare vines. In the center of the back garden, there was a small lake that measured about 1 mile in circumference. Ancient trees that stood over 200 feet tall could be seen lining the edge of the lake. Countless pale purple vines were seen pouring down from the ancient trees like a waterfall. These pale purple vines were the heavenly purple vine, an ancient species. With the help of the towering ancient trees, the vines and leaves formed into a pale purple curtain on the east and south side of the lake. Countless thumb-sized crimson vines were blooming, emitting a fragrant aroma under the dim light of the night. The entire back garden was filled with the aroma of these blooming heavenly purple vine. Amidst the dense vines, several dozens of large white birds had built their nests. Under the moonlight, these graceful birds were stretching their wings and letting out long and melodious chirps. Occasionally, a few large birds would be attracted by the moonlight, flapping their wings soundlessly and flying up into the sky, chasing after the shadow of the moon and casting their graceful shadows on the surface of the lake. On a floating platform in the center of the lake, measuring several tens of feet in both width and length, Wuxia and his company were having a merry time, drinking and enjoying themselves. Princess Xianxia, who came to Wuxia with a large group of people, was sitting right next to Wuxia with a big smile on her face, clinking wine cups with Wuxia and drinking to their heart's content. She was a 15-year-old teenage girl who grew up in the depths of the imperial palace. Her birth mother had passed away when she was young, and her father and grandfather who doted on her had been in secluded cultivation all year round. Since she was young, no one had taken care of her, let alone making friends with her. Since Xianxia was born, although she had been living a luxurious life, enjoying endless wealth and splendor, the truth was she was just like a wild goat on the hillside, with no one taking care of her. Since she was young, she had never heard such splendid words of praise from Wuxia, and who dared to do that to her face? Even if there were some who approached her with various motives, how would these sons of the influential clans of Great Yin Dynasty have the courage to speak such sweet words of love to Princess Xianxia, and speak such frivolous and flirtatious words to her? Only Wuxia dared to do so, and he really did it. Therefore, in just a short period of time, he had conquered Princess Xianxia, who was only 15 years old and in the prime of her youth. Wuxia, you have to tell me the truth. Is Zhonglu really beautiful? Princess Zhongli's face was blushing. She was already half drunk. Not just beautiful, but absolutely beautiful. I swear to the heavens, in all these years, I have never seen a woman more beautiful than you. Compared to you, all the women in the world are not even worth a strand of your hair. Boldly, Wuqi reached out his hand and lifted a strand of Princess Zhongli's long hair. Slowly, he let the strand of hair slide down from his fingertip, glinting with a dark green hue under the moonlight. Princess Zhongli took a deep breath. Her blushing face became even more bashful. Is what you said true? But no one has ever told Zhongli that she is so beautiful. Princess Zhongli moved closer to Wuqi, and nearly half of her body was pressed into Wuqi's chest. Lu Chengfeng and Yin Bugui, who were standing at the side, were throwing sidelong glances at them. They kept pouring cup after cup of fine wine into their mouths while grimacing in pain. Wuqi smiled faintly, revealing his 8 snow-white teeth. Gently, he stroked Princess Zhongli's hair. Then, with a deep and charming voice, he said, "All the women in the world will not praise your beauty in front of you, because they are jealous of you. Except for me, no man in the world dares to describe your perfection in front of you, because they are ashamed of their own inferiority." Princess Zhongli picked up her wine cup, smilingly clinked it with Wuqi's and said, "But why did you tell Zhongli the truth?" Wuqi pointed his finger at the surface of the lake. 20 feet away, a light pink lotus flower drifting on the surface of the lake floated up and landed on Wuqi's palm. He brought the lotus flower to Princess Zhongli and said with a low voice, "The gentleness of bowing her head is exactly like the shyness of the lotus flower. Princess, you are 10,000 times more beautiful than this flower." Princess Zhongli stared at Wuqi, her body and mind intoxicated. She snorted and said in a low voice, "You haven't told me, why did you tell Zhongli the truth?" Placing the lotus flower on Princess Zhongli's palm, Wuqi sighed and said, "The dark night has given me a pair of black eyes, and I am using them to find the most beautiful light in the dark night." The reason why Wuqi told Princess the truth is that I was born for the beauty of Princess. Lu Chengfeng suddenly shivered. Shivering, he turned his head and stared blankly at the patch of heavenly purple radish blooming at the edge of the lake. Princess Zhongli brought the lotus flower closer to her face and took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes turned watery, and her rosy lips curved into a beautiful smile. Boldly, she reached out her hand and touched Wuqi's cheek, then said with a gentle voice, "Are you born for my beauty? Are you born for Zhongli?" "What you said, no one has ever told Zhongli before." "You're a good man. You're a very good man," murmured Princess Zhongli. "Taba Qingye is not a good man." Boldly, Wuqi held Princess Zhongli's hand and said with a gentle voice, "Princess, please understand. Taba Qingye wants to kill Wuqi, but he asked Princess to just stand aside and watch the show. Obviously, he is using Princess as a shield. If not because Wuqi has some abilities, perhaps he would have succeeded long ago, and Princess wouldn't be able to see Wuqi today." Sighing lightly, Wuqi stared deeply into Princess Zhongli's blurry eyes, sighed and said, "The rarest thing in life is to find a bosom friend. But Princess is Wuqi's bosom friend. For so many years, this is the first time Wuqi told a girl the words in his heart." Princess Zhongli smiled, a very charming smile. Gently, she stroked Wuqi's cheek and said with a gentle voice, "Bosom friend?" "Yes." Zhongli finally understood. Taba Qingye is really up to no good. He knows that Zhongli is bored in the palace, so he purposely sent someone to tell Zhongli that there will be a good show tonight, and asked Zhongli to wait at the place where he ambushed you. He is trying to use Zhongli's influence to atone for his crime. Wuqi nodded his head heavily and said with a deep voice, "Princess is a wise and far-sighted person. How could those despicable people hide their thoughts from Princess?" Princess Zhongli's face turned slightly unsightly. She said coldly, "I had forgotten about this. but when Tooba Haofeng returned to G City today, he purposely mentioned this to me. Humph. Is he trying to trick me into giving Wuxia a hard time? Wuxia nodded his head and said, "That must be it. You're right. Princess, both Taba Qingya and that Tooba Haofeng are using Princess." Wuxia breathed out a faint sigh, then looked at Princess Zhonglu affectionately and said, "Princess, you are the pearl of immortal dew, a figure like a heaven immortal. The mortal world should never taint your pure soul. However, there are countless mortals in the world, and they're always trying to use Princess. In the future, Princess, you must be cautious in your actions and never fall into the evil intentions of those people." Princess Zhang Li's face darkened. She clenched her teeth tightly and said in a cold voice, "You're right. In the future, if someone wants to talk to me, I'll come and ask you." Humph. Do you really think that just because I was born in the palace, I don't know anything? Wuqi, you're a good man, an honest man. I understand that. Wuqi smiled. He beckoned Lu Chengfeng and Yin Bugui to come up and propose a toast to Princess Zhonglu. Then he shared a few cups of wine with Princess Zhonglu, whose face was filled with a smile. After that, Wuqi purposely picked out some things that a pampered princess who was born in the palace would never know, and told them to Princess Zhonglu as if they were some strange stories from the countryside. From the marketplace of Little Meng City, to the life of a barbarian hunter, to the life of a wandering swordsman, to the life of Yin Bugui leading 80 of his subordinates in the deep mountains and forests, Wuqi had a very good eloquence. He described all these things in a vivid manner, as if he had seen them with his own eyes. Since when had Princess Zhang Lu ever heard any of these? Using some techniques from the romance of Sui and Tang dynasties, Wuqi added some details to the life of those barbarian hunters and wandering swordsmen, which made Princess Zhang Lu even more fascinated. She thought that those wandering swordsmen and barbarian hunters who lived on the edge of a blade were all heroes with an indomitable spirit. When Wuqi told her about how Yin Bugui brought his subordinates and went through all kinds of hardships in the depth of Meng Mountains, going through life-and-death battles, and finally bringing back 3 precious black stone tablets for Great Yin Dynasty, he had added some extra artistic touches to the story, describing Yin Bugui as a tall, strong, and nearly perfect man of Great Yin Dynasty. And those dangers that Yin Bugui encountered in Meng Mountains were described by Wuqi in a magnificent manner, just like a Hollywood blockbuster. Princess Zhang Lu was fascinated by the story. She couldn't help but nod her head at Yin Bugui and said, "You're Yin Bugui? You're a good man. Next time, I'll talk to my father, and he'll confer you the title of general." Yin Bugui was struck dumb and couldn't react for quite a long while. Wuqi was blushing after coming up with all these nonsense. How could he fool Princess Zhang Lu to promise him the title of general? Yin Qijuan loved Princess Zhang Lu the most. But if she were to speak to him, perhaps it would really come true. The moon was hanging high in the sky, and it was late at night. Zhang Lu, who was almost drunk, had to return to the imperial palace. In front of all the serving ladies and guards, Princess Zhang Lu held Wuqi's hand and walked out of Duke Yan Li's mansion. She was laughing and giggling along the way, feeling extremely joyful. At the entrance of Duke Yan Li's mansion, Princess Zhang Lu held Wuqi's hand, smiled, and promised him, "Wuqi, you're my best friend now. Sometimes I have to focus on my cultivation, so I can't visit you often. When you're free, come to Garden of Zhonglu or the Imperial Palace to visit me." Reaching out her hand, she untied an oval-shaped green jade from around her neck. Princess Zhang Lu tied the jade around Wuqi's neck. The palace guards nearby were dumbfounded when they saw this intimate behavior. Lu Qingfeng and Yin Bugui were dumbfounded. Princess Zhang Li's jade pendant was given to Wuqi just like that. This was Princess Zhang Li's personal item. Wuqi took out the 3,800 years old innate water serpent core from his storage bag and gave it to Princess Zhonglu. Wuqi doesn't have anything valuable with him, but this inner core of a spirit beast is what Wuxia uses for his daily cultivation. Today, I'll give it to you, Princess. Princess Zhang Lu stared blankly at the innate water serpent core in Wuxi's hand. Suddenly, she let out a sweet smile and held it in her hand. Princess Zhang Lu cast a sideways glance at Wuxi, chuckled, and said, "Count yourself lucky. Zixian is very happy with this inner core." Her red lips came close to Wuxi's ear. Princess Zhang Lu said softly, "Remember, Zhang Li's name is Zixian." Slowly, they boarded the coach. Surrounded by numerous guards, Princess Zhang Lu and Yin Zixian left. Wu Qi took a deep breath, clasped his hands behind his back, and stared at the bright moon in the sky. Suddenly, he breathed out a sigh and said, "Young master, I suddenly have a very guilty feeling." Lu Qingfeng and Yin Bugui exchanged a glance, then nodded their heads at the same time. Chapter 79. The morning dew had moistened the streets of Ji City, and a misty white mist was drifting and lingering in the streets and alleys. Riding on a single-horned deer, Wu Qi brought a group of attendants back to Duke Yin Li's mansion. Early in the morning, he brought Lu Qingfeng's authorization document and visited 7 government offices that were related to fiefs in Ji City. With great effort, he finally helped Yu Xian obtain the fief of a county that was offered as a reward by Chief General Jing Ku. The reward offered by Chief General was set in stone, and there was no loophole in it. A fief of a county was very attractive, but if it wasn't Yu Xian, who was an influential person, or if it was the previous Lu Qingfeng, it might not be a blessing for him to obtain this fief. Perhaps, on the second day after he obtained the fief, he would drown in a river for no apparent reason, just like his birth father. Even if it were the current Duke Yin Lu Qingfeng, if he were to obtain a huge fief for no apparent reason, he would definitely be envied by the other influential members of various sections. This was not a good thing for Lu Qingfeng's development in Great Yin Dynasty. Therefore, he decided to let Yu Xian, who held a high position and held a great power, bear this trouble. Besides, without this fief as a reward, it was still a question whether Lu Qingfeng could inherit the title of Duke Yin Lu. But now, this fief was finally transferred to Yu Xian's hand using all kinds of excuses. The trouble was gone. Lu Qingfeng could sit firmly on the seat of Duke Yin Lu, and he had also gained the friendship of all the imperial elders of Great Yin Dynasty, represented by Yu Xian. With that, Lu Qingfeng's foundation had become even more solid. The clatter of hooves was loud and clear. Wu Qi dismounted from his mount in front of the entrance of Duke Yin Li's mansion, and under the attentive greeting of a few gatekeepers, he walked up the stairs. He pulled off his cloak that was stained with dew and handed it to one of the guards. When Wu Qi was about to enter the mansion, a luxurious coach suddenly came out from an alley not far away. One of Princess Zhang Li's serving ladies poked her head out from the coach and called out to him with a clear voice, "Mr. Wu Qi." Wu Qi was taken aback, then hastily walked up to her and bowed gracefully to the serving lady. "Oh, Miss Baizhu, what can I do for you?" Of the 2 serving ladies of Princess Zhanglu, one of them was called Baizhu, who was standing in front of Wu Qi. She had a slender and intelligent appearance and was a natural-born beauty. The other one was called by Miao. Her figure was plump and round, and she had a tender and naive personality. Moreover, she was slightly silly. Between both of them, the one who was usually in charge of handling all sorts of affairs for Princess Zhanglu was this clever and witty Baizhu. Baizhu covered her mouth and giggled, then lowered her voice and said, "I have something to do." She rolled her eyes and gave the surroundings a glance. After ordering a few palace guards who followed closely beside the coach to leave, Baizhu giggled and said, "When Princess woke up early this morning, she immediately asked someone to go to Garden of Zhanglu. She wants all the lakes and rivers in Garden of Zhanglu to be filled with water lotuses. Mr. Wu Qi, you've brought quite a lot of trouble to the stewards in Garden of Zhanglu. Hee, the lakes and rivers in Garden of Zhanglu are quite old." Wu Qi let out a hollow laugh. Yesterday, he was forced to do that to Princess Zhanglu, who was a little girl, and caused her to be in a daze. This was not the behavior of a real man. However, Princess Zhang Lu actually remembered the water lotus Wuqi gave her, and she wanted all the lakes and rivers and garden of Zhang Lu to be filled with water lotuses. This made Wuqi a little dumbfounded and speechless. Bai Zhuda winked at Wuqi. She rummaged in her sleeve and took out an exquisite dark golden ring, handing it over to Wuqi. It was a very exquisite ring. Its main body was dark golden in color, and 9 sesame-sized, dark blue gemstones were inlaid on its surface. Following the movement of Bai Zhuer's fingers, a faint glow rippled from the ring, making it look magnificent, noble, and mysterious. Princess told me that Mr. Wuqi is using a low-grade storage bag. It just so happens that Princess has an extra storage ring, and its quality is not bad. I hope Mr. doesn't mind it, and you can use it for now. The things inside the ring were given to Princess by His Majesty and His Majesty over the years. Princess doesn't need them, but Mr. can keep them for fun. Bai Zhuer grabbed Wuqi's hand and shoved the ring into Wuqi's palm. Then she continued. Princess has come to a critical moment in her cultivation. She has to enter into a meditative state every half a month. If it's a short period, she will come out from her meditation in 2 to 3 days. And if it's a long period, it might take 2 to 3 months. Even Princess herself has no idea how long she will need to enter into a meditative state. In short, when Princess comes out from her meditation, she will come and look for Mr. I hope Mr. doesn't miss her. Tilting her head, Bai Zhuer gazed at Wuqi, who seemed to be in a daze. Then she slapped her own forehead, giggled, and said, I almost forgot. She reached her hand into another sleeve and fumbled for a while, then pulled out a palm-sized dark green medallion and shoved it into Wuqi's palm. This is the token of 7 swallows, the highest authority in G City that Princess can obtain. With this token, Mr. can freely enter and exit the inner city at night and the Imperial Palace during the day. Apart from a few forbidden places and secret palaces, you can go anywhere you want. Taking a deep breath, Bai Zhuer continued, the authority of this token of 7 swallows is extremely great. Princess has only reported it to Mr., and you can never let it fall into the hands of anyone else. After giving Wuqi a few hurried instructions, Bai Zhuer kept thinking about Princess Zhang Lu, who had once again entered into a meditative state. Thus, she hastily urged her servants to send her back to the Imperial Palace. Wuqi took out a storage ring and a token, and couldn't say a word for a long while. The token of Swallow was a special token of Great Yin Dynasty. It was entirely dark green in color, the favorite color of the influential members of Great Yin Dynasty, and it was also the color of the court attire worn by all the ministers of Great Yin Dynasty. There were patterns of wind and clouds engraved on the token, and swallows could be seen flying amidst the wind and clouds. The lowest was 1 swallow, and the highest was 9 swallows. The token of 9 swallows was owned by only Emperor Yandan. According to the legends, the token of 8 swallows was only owned by Jing Ku, Gao, Jianli, and a few other important ministers. The token owned by the 8 princes was only at the level of 7 swallows. With this token, one could basically do whatever he wanted in G City. However, the token that Princess Zhang Lu applied for Wuqi was at the level of 7 swallows. From this, it could be seen that Princess Zhang Lu held a mighty power in G City, and it could also be seen that she had a strained relationship with Wuqi. Twitching his lips, Wuqi fiddled with the token for a while, then shoved it into the storage ring. He smiled bitterly and said, How did I end up in a situation where I used a little goldfish to deceive a little girl? With just a few plagiarized words and a little bit of scheming, I've managed to seduce a descendant of a noble family. Am I too lucky? Or am I too unlucky? Laughing bitterly, Wuqi dripped a drop of blood onto the storage ring, then branded a thread of divine sense onto it. With that, he had successfully taken over the ownership of the ring. When he sent his divine sense into the ring, he was immediately startled by the huge space inside. The storage bag he stole from Old Devil and Lord Flame only had the storage space of 3 rooms, and the standard size of a room was only 15 feet in both width and length, and less than 10 feet in height. At this moment, The storage bag was fully filled with all the gold, silver, jewelry, and all kinds of energy stones and minerals he had found in Little Meng City. As for the storage ring given to him by Princess Zhonglu, it was about 1,000 feet in both width and length, and the height was about 1,000 feet as well. It was simply the storage space of a skyscraper. The huge space inside looked a little empty, and a few huge bronze chests were hovering in midair, emanating faint ripples of energy. Wuxia scanned through the bronze chests with his divine sense, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. These chests measured 6 feet in both width and length, and were about 3 feet in height. The characters of Great Yin Dynasty's imperial treasury were engraved on their covers. From a nameplate underneath, Wuxia could tell that these chests were the inventory of Great Yin Dynasty's strategic storage, but they were taken out by Princess Zhonglu as a favor. There was a total of 8 chests, and all of them were neatly polished, each the size of an adult's fist. All of them were upper-grade water elemental energy. All of them were dark blue in color, glinting brightly like the color of the deepest ocean, and contained an extremely powerful water elemental energy. The total amount of upper-grade water elemental energy stones in these 8 chests was at least 100,000. These were the strategic storage of Great Yin Dynasty's imperial treasury. Only God knew how Princess Zhonglu took them out from the imperial treasury, and how did she erase the trace of these energy stones from the account book. Wuxia felt his scalp go numb, and he couldn't help but admire the audacity of Princess Zhonglu. Why do I have a feeling that I've become Xiaobai, that guy who lives off a woman all year round? Shaking his head in a self-mocking manner, Wuxia used his divine sense to scan the several dozens of cold jade medicine bottles placed next to the 8 bronze chests. There was a mark on each of these medicine bottles, which was engraved with the words "innate water pill." There was a total of 36 medicine bottles, and in each of them were 12 half-transparent, dark blue spirit pills, the size of a pigeon's egg. They were emanating powerful ripples of water elemental energy. Princess Zhongli's cultivation base was much stronger than Wuxia's. After all, when she was born, she already had the cultivation of respiration tier of Xianxia realm. On top of that, she had been cultivating for over 10 years. Although she was always playing around, with the help of countless spirit medicines and energy stones provided by Great Yin Dynasty, she had now steadily stepped into the embryonic breath realm of Xianxia realm. However, with the help of those spirit pills, she still maintained the beauty and vigor of a young girl, unlike those cultivators of embryonic breath tier who were over 100 years old. With Princess Zhongli's cultivation base, she could naturally tell that Wuxia was cultivating with water elemental energy, and the innate water serpent pill he gave to Princess Zhonglu was also the inner pill of a water elemental spirit beast. A teenage girl was always so ignorant and impulsive. Since she had a good impression of Wuxia, she wished she could give all the good things under the heaven to Wuxia. When Wuxia gave her the innate water serpent pill as a gift, she immediately gave him 8 chests of upper-grade water elemental energy stones and several hundred spirit pills that could enhance the cultivation of water elemental energy. Wuxia sighed lightly and shook his head again. Upper-grade water elemental energy stones. After searching for so long in Little Meng City, Wuxia had never seen an upper-grade energy stone with his own eyes. If not for the record in Scroll of Stealing, he wouldn't be able to recognize that these chests contained upper-grade water elemental energy stones. As for the innate water pill, with the insight Wuxia inherited from Scroll of Stealing, he could tell that it was a lower-grade spirit pill of decent quality. Each pill could at least enhance the cultivation base of a cultivator of respiration tier of Xianxia realm after 1 year of arduous cultivation. 36 bottles of spirit pills were more than enough for Wuxia to cultivate to the embryonic breath tier in the shortest time possible. Furthermore, his foundation would be extremely stable, and there would be no danger of his foundation being shaken. If she wasn't the most beloved princess of Great Yin Dynasty, if she were someone else, how could she easily take out so many things just to return the favor? The hardest thing to accept is the kindness of a beauty. Is she my luck and love, or is she my misfortune and love? Without saying a word, Wuxia transferred all the things in the bag into his storage ring. He swore in his mind, "Fine, Princess Zhang Lu Zixian, no matter is my luck in love or misfortune in love, I, Wuxia, will take it all." Could it be that he, Wuxia, didn't even have the courage to accept the kindness of a little beauty? Letting out a long laugh, Wuxia casually threw the empty bag to Meng Xiaobai, who was standing in front of the door. "Xiaobai, this treasure is yours now." Chapter 80. Wuxia leaned his back against the window, looking down at those young men who were having fun wantonly a few levels below. A faint sneer could be seen on his face. They were still young, and their seniors still had several dozens of years to hold the power. Therefore, they still had several dozens of years to waste. To them, being absurd once in a while was just a small matter that was pleasing to the eyes and nothing serious. The rest of them were from wealthy clans as well. Although they were not the eldest son, their status was not low, and they were highly valued in their clans. They were the candidates for the main leadership of their clans. Wuxia smiled, then spat a mouthful of phlegm towards Tuoba Haofeng, who was standing on the deck. Without a doubt, as the clan leader of the 9th clan of Great Yin Dynasty, Lu Chengfeng held the title of Duke and the official position of Zhua. Lu Chengfeng had the highest status and noblest status among all of them. Therefore, all the young men who surrounded him were from the most influential and wealthy clans in Great Yin Dynasty. Some of their seniors were serving as officials in the imperial court, and they were at least holding the position of prime minister or above. There were even a few young men whose seniors held the prestigious positions of the 9 ministers. Suddenly, a shrill scream was heard. A young girl, who could not be older than 14 years old, had her clothes ripped off by a few playboys. Laughing and laughing merrily, they lifted her up and threw her into the river. One of the playboys quickly stripped off his clothes, yelling and yelling as he leaped off the boat and hugged the girl who was laughing and shrieking. 2 meat worms were tangled up in the river. Amidst the girl's strange cry of pain, a stream of blood slowly drifted and drifted on the surface of the water. As if he had sensed Wuxia's gaze, the purple-robed young man raised his head abruptly, staring fiercely at Wuxia with a pair of eyes as sharp as blades. Therefore, Lu Chengfeng indulged in debauchery, drinking and visiting prostitutes with these young men, singing and having fun, disguising himself as a playboy. Apart from the occasional sharp glint that flashed in Lu Chengfeng's eyes, anyone could tell that he was a good-for-nothing from head to toe. Moreover, he was the kind of good-for-nothing who was extremely lucky and had accumulated a lot of good karma in his previous life. Great Yin Dynasty had been established for over 2,000 years. Of course, there were elites like Yanbu Gui, who could brave the frost and snow to carry out the military mission in the remote mountains, and he would be gone for 3 to 5 years. Naturally, there were also those good-for-nothings who, because of their good backgrounds, had their bright futures decided since they were young. So they were all good-for-nothings. There was a kind of restlessness in his soul that wanted Wuxia to join these debauches and enjoy those young and beautiful bodies to his heart's content. However, the firmness and calmness that came from the depths of Wuxia's soul shattered this restlessness. This was not what he was pursuing, and he was not willing to waste his time and energy on such a meaningless thing. It was as if a group of devils were dancing chaotically on the pleasure boat, and the atmosphere was foul. Wuxia threw away the wine cup and kicked away 2 courtesans who were trying to leap at him. Obviously, they had consumed a large amount of immortal ascension powder as well. Wuxia frowned. Lu Chengfeng had gradually gained a firm foothold in Ji City and had begun to expand his social network. It was time for Wuxia to start making some plans. Therefore, on a small hill next to Myriad Red River, someone had occupied a large piece of land and built a large number of villas, countless restaurants and brothels. There were also nearly 1,000 pleasure boats of different sizes on the river, and it had become the largest entertainment venue in Ji City. Almost half of the young men on this boat were the eldest sons of various influential clans. If nothing went wrong, they would inherit the official positions and titles of nobility of their clans in Great Yin Dynasty. In the future, they would be the high officials who could control the future of Great Yin Dynasty. But at the moment, they were just a group of debauches from influential clans, spending their youth and energy in an unbridled manner on the pleasure boat. Taba Haofeng's challenge resounded throughout the entire pleasure boat. The noisy pleasure boat that was filled with a foul atmosphere a moment ago suddenly turned into a deathly silence. Great Yin Dynasty had been established for over 2,000 years, but it had never developed the modern technology found on Earth. At most, the common people could only collect some natural coal and use it as fuel. There was no pollution in this world. Therefore, the river was extremely clear. The red leaves and the colorful petals merged together on the surface of the myriad red river, which was dark green in color and crystal clear. It was as if countless fresh flowers and red leaves were wrapped in a transparent crystal. It was an extremely gorgeous and charming scene. Although he had received a large amount of energy stones and spirit pills from Princess Zhang, Wuxia still wanted to join an immortal sect. Lu Qingfeng needed a foundation, and so did Wuxia. Among the itinerant cultivators, it was impossible for there to be a cultivator who was too strong, but among the immortal sects, the existence of geniuses was allowed. The white meat worms rolled and rolled on the deck of the pleasure boat, and the sound of their bodies hitting each other could be heard coming from far away. A couple dozens of hedonistic young masters were clapping and cheering excitedly, and some of them were even whistling shrilly like local ruffians. A large group of gorgeously dressed girls were mingling among these hedonistic young masters, trying their best to seduce them. The upper reaches of the myriad red river was a stretch of lofty mountains and lofty ridges. It was filled with trees that looked like maple trees, called gillen of red leaves. Throughout the year, palm-sized red leaves drifted into the river along with the wind and were brought down by the rushing water. Half of the river was dyed red, and that was how it got its name. Both sides of the myriad red river were farmlands and manors developed by the people of Great Yin Dynasty. The people of Great Yin Dynasty, who were born to be close to nature, had planted all kinds of flowers and trees along the banks of the river. Flowers bloomed and never withered in all 4 seasons, and countless colorful petals fell into the river, dyeing the entire river with 7 colors. When the countless petals and leaves of the myriad red river flowed into it, the entire river was dyed with a myriad of colors. The purple-robed young man, who was smiling brightly just a moment ago, had his expression changed instantly, turning into a sinister and ferocious look. He pursed his lips, pointed his finger at Wuxia, and snapped, "Are you Wuxia, the hanger-on of Duke Yinlu, Duke Qingfeng? You've killed my elder brother, and today, Tuoba Haofeng will fight you to the death." Clang! A sword cry rang out as Tuoba Haofeng drew out his sword and forcefully threw it towards Wuxia. "I need to find someone and ask around and find out how many immortal sects Great Yin Dynasty has. Of course, I can forget about those sects that are purely official like MO sect and scouting office, as I don't have the mood to risk my life for Great Yin Dynasty." Wuxia murmured to himself in a low voice, calculating his plan in his mind. The fact that Lu Qingfeng was able to join a gathering like this, mingling with these young men, it meant that the clans behind these young men had begun to approach Lu Qingfeng and had begun to cautiously approach Lu Qingfeng and build a relationship with him. Perhaps these influential clans would not pledge their allegiance to Lu Qingfeng, but it was never a bad thing for them to build a relationship with a core member of the imperial clan. Wuxia tilted his head, and the sword flew past his face, piercing deeply into a beam behind him. All of a sudden, those profligate sons who were fooling around on the deck below let out a loud cheer, greeting someone in a chaotic manner. Wuxia breathed out a faint sigh, raised up the wine vessel, and slowly drank 2 mouthfuls of wine. The myriad red river was a very wide river, and the celestial music palace was at least 30 miles away from the riverbank. There were dozens of warships with strange designs that had sealed off the nearby waters, forbidding any other ships from approaching. Therefore, no matter how these profligate sons were indulging in debauchery, no one would know about it. In other words, it was the myriad Red River that nourished G-City, nourished the people of Great Yin Dynasty. The fertile grassland and hills along the riverbank were the foundation of Great Yin Dynasty. Nearly 70% of the people of Great Yin Dynasty drank the water from the myriad Red River, ate the fishes found in the river, and ate all kinds of crops grown in the fertile farmlands of the myriad Red River. It was evening, and Lu Chengfeng was together with Wuxia on the largest pleasure boat in the myriad Red River, the Celestial Music Palace. They were mingling with a group of young nobles of Great Yin Dynasty. The sound of music and dance was pleasing to the ears, and the boat was filled with the joyful voices of the group of young men. From time to time, some drunken men would slip off the side of the boat and fall into the river, while some would clap their hands and laugh out loud, and some would hastily jump into the river to rescue them. The setting sun was hanging in the west, where the sky and the river met. Half of the river was dyed red by the sunset, while the other half of the river was colorful and gorgeous. Apart from Wuxia, who was leaning against the window, no one else had the time to enjoy such a breathtaking scene. Some foppish men had already consumed the immortal ascension powder, which was made from some unknown raw material, and were stripping themselves naked, chasing after those singers and dancers who were screaming and twisting their slender bodies while fleeing in all directions. A few coquettish singers accidentally stepped on the hem of their skirts and fell to the ground. The few foppish men quickly straightened their bodies and pressed on them impatiently. All of a sudden, a young man in his 30s who was drinking and chatting merrily with Lu Chengfeng a moment ago clapped his hands and laughed out loud. "Ha ha! Tuoba Haofeng is known as the #1 swordsman of the younger generation in G-City. Mr. Wuqi, do you have the courage to fight with me?" The pleasure boat of the Celestial Music Palace measured 500 feet from the front to the back, and was built with 3 layers of pavilions. Wuqi and his company were sitting in the banquet hall on the highest layer. Lu Chengfeng had his arms around 2 young and beautiful singers, laughing and joking with a few young men from influential clans. Lu Chengfeng's birth father, Yin Buji, had lost his footing and fell into the myriad Red River one night, drowning to his death. He was a young man with a handsome face that almost looked like a demon. His skin was as white as a sheet of paper, and it was his biggest feature. Even his lips were as white as snow, devoid of any color of blood. He was clad in a purple robe, and there was no crown on his head. Instead, his hair was tied up with a red silk rope. He looked elegant and unrestrained, and his words and actions were calm and magnanimous. He was filled with the graceful and luxurious demeanor of someone from an influential clan. Wuqi quickly poked his head out and gave the deck a glance. Compared to him, those foppish men who were indulging themselves crazily around him were like a group of mice in a sewer who met a noble lion. They were not on the same level at all. Just when a fast ship was nearing the railing of the pleasure boat, a young man clad in a purple robe was seen leaping up lightly and landing on the deck of the boat together with a few attendants. Those foppish men greeted this young man one after another, and in a calm and unruffled manner, the young man returned their greetings one by one. G-City was located at the intersection of the main stream of the myriad Red River and a main tributary, the myriad Red River. It was the same for Lu Chengfeng. If he could have a good relationship with these clans who held the real power, it would be much more convenient for him to do anything in the future. The myriad Red River was the largest river near G-City. Compared to the Yangtze River that Wuqi knew, no matter it was the length, width, depth, or even the flow of water per second, the myriad Red River was at least 100 times larger than the Yangtze River. It was a huge river that ran across the entire territory of over 100 vassal kingdoms of Great Yin Dynasty from east to west, and its drainage basin covered nearly half of the entire Great Yin Dynasty. Chapter 81. Throwing away the long sword in his hand, Tuoba Haofeng steadied his body in midair, then casually pulled out a silver-colored talisman from his waist. While still in midair, Tuoba Haofeng let out a wild laugh and said, "Wu Qi, you're going to die today." Avoiding Lu Qingfeng's stern gaze, Haoying Fenglong clasped his hand behind his back and walked to the window, giving Tuoba Haofeng a smile. He gave Wu Qi a sidelong glance and said coldly, "Of course. In fact, Tuoba Haofeng has sent out a few hanger-ons to duel with Mr. Wu Qi. That's how their statuses are." A mouthful of blood sprayed onto the talisman. Then Tuoba Haofeng pointed the talisman at Wu Qi. Tuoba Haofeng laughed arrogantly. He gave Wu Qi a disdainful look, his handsome face filled with pride and complacency, and said, "The chief supervisor of Central Wind Guard, Xianxia, has made a decision on this matter today. Through the investigation of the crime scene and the testimonies of numerous witnesses, my elder brother, Tuoba Xianxia, heard an unusual noise and went out to investigate. Out of kindness, he rescued Duke Yanlu and Duke Qingfeng, but he was mistakenly killed by you on the spot." Tuoba Haofeng immediately cried out sternly, "Wu Qi, don't drag our personal enmity into this. You've killed my elder brother, Tuoba Xianxia, and I'll definitely avenge this. Xianxia, I really want to see what kind of scheme you have in your mind." Lu Qingfeng's heart was filled with hatred. He turned around abruptly and gave Haoying Fenglong a fierce glare. It just so happened that Haoying Fenglong was looking at Lu Qingfeng as well. When he saw Lu Qingfeng's ferocious gaze, he suddenly squeezed out a smile and nodded at Lu Qingfeng. However, there was not even a hint of a smile in that smile, and it looked very fake. Dead silence. In particular, the singers and dancers of the celestial music Immortal Palace covered their mouths tightly. Lu Qingfeng's expression flickered. It was obvious that Tuoba Xianxia had used prohibited weapons and had even activated the city defense mechanism of G-City to assassinate him. Yet, in the end, he, Tuoba Xianxia, had become a good man who stood up for justice. Moreover, this good man was mistakenly killed by Wu Qi. Now Tuoba Haofeng was in the right. Even flying flowers and leaves could hurt people. A mouthful of phlegm from a warrior of the Meridian cultivating tier was no weaker than a bullet from a large-caliber sniper rifle. Tuoba Haofeng's eyes turned red. He lost his composure and roared out, then exerted all his strength to hack 72 times at Wu Qi. On the other side, Wu Qi's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't say anything for a long while. He could not believe that something that turned black and white upside down had happened just like that. With a sense of superiority that came from his innate talent, Tuoba Haofeng turned to the group of hedonistic sons and said, "All of you are the best friends of Tuoba Haofeng, and I want you to be the judge of this matter." When Haofeng's elder brother heard the unusual commotion, he brought many guards and went out to rescue Duke Yanlu, who was attacked. But in the end, he was brutally killed by Wu Qi and his men. Don't you think that my elder brother was wronged? Should I seek revenge from Wu Qi? Those hedonistic sons were looking at each other, and apart from a few who had consumed too much immortal ascension powder, none of them said a word. Although they were hedonistic sons, they were not stupid. Participating in the battle between the Xian kingdom and a duke was something that only a stupid pig would do. It was true that Lu Qingfeng was the clan leader of a branch clan of Great Yin dynasty, but the monarch of Xian kingdom, Tuoba clan, also had the title of duke. On top of that, he had established his own kingdom, and his actual power was much stronger than Lu Qingfeng, a duke. Wu Qi turned his head and gave those hedonistic sons on the deck a look of excitement. He sneered and said, "You know I've killed Tuoba Xianxia, but why did I kill him? Do you know the ins and outs of the matter? He used a military crossbow, tried to assassinate my young master." Unhurriedly, Wu Qi stood where he was, using his sword to block and blocked Tuoba Haofeng's sword with ease. Tuoba Haofeng's sword technique was ingenious, but his cultivation base was merely at the peak of Hotian realm. Thus, he posed no threat to Wu Qi. In Great Yin Dynasty, the Minister of Justice was in charge of all the laws and punishments, and it held a great power. Haoying clan was a wealthy clan that rose in the recent 700 years, not the clan that founded Great Yin Dynasty. The founding clans of Great Yin Dynasty, such as Jing clan, Gao clan, and Qin clan, and the Haoying clan, Xianxia clan, Gao Xian clan, and many others that rose after the founding of Great Yin Dynasty, had always had a clear distinction in the imperial court of Great Yin Dynasty. In the banquet hall behind Wuxia, Haoying Fenglong, one of the 9 ministers of Great Yin Dynasty, the Minister of Justice Haoying clan, suddenly laughed. Duke Yinlu, you're wrong. Although the Xian Kingdom is one of the vassal states of Great Yin Dynasty, and the monarch of Xian Kingdom is also a duke in Great Yin Dynasty. Although Tuoba Haofeng is just the son of a concubine, and he wants to fight with the hanger-on of Duke Yinlu, it is because of Mr. Wuqi's status. Laughing wildly, Tuoba Haofeng suddenly leaped towards Wuqi like a wild tiger that had gone mad. His right arm spun like a windmill, slashing 13 times towards Wuqi's head. The sword beams moved like lightning, bringing with them an immense coldness as they circled around Wuqi's body. His sword technique was broad and simple and heavy. When the sword strikes were unleashed, it felt like a great mountain was pressing down from above, trying to crush Wuqi into pieces. Wuqi lowered his head and looked at all the people on the deck. He sneered disdainfully. The wind brought by the sword was whistling, and the sword beams were as dense as raindrops. However, with his mind in a chaotic state, how could Tuoba Haofeng possibly hurt Wuqi? Wuqi dodged his attack effortlessly, then sprung his right leg and kicked right onto Tuoba Haofeng's lower abdomen, sending him flying 70 to 80 feet away. Great skill, great cultivation base. Tuoba Haofeng took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked at Wuqi, sneered and said, "Can you fight a duel to the death with me?" All the information about Great Yin Dynasty that he had sorted out during the past few days flashed across Wuqi's mind. He laughed self-mockingly and said, "What young Master Fenglong is trying to say is that Tuoba Haofeng has given me a great honor by challenging me to a duel." Tuoba Haofeng's sword technique changed. From the heavy and simple sword technique, it changed into a soft and gentle sword technique that was as dense as the spring breeze and drizzle. He lowered his voice and roared with a twisted face. The day before yesterday, Princess Zhang Lu went to Duke Yin Li's mansion, and when she came back, she ordered someone to give me a scolding. Today, I went to the Imperial Palace to seek an audience with Princess, and she granted me the permission. But today, I was chased out by Zhuer with a stick in her hand. If this is not because of you, then what is the reason? With a bright and innocent smile on his face, Wuqi looked like an innocent and adorable child who knew nothing about the world. However, his tone was extremely evil and ghastly. "The chastity of Princess Zhang Lu will be mine. In a few days, I'll pluck this fresh flower and enjoy it to my heart's content. It is said that a girl will never forget her first man for the rest of her life." Both men fought fiercely for over a dozen rounds. The raging sword energies forced those hedonistic sons and those ladies who were watching the fight to stay far away from the bow of the ship. There was no one left within a circumference of 100 feet. Using the momentum of the sword, Tuoba Haofeng thrust himself into the circle of swords formed by Wuqi. Suddenly, he laughed and asked in a low voice, "Wuqi, do you really think I'm here to avenge that idiot, Tuoba Xianxia? Do you really think I'm that stupid?" Then, he waved both arms and unleashed an invisible energy that pushed those hedonistic sons, singers, and dancers far away. Standing before Tuoba Haofeng, Wuqi stretched out his hand toward Tuoba Haofeng and gently crooked his finger at him. "Tuoba Haofeng, come. I'd like to see what your Xian Kingdom is trying to do." Viciously, he thrust his sword at Wuqi for over 30 times, each strike never leaving Wuqi's chest and neck. "You've killed Tuoba Xianxia." Tuoba Haofeng cried out fiercely in a low voice. "I don't have enough time to thank you for that. But You've made Princess Zhang keep her distance from me. This hatred can't be washed away even with all the water in the myriad Red River. Wuxia, do you know that if not for you, sooner or later, I would have made Princess Zhang my woman? The silver talisman measured 2 feet and 4 inches long and 6 inches wide. On its surface, there was only a simple image of a sword piercing into the sky. When the talisman was unleashed, the surrounding air became extremely sharp. The breeze from the river blew across Wuqi's body, causing him to feel a slight pain on his skin and flesh. All the hedonistic sons on the deck could only see a white beam flashing by. Suddenly, Tuoba Haofeng, who had been acting calmly and magnanimously, took a quick step back, wielded the sword in his hand, and slashed into the air. A loud clang rang out. Tuoba Haofeng was forced to take 3 steps back, and a hole the size of a bowl was created on the deck. The monarch of Xian Kingdom, Tuoba clan, was also a feudal lord who was conferred the title of Great Yin Dynasty. Naturally, Haoyin clan had a close relationship with Tuoba clan. Slowly, Taba Haofeng raised a water-patterned turtle scale sword in his hand, which had been thoroughly tempered. On the blade of the sword, which was as clear as water and had a faint snowflake pattern, there was now a thumb-sized chip. However, this precious sword, which was strong enough to break a stone pillar, was turned into a scrap by Wuqi with just a mouthful of phlegm. The Celestial Music Palace was constructed with an extremely sturdy 1,000-years-old black teak wood, and its deck was half a foot thick. Not even an ordinary arrow could penetrate through it. Yet Wuqi's phlegm had actually created a hole the size of a bowl on the deck. This was not something that an ordinary man could do. If not for the fact that Wuqi's innate water energy was extremely condensed and its quality was comparable to a cultivator of breath condensation tier, how could his phlegm cause such a destructive force? Tuoba Haofeng cried out with a stern voice, "Wuqi, the hatred of killing my brother is absolutely irreconcilable. This is a sword talisman that I begged from heaven-breaking sword sect with all my belongings. Now die." After a brief moment of silence, Wuqi suddenly let out a long laugh. He pulled out his sword and pointed it at Tuoba Haofeng from a distance away. "Cut the crap. Let's fight to the death with our swords." Wuqi laughed mockingly. He cast a sideways glance at Tuoba Haofeng, and with a backhand swing of his sword, he forced Tuoba Haofeng to take a few steps back. At the same time, he said in a strange tone, So that's what you're thinking. TSK. If that's the case, I'll have to become the guest of Princess Zhang before I meet you. Right after the silver beam appeared, the huge prow of the Celestial Music Palace was instantly shredded into pieces by the endless sword intent. A blinding light enveloped the heaven and earth. From the talisman, a silver beam, as thick as a water bucket, shot whistling out like a long rainbow, piercing straight towards Wuqi's chest. Wuqi hastily took 2 steps back, dodging Tuoba Haofeng's sword attack. Then, he casually launched another 2 sword attacks, and said with a cold smile, "Why did you do that?" Tuoba Haofeng threw away the sword in his hand, which was smashed into pieces by Wuqi's thick phlegm. Then, he took over a spare long sword from one of his guards. He flicked the edge of his sword with his finger and said in a long voice, "O sword, today you're going to drink the blood from your enemy's neck. Elder brother, come here quickly. Watch me kill my enemy and avenge you. Poor you. You've tried your best to save me from danger, but you were killed by an ungrateful man like this. Haofeng hates. With a gloomy face, Lu Qingfeng came next to Wuqi with his hands clasped behind his back. He lowered his head and looked down at Tuoba Haofeng, who was standing on the prow of the prow. "Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge my man? Tuoba Haofeng, remember your identity. You're just a prince born from a concubine of Xian Kingdom." Wuqi laughed out loud and smashed the windowsill with his palm. He strode out from the windowsill and slowly landed on the prow of the pleasure boat. He looked up at the sky and sneered, "So that's how it is. Tuoba Haofeng, you want to kill me? You're giving Wuqi a great deal of face. Good. Wuqi is not someone who doesn't know what's good for him. My head is right here. Let's see if you have the sharp blade to chop it off. Chapter 82. A sword talisman was a unique technique of a human immortal of Jindan realm. It was a sword talisman made from rare natural materials and sealed the sword energy of a human immortal of Jindan realm in it. Depending on the material and craftsmanship of the talisman, the power unleashed by a sword talisman was equal to 10 to 50% of a sword energy attack of a human immortal. Only a sword talisman made from a very high-grade talisman could unleash more than 50% of its power. The sword talisman in Tuoba Haofeng's hand was made from the spirit juice extracted from a 1,000-year-old green shell leaf and mixed with the skin of a 100-year-old golden toad. The quality of the material was not high, and the craftsmanship was ordinary. The body of the talisman was only of the lower grade. The power of the sword energy contained in the sword talisman was about 90% of a strike from a human immortal of Jindan realm, less than 10%. However, 90% of a full force strike from a human immortal of Jindan realm was equal to the full force strike from 10 embryonic breath realm Taoists of Xianxia realm. The bow of the Tian Lu Immortal Palace, several tens of feet in circumference, was shattered into pieces. The sword energy blasted out a huge pit with a diameter of over 100 feet, reaching all the way to the bottom of the river. The sword energy spread in all directions. Countless hazy silver beams rolled and twisted in the river, killing countless fish nearby. Wuxi's body was hovering in the middle of the surging silver sword energy. Both of his hands were placed on top of his head, and a blue light screen was flickering in his palms, blocking the attack of the sword energy. 4 upper-grade water elemental energy stones were hovering near his dantian. An enormous amount of water elemental energy kept rushing into his body. Through his meridians, which were more than 10 times tougher than ordinary Taoists of Xiantian realm, they were quickly transformed into innate water energy, forming a layer of protective energy outside his body. The pressure on top of his head was like a mountain, and his whole body was being sliced by the sword energy. His skin could not withstand the attack of the sharp sword intent, and had already been torn apart, with large amounts of blood spraying out from under his skin. Wuxia would have long been torn into pieces by the sword aura if it were not for the fact that his innate water aura was sufficiently condensed, and that he was good at using softness to overcome hardness with softness, as well as using the vortex to wear down the sword aura shot out from the sword talisman. Fortunately, Princess Zhang Lu had given Wuxi 8 boxes of upper-grade water element energy stones, and fortunately, there was a special technique in Scroll of Stealing that could extract all the energy from the energy stones in an instant. If not, Wuxi would have been smashed into a pulp by the sword talisman. Inch by inch, his body was pushed down to the bottom of the river by the sword energies. Wuxi raised his head up, and through the blinding blue and silver light, he stared straight at Taba Haofeng, who had a hideous smile on his face and a pleased expression on his face. Wuxi remembered his smiling face and the dangerous situation he was in today. If not for his good luck, Tuoba Haofeng would have gotten what he wanted and killed him under the sword talisman. Sword talisman. Tuoba Haofeng had come prepared. He had prepared a sword talisman in advance. Letting out a long cry, 4 water element energy stones in front of Wuxi's dantian burst out with a blinding light at the same time, then turned into colorless powder and dissipated in the air. The surrounding water suddenly began to surge, and a huge amount of water vapor rolled and rolled, turning into a white mist and rushing into Wuxi's body. A watery cloud suddenly condensed under his feet. Wuxi forcefully exercised the special technique found in Chapter of Water in Scroll of Stealing, and his body began to emit a bone-piercing cold air. A stream of cold water vapor began to condense in Wuxi's lungs, and a strange goo-goo sound was coming out from his mouth, while misty white light was faintly visible on the corner of his mouth. The water element energy contained in the energy stones and the water vapor that rushed into his body were compressed by Wuxi using a secret technique and formed into a cold and sharp sword energy in his body. Fearing that the sword energy was not powerful enough, Wuxia clenched his teeth and pulled out the lower-tier flying sword from his storage ring, which he obtained from killing Air in Little Meng City. He swallowed the short sword. His powerful divine sense quickly rushed into the flying sword, carving a faint spiritual mark on its body. After that, Wuxi's body shrunk inwardly. Using his body as a furnace, he forcefully compressed the sword energy and the flying sword into one. Tuoba Haofeng thought that Wuxia was going to die for sure. After all, this was a sword talisman personally crafted by Jindan Realm Human Immortal, and it was a treasure that he had spent a fortune and 4 beautiful girls to obtain. How could Wuxia, a mere meridian cultivating tier cultivator, escape from the sword talisman? Tuoba Haofeng threw his head back and breathed out a long sigh. Hot tears rolled down from the corner of his eyes. He let out a loud and wild cry and said, "Elder brother, your soul is not far away. Tuoba Haofeng will avenge you. Today, the blood feud has been avenged. Elder brother can die in peace now." The sword talisman shattered into pieces, and all the sword energy left in it had been completely drained. Tuoba Haofeng's body had lost the recoil force from the sword energy. As a warrior of peak Hotian realm, he didn't have the ability to float in the air. Thus, he made a slight turn and slowly landed on the deck. The river water, which was blasted by the sword energy, was rolling and rolling toward the center. The rumbling of the water waves was so loud that it could make one's eardrums hurt. A large amount of water vapor rolled and rose hundreds of feet up into the sky. Amidst the white water vapor, Wuxia was seen flying up into the sky with a miserable laugh. While letting out a strange laugh, Wuxia suddenly opened his mouth and shot out a 3-feet-long white beam, shooting toward Tuoba Haofeng's heart along with a cold breeze. The white beam was extremely cold. Wherever it passed through, all the water vapor and water droplets were frozen into ice, and ice bullets fell down from the sky. Right after Tuoba Haofeng landed on the deck, he was about to greet those stupefied, foppish young masters with a reserved smile on his face, announcing the victory of the duel to them. But all of a sudden, he saw a boundless shock and fear in the eyes of those foppish young masters and singing girls. His reaction was also extremely fast. He hurriedly let out a strange cry, and his body suddenly leaned to the left. The white beam flashed and pierced into Tuoba Haofeng's heart from the back, coming out from his chest less than 2 inches away from his heart. A large amount of blood-red ice beads sprayed out from Tuoba Haofeng's chest. It was the blood brought out by the sword beam, but it was frozen into ice cubes by the frightening cold breeze that came from the sword beam. Tuoba Haofeng let out a miserable howl. He opened his mouth and sprayed out a stream of blood, but when the blood left his mouth, it immediately froze into a pillar of ice. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but a circle of white frost quickly spread from his chest to his entire body. In just a blink of an eye, he had been turned into an ice statue. The personal guards who accompanied Tuoba Haofeng let out a cry of terror. A few of them hastily rushed toward the frozen Tuoba Haofeng, while the others pulled out their swords and charged toward Wuxia. Wuxi's entire body was covered with blood. Although he managed to block the attack from the sword talisman by activating the energy stones, it was, after all, a sword talisman crafted by a human immortal expert of Jindan Realm. Therefore, the supreme sword intent still managed to penetrate through his protective energy and hurt his body. At the moment, there were at least 40 to 50 wounds all over his body that looked like the mouth of a child, and blood was gushing out from them. Not to mention the external injuries. The sudden activation of the energy contained in 4 upper-grade water elemental energy stones was too much for Wuxi's meridians, which had been tempered and strengthened dozens of times. His meridians had already suffered from internal injuries, and the width of his meridians had been forcibly expanded by about 10 times. His once flexible and thick meridians were now as thin as a piece of paper and were densely covered with countless cracks. All of his innate energy had been expelled along with the sword beam. Only a tiny bit of innate energy was still circulating within Wuxi's body, and it took him a great deal of effort to stand firmly on the bow of the ship and prevent himself from falling down. Right at this moment, a few personal guards of Tooba Haofeng had drawn out their swords while roaring furiously, thrusting the tips of their swords towards the vital parts of his body. In just a blink of an eye, the swords had almost pierced into his body. Lu Chengfeng, who was standing on the highest floor of the banquet hall and watching the battle from the window, bellowed furiously, "How dare you? Wuxi has won the duel. Who dares to hurt my people? Luo Kadi, Ma Liang, kill them all." Two Xiantian warriors, Luo Kadi and Ma Liang, who were hiding among the crowd, let out a loud cry and dashed out. They were even faster than those personal guards who had drawn out their swords, and with just a leap, they arrived in front of Wuxi, who had lost all of his strength. Two long swords flashed across, and all 5 personal guards of Tooba Haofeng could only see a sword beam flashing in front of their eyes. Before they could even see the movement of these 2 men, their throats and chests were pierced by the swords, and they fell to the ground with blood spraying out from their mouths. Zhang Hu and Hu Wei, together with a few personal guards from Meng village, squeezed out from the crowd, took out their 9-cloud piercing crossbows, and aimed them at the frozen Tooba Haofeng and his personal guards. Zhang Hu gnashed his teeth and howled, "Fuck you. We brothers have won the duel, and you still want to bully us with your numbers? Damn it, brothers, come out. Let's see who has more people." Footsteps were heard coming from all directions, and from a few important spots on the pleasure boat of Tian Lu Immortal Palace, figures of the hanger-ons and personal guards of Lu Chengfeng appeared. All of them were holding 9-cloud piercing crossbows in their hands, staring at all the people on the pleasure boat with ferocious gazes. Standing next to Lu Chengfeng's hanger-ons and personal guards were a great number of scouting office men. They looked at these foppish young masters helplessly, then gestured at them, telling them to back off. Yin Buji had drowned in a myriad Red River, and today, Lu Chengfeng had come to the myriad Red River to enjoy himself. Therefore, how could he not have enough personal guards? 80% of the servants and serving ladies on the pleasure boat of Tian Lu Immortal Palace were either the personal guards of Lu Chengfeng or the secret agents of Scouting Office. When they heard Zhang Hu's roar, they immediately showed up and took control of the situation. At least 309 cloud-piercing crossbows densely covered the entire pleasure boat, emanating a strong killing intent that spread in all directions. Among those foppish young masters on the scene, even those who were the boldest, the most arrogant, and the most despotic had their mouths tightly shut. Chuckling, Lu Chengfeng asked Wu Qi from afar, "Are you all right?" Wu Qi took a deep breath, fished out an innate water pill, and swallowed it, slowly releasing a strong medicinal strength to nourish his entire body. Coughing out a mouthful of blood, Wu Qi let out a strange laugh and said, "I feel uncomfortable when I see that pretty boy standing next to you, so I'm not feeling well." Lu Chengfeng let out a loud laugh. Abruptly, he spun around like a whirlwind and gave the stunned Haoying Fenglong 18 slaps in a row. The slaps turned his handsome, pretty boy's face green, red, purple, and green, as if someone had opened a dye house, and his face was swollen like a steamed bun. Kicking Haoying Fenglong away, Lu Chengfeng clapped his hands and said with a smile, "I've beaten you up today. If you don't like it, you can ask your Minister of Justice to come and talk to me. Damn it, how dare you provoke me and the people around me with words? Are you tired of living?" Seeing a Duke of Great Yin dynasty cursing and beating a son of a noble clan in such a rude and vulgar manner, all the foppish young masters were struck dumb. However, Wu Qi let out a loud laugh and said, "Well done. Now I feel better. Hee, Haoying Fenglong, if you have any resentment, you can ask your Minister of Justice to come and talk to your grandpa Wu Qi." Wu Qi and Lu Chengfeng looked at each other and laughed out loud. Both of them glanced around, and all the foppish young masters on the boat bowed their heads. For a moment, they had a feeling that no one dared to go against them. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard coming from the river far away. The one laughing in front, Are you Wuxia from Duke Yan Li's mansion? I'm the current sect leader of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, Niebaihong. I'm here to take you as my disciple. The laughter of Wu Qi and Lu Chengfeng came to an abrupt stop. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.